All right, what's going on, chat? Appreciate those 44 months there, Mellow. Here's $5. Also, I interviewed the TC Evolutions owners, and they keep talking about you being the ideal person to sponsor, so it might be profitable to tweet your promo code next Tuesday when the episode drops. All right, I'll think about it. Dude, how do you... Dude... there should be a... I need Stream Elements to say TC Evolutions. You'll appreciate the Prime sub there, Chin Pokemon Gaming. What's up, bud? How's it going? Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of milk. We got plenty of disagreements about best out of 3 versus best of 1. Appreciate the 72-month tier 2 also. Is that actually 6 months? 6 years? My bad. 6 months. 72 months. 6 years. I'm doing the math in my head. Yeah, it is. I was like, that's a long time. I've been streaming for a little bit over 6 years then. I appreciate it. We check in Poke Beach today. There are some new cards. Yeah. Take a look at Poke Beach. See what's up. Might also take a look at damn, 6 years. I've been streaming 6 years. When did I start? I'm trying to think about like how many years I lived in Indiana for. It was like 2 or 3, I think. I need to talk about this in another stream or video, but I said, how'd you do at ISE? I tied my winning in today too. So I don't know, whatever that got me. But I'm not sure where that ended me up, to be honest. Wherever that ended me up. Mawile and Glamora bringing control back. Well, I don't think Glamour's doing anything for control. I think it's a cool card. I don't think it's really doing anything for control, though, to be honest. You kind of just like push it up, force your opponent to discard their bench, and kind of repeat that process turn after turn. Seems kind of cool. I haven't read the Mawile, but gotcha. Are you planning on playing Guardia again at Worlds? I mean, I don't know. I'm not at Worlds yet. I haven't really thought about it. Exactly, Locke. We can start by taking a look at some of these cards then, I guess. Mawile allows you... Oh, you mean the one with the ability? Oh, I mean, I don't think I mean, that doesn't really do that much for control. Like, it does, like, a little bit. But, like, not... Yeah, it doesn't really help you that much. It, like, helps very little. Yeah, that's not doing a whole lot. Minimal boost, I think, for sure. Minimal boost, if any. Yo, appreciate the 13 months there, doubles. Supports you the same thing. I mean, it allows you to like play it alongside other stuff, right? Like you bump an energy. You bump an energy off their active plus like play boss or something. That's like the combo you'd gain from it. So like, I mean, it could be played, but we don't have like scoop up net to reset it or anything. So their deck is relying on specials right now. Yeah, it could be like cool against Mew, but besides that's not doing a whole ton, I don't think. Yeah, because with Lugia you have Archeops. You'd have to like first isolate their Archeops, and then it could become you'd have to first like isolate their Archeops, and if you isolate their Archeops, then that's where it would become reasonable. But yeah, that's what would have to happen first. Mawile with maybe Snorlax stall. I mean, I have no clue. Maybe. I don't know. I've not thought about Like that's not something I've thought about. I mean, anything is possible, but I'm not worrying about it until the cards actually come out. And I probably won't be the first person to try and make control work unless I think control is like, it has to be like Pidgey level control for me to like. I have to like think it's that level of control for me to like care to actually be the first person to initiate working on control, to be honest. Because like making control work in like recent sets is literally just like such a massive headache, and it's the deck's not even that good. Like to make control like be functioning, you have to put in an insane amount of time, and then even then the deck is like a tier 5 deck or something. That's not really worth it. Like the amount of time you have to invest in it is not worth it. I do think control is cool when it is good though. Sander pretty much stopped because control is so unviable. Well, I'm curious what Sander would have played at NAIC. Sander was going to go to NAIC, but didn't go because of, I think Sander missed his flight. It's the only reason that Sander wasn't at NAIC. Like the flight got canceled and then it didn't work out. So I think it's like the only reason that Sander wasn't at NAIC. But I think Sander was going to be there, and Sander probably would have played control. Definitely would have been curious to see what Sander chose to play, and how good it would have been. But now Sander gets to save it for Worlds, which is kind of cool as well, I guess, for Sander. Like, well, I don't know. I think Sander would have, if Sander really thought they had something really, really good, they would have liked to have shown up one NAIC and then, you know, tried to win Worlds as well. But it was a misflight. I know he skipped in SPV because the deck was unplayable. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a misflight. That's what I saw on Twitter. I saw someone tweet that on Twitter. That's the only reason that Sander didn't make it to NAIC. You appreciate the get this up there. Mike Bone over to the Colzer. Welcome to the Red Pack. We're all out of power. We got plenty of confetti. The wildfires up in Canada that weekend, so a bunch of EU flights to the US got canceled. Yeah. It was actually pretty crazy in the haze, fog, smog, whatever it was, in Columbus because of the wildfires. I didn't know it'd be like to have that big of an impact that far south. Yeah, I think a lot of the flights that were having trouble were more like East Coast flights. I mean, Ohio's not that far from it, but yeah. I haven't seen anything like that in California yet, but apparently it gets bad in California when there's wildfires and stuff up north. But there hasn't been anything like that since I've lived here in California so far. So it was like my first real experience with something like that happening, actually, to be honest. It wasn't like too ridiculous, but I got trapped in NY and just barely got to NAIC. Yeah, a lot of people getting trapped in New York, yeah. For tomorrow, I plan on bringing back the decks out of Discord stream. So if you're a sub, look for that. I'll probably tomorrow morning. I will be when I moved to Cali like 2 years ago now. Yeah. So look for that on the Discord when I open up the channel for you all to submit decks for. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, I used to do some streams that I plan on bringing back where I let the subs submit decks in Discord. That's why the name of the stream is Decks Out of Discord. And then I play with the decks on stream. And then the person who gets the deck with the highest, it has to be a non-meta deck though. It has to be something different. And sometimes we have votes on decks on whether or not the deck is dude enough. So it has to be like off meta, rogue, whatever, or something like cheesy or cheeky. And then the deck with the highest win rate, I usually have like a prize for the person with the highest win rate, which I still haven't come up with yet, but I'll come up with it before the stream tomorrow. So that's the plan for tomorrow. Bringing back decks out of Discord. And I also, like I talked about this for a little while, I'm going to be doing this next Thursday. I think I'm going to plan for Thursdays to do these off streams, which I think makes the most sense, especially if I do them after regionals, because we'll have like, I'll get back Monday or Sunday, and then Tuesday and Wednesday will be VOD review streams. Hopefully plan to do most of that on Tuesdays from now on. And then I also plan on doing like deck doctor streams where once again subs can submit decks to Discord, and then I take a look at them, talk about them, say what I would adjust or change. And it can be like more meta decks, but of course if it's more of a meta deck, I'm gonna have less input to say or analysis on the deck. But we'll try that out. I've never done that before. I don't know how that really works in Pokemon compared to like I've seen people do that in like Hearthstone before. I've never really done it yet, so that's like the other kind of stream we're gonna bring on next Thursday. Substream when? Well, I'm gonna figure that out as well. Like submit every lock list. Yeah, something like a like a lock submitted deck. That'd be a good deck for me to look at and talk about and give my thought process on. To be honest, for sure. Yo, I appreciate that. Appreciate the raid there, Tricky Jim. Tricky Jim, what's up, Mahone? How's it going? Hope you had a good stream. Probably could be a free coaching session or a private match with notes. Something like that could be cool. I don't really have time to do a coaching session, to be honest. My coaching schedule is already like 100% of the time, so trying to find more time for that would be difficult, if not impossible. Dude, I literally timed you out for posting a deck list in chat. What makes you think I'm not gonna time you out? Should this just be a ban? Not Pro 12345 has sent 2 messages in my chat. One was submitting a deck list, and then I timed them out. And then immediately after the timeout was over, they submit the deck list again. If you want to send me a deck list on Discord, I mean, Discord is just the best way to ever send me a message about literally anything, to be honest. Like, specifically not in the Discord, but specifically sending me a direct message is literally always the best way to reach me. That is the best way. If you ever want to send me a deck list, I'll look at the deck list. I might not do anything with it. Like, if you want me to like play with it, I'm probably not going to play with it. If you want my thoughts on it, I might give you my thoughts on it. I might just look at it and not say anything, though, to be honest. Like, that's usually what happens most of the time. But if you want to send me a deck list, send it on Twitter or Discord. Don't put it in the chat. 3rd time's the charm. Bro, they're coming back in 1,340 or 74 seconds. They thought they got timed out because you didn't see the list, so they wanted to make sure. However, if you really want me to try a list or a deck that you have, I mean, you can send it to me. Sometimes I do play with the decks if I think they're cool or interesting. Most of the time I don't, I'm not gonna lie. If you really want me to, if you really want to, if anyone who ever gets 5 subs, I'll take a look at any list. I'll take a look at a deck on stream and play with it. So if you're really stressing about having my opinion on a deck, that is the route to take. But you can always send me anything on Discord. I'll at least look at it, but I can't guarantee anything past that. It's even funnier when we just talked about Dude, a way for people that can submit decks for you to talk about and play. 6 shirts as well as those available for purchase? Yes. I still need to figure out. I need to do something more with merch. I need to talk to the homie over at Quality Patch Designs to work on that a little bit more. But I do plan on bringing my merch or some kind of merch stuff in general towards the end of the year. I'm hoping to have all that stuff figured out, like what I want to do with all that stuff. If they do it again, do you just respect the hustle and rate it? No, then you just get banned. Yeah. You also got this nasty Skeletor deck. Please don't say no. All right, dude. We gotta be equal around here. Someone's got to time out Mahone. Whoever wants the honors, go for it. Stream is lagging. Is it really lagging? It's on you. I'm not dropping it. Wait, am I dropping frames? Where do I find the frame? I can't find the frame dropping thing. Drop frame 0. No, I'm not dropping frames. Yo, appreciate the gifted sub there. Sunny Games over to Tricky Jim. Welcome back to the pack, Mahone. You haven't yeah, it's on their end. I'm not dropping frames, so it's not me. Not dropping kilobytes, not dropping frames. A little bit? Wait, is it not just me? Wait, is it me? Someone else said I am lagging a little bit. I think my camera's a little bit out of focus. Shoot, I didn't check that. I always forget which way I have to turn it. Nope, I'm too far. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, maybe just Richie and ANURAGSSS just live in the same area. You guys are having bad internet. I appreciate those 9 months there, Darby. Andrew hacking the system. Actually, Twitch is just getting overloaded with deck lists being posted in chat. It's just too many characters for Twitch to process, so it is lagging the whole system. That's what's happening. For best of one format, how would you feel if the players get to choose their active basic Pokemon with 0 mulligans and best of 3 coin flip? Well, you don't need a best of 3. Wait, what do you mean? Like, you flip 3 coin? You don't need to flip more. Flipping more coins does not increase the outcome of who would go first or second more often. You don't need best of 3 coin flips. That doesn't increase the consistency of anything. That literally just is wasting time. Best of 3 coin flips doesn't change anything. Flipping a coin once, rolling a die once, as long as it is a decent... I should make a video on that. We should maybe do that. How to... I'm not gonna show how to flip a coin, because if you flip coins, you're cringe. I'm gonna show people how to roll a die, though. Because it's actually crazy how many people just are really, really bad at rolling dice. Also, yeah, how many people actually do the cheater roll? And now I'm not saying these people are actually cheating, but how many people roll the die the cheater roll way, without knowing that that's like one of the few ways to manipulate a die roll. What about getting to choose whether or not to mulligan, but your opponent gets to draw an extra card for each mulligan? I think that would be the outcome. It's like you can, even if you have a basic, like if we want to go to best of 1, I think there needs to be some kind of optional mulligan rule. We might look at some of those tweets on it, to be honest. We can talk about those on the stream as well today. If we want to go to best of 1, I think there needs to be an optional mulligan rule. I think the amount of RNG that would be increased in the game from best of 1, from best of 3 to best of 1 would be really, really high. But if there was an optional mulligan rule, that like more rounds, so you would go from like 9 rounds to 13 rounds probably, or something like that. Let's just say day 1 would go from like 9 to 13, 14 rounds, whatever. Find out whatever the balance needs to be. But then I think on top of that, you would need an optional mulligan rule. Without the optional mulligan rule, I think that you'd have way more RNG in the outcome of tournaments than there currently is in best out of 3. So I think if you added more rounds plus optional mulligan rule, I think it's possible, or some kind of mulligan rule. I don't know how you would do it, but best of 2 sounds better than best of 1. Best of 2 could also be interesting. I don't hate the idea of best of 2. Saw someone say draw 13 cards to start and allowing you to choose 6 prize cards. That would be interesting as well. I don't think that would be a terrible... Just some kind of mulligan... Some kind of way to reduce the RNG of your opening hand. So it could be the draw 13, set aside 6 for your prize cards. It could be draw 7, and even if you have a basic, you can say, nah, I want to shuffle this back in and get a new hand once, and then your opponent does get to draw another card because of that. I think something like that would be fine. Best of 2 could be interesting. I haven't thought about best of 2 too much, but best of 2 could also be fine, I guess, as well. You'd probably need more rounds as well. Maybe you wouldn't, because I mean it would still be 50 minutes, right? Theoretically, it'd be best of 2, but everyone would have the opportunity to get less points. So I think that'd be fine, I guess, overall. Maybe up to a limit. No, you just get 1. No, you don't get the mulligan 3 times. Best of 3, 65 min, and start day 2 right away. No sleep break. Best of 3 with more time, I think, is also a reasonable consideration. Tournaments have been getting smoother and running better recently. So best of 3 plus 5, best of 3 55 minutes, best of 3 60 minutes. Of course, at some point the tournament would be tournaments are ending at midnight or whatever because of the extra time. So you can't go too far. Best of 3. And also I don't think you'd want to actually increase. To be honest, maybe we should remove plus 3. Maybe plus 3 shouldn't be a thing in the Pokemon TCG. Maybe it should be best of 3, 60 minutes. No plus 3. That might be better. I honestly think you shouldn't add... Actually, I think plus 5 is bad. I think plus 5 is bad, but thinking of the reason that plus 5 would be bad, because like plus 2 extra turns for each... plus an extra turn for each player, like 50 minutes plus 5 is probably more time than 55 minutes plus 3. It's going to take more time. The plus 3 would take so much time. Yeah, so I think best of 3, 60 minutes, no plus 3 would probably be about the same amount of time as the plus 3, to be honest. Or maybe slightly longer. Like the tournament would run slightly longer, but not by much. So I actually think, yeah, best of 3. Best of 3, 60 minutes, no plus 3. I think that'd actually be could be a pretty good format as well. And I think we would get more best of 3s finishing. Plus 10 minutes, yeah. But you would have to remove the plus 3. Better than round 2 or 3 at NIC that was 35 minutes overtime. Well, that was because someone had like a ruling extended. That wasn't because of... I mean, no, there's definitely a ruling in there that someone had a time extension for sure. How about the equal turns for second player? That gets a little funky in best 2 out of 3. I feel like that equal turns for the second player, but maybe it's not that bad. It's like another thing you'd have to put on the players to make sure they keep track of, which shouldn't be too hard to be honest as well. I don't hate that, to be honest, Locke. The way they do it in Japan. NIC average was 82 minutes 37 seconds. Were you timing in between each round, Boo, or did you just like time start of round 1 to end of round 9 and then you just divided it by, or did you do each round? Well, wait, could you do it that way? Could you just do total time? It would be the same outcome, right? Total time divided by 9 versus. Well, because the time of each round doesn't make a difference, right? Is that the same thing, or am I trolling? Total time divided by 9, or each time added up divided by 9. It's the same thing. That should be more accurate, to be honest. Because I saw someone break it down differently. I was like, why do you need to take the time of every round? Oh, I guess you get to know. It's the same outcome, but then you get to know where each round ended and like maybe like why there was potentially a hiccup or something. You appreciate the 45 months there. Plays for days. My match in round 2 of NAIC. All right, so we can blame Adam for this one. My match in round 2 of NAIC is why it was so long. My opponent has 2 marked sleeves, and the judges allowed him to re-sleeve his whole deck and gave us. Why didn't they didn't have extra sleeves? Bro, bring it. You gotta have extra sleeves, man. Same outcome, just matters when you subtract the reference. My locals ran a League Cup of 60 minutes best out of 3, and there wasn't any ties and ran pretty well. This was pre-COVID, though. Pre-COVID. Yeah, I mean, depends on how people are going to show up as well for that, right? I guess chess is the same way. There are time controls each player has to be aware of. For comparison, Fresno was 77.7. 5 less minutes per round. I mean, NAIC was a cluster, man. That place was a zoo, man. There's so many people. There was no room to, like, dude, they needed to, I mean, I don't know how much extra room they had, but the main aisles in between the row, like, there's like the rows of tables. So it's like rows of tables, chunk of space, rows of tables. That chunk of space needed to be, like, wider. I don't know if they could have done that, but, dude, it was just so congested. It was insane. Like, the strategy, usually when it, like, at the beginning of the round, is to actually do the long way around and, like, walk out to the edges and walk down and over and down. But trying to go, yeah, it was just so congested. NAC was insane. I don't know if they had more room to, like, lay it out better or not, but yeah, it was just so, dude, I just hate playing in those kind of environments, man. Just not a big fan. They needed tall signs at the end of the table showing the numbers because you had no idea where you were going. That's true. Yeah, it was so big. There were so many tables. It was hard to tell where you were going. That's true, Boo. UIC had plenty of space. EUI did have, but numbering, yeah, the numbering was jank at EUIC. Yeah. It was so weird. I like the EUIC layout to confuse you, you Yanks. Is that how they usually do it at European tournaments, Soda? Like, no memes? It was hot, but thank God it wasn't as bad as Baltimore. Bro, I thought it was worse than Baltimore. I don't know. Imagine if they didn't cap registration. Yeah, it would have been pretty crazy. It would have been pretty crazy. I mean, there's no such thing as an uncapped registration, though. There's always a cap. Dude, I don't think people get that, bro. The amount of comments I've seen where people are like, man, I don't understand why there's a cap at these IC tournaments. Like, why don't they just have it uncapped? It's like, that's not possible. Okay, it could have been a bigger cap. There's no such thing as not a cap because the convention center literally has a maximum number of people allowed in it based on, like, fire codes. So, like, first you'd have to, like, change the laws around fire codes, and then from there you have to lobby to change the laws around fire codes so that you can have uncapped Pokemon tournaments, and then you'd have to convince TBCI to not cap their tournaments. So you have to start, like, on like a political level or whatever to change actual laws. The amount of comments I've seen saying, why is there a cap for their tournaments? Why don't they just do them uncapped? Is like, what? That's not how that works. You just can't do that. There's always a cap. It being higher, it being bigger. Us like a perceived uncapped tournament, because, like, let's say they had enough space for like 10,000 players. A perceived uncapped tournament would be great, but they're also running a business. They're not going to rent out a hall size for 10,000 people and then only 3,000 show up, right? Or I guess there's like 3,300 and something competitors total. So if you had, like, all the extra TCG masters that want to get in, it would be like 4,000, 4,500. But you're not going to get space for 10,000 people, knowing that only 5,000 are gonna show up, or you have to like make it like they're still a business, right? It's just like, why don't they have the tournament just uncapped? It's like that's not possible. Why not? I don't give a shit if they waste money. It's not mine. Yeah, at the end of the day, they're still a business, so like they have to be like. I say that, but then also like I don't know. Maybe I can't. Maybe I'm not allowed to say that, but still make the complaints I make about PTCG Live. But no, I think that's still reasonable. No, I think it's still reasonable. Do people not know the laws of physics? I mean, there isn't unlimited physical space. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like literally, there is a cap. Like, where's my other IC trophy? It's in the box, back in the corner. Cap shouldn't be so low that it sells out in 3 minutes. I agree. It would be cool if it lasted around for like at least an hour. It sold out in less than 3 minutes as well, to be honest. So, yeah, it would be great if it didn't sell in 3 minutes. I agree, but also like you have to first have that problem. That problem has to happen first to realize it's a problem, right? Like if Pokemon runs an AIC and they run an AIC 4 years in a row, it capped one of the first NAICs did cap, but it capped like 2 weeks before the tournament. And all of a sudden the cap happened. A bunch of people were like, oh, wait, what? I can't register for the tournament right now? That's crazy. That was wild back then, right? And registration had been open for like weeks or like a month or something like that, right? It's like, okay, we're not going to like get a bunch more space if it's capping a month after registration is open. But the problem of, oh, shoot, the thing insta-capped has to happen first for then Pokemon to be like, okay, all right, now there's a reason for us to get more space, right? Because if it doesn't ever happen, like why would they ever get more space? It's like, oh, registration caps always like 2 weeks, 3 weeks after registration opens. We'll just keep getting the same amount of space or roughly each year. If we make an identify that the game is growing a little bit, we'll increase for X% year over year. But Pokemon had like a huge surge this year. The post-COVID year was decent, but this year was actually more than the post-COVID half season. And they have been taking that into account, right? Like EUIC had like triple the amount of EUIC capped last year, and this year it had like triple the amount of players and still capped. NAIC this year had plus like 500 players. No, NAIC this year had plus. We're just doing this off of the numbers of the TCG. NAIC this year had plus 800 masters, plus 800 masters, and it's still capped. They are getting more venue space, and making more space for more players. So like we're going down the correct route. Like they're not just like limiting us to 1,200 players again like they did last year. We got plus 800 Masters players to play at NAIC this year. They're increasing the cap each year by a decent amount, right? Like that's progress. Like I feel like people just see that it capped and like, oh, TPCI doesn't care. They're not getting more. But you can see year over year that they are improving. Like you can't just shit on TPCI just because you want to shit on TPCI. When they are doing something correct and doing something right, you should acknowledge that. But now once again, if they fuck up next year and like EUIC gets restricted, or something like that is held back a lot, or NAIC as well, it's like, all right, come on, bro, you gotta, like, we showed you last year that we're willing to like show up in the numbers, give us more space to work with, right? So I mean, but they have been doing that the last couple of years, so you can't be mad at TPCI for this. Like generally people are just mad at TPCI to be mad at TPCI, but like when they are doing something correct and right, then I mean you should acknowledge that as well. You don't have to praise them, but just being like, they're messing up, they're fucking up again is just wrong when they're not doing that. That would be interesting, Boo. They could make it a true 3-day event, half play Friday, half play Saturday, day 2 top cut Sunday. Yeah, I mean, that'd be interesting. Is Eder banned yet? Dude, somebody needs to make a meme. Actually, dude, that's a genius meme. Where's the... Um... Dude, I can't find the meme, but like, it's been what's it called? X amount of days since the Bogota special event, and Edder's still not banned. Yeah, Pokemon's as far as like getting more players to these tournaments, Pokemon's been doing good about that. So I think we should like people need to realize when it's just like not like progress is happening. I feel like they should open registration before they buy the venue. See how no they buy the venue. They probably have the venue already scheduled for NAIC next year. Maze wins. That's just not how it works. That's just literally not how it works. They probably literally NAIC is probably already pretty much locked in as where it is and how much venue space they have. Maybe not like right now, but things are usually booked pretty far in advance, I assume. I don't know how far. I would say at least probably a year though. A year, maybe more than a year. Like maybe they're already planning for 2025 NAIC. Like maybe right now they're just shopping around for 2025 NAIC and they're like, okay, where do we want to put this? Are we trying to go somewhere that's not Columbus? To be honest though, bro, as long as Hot Chicken Takeover exists in Columbus, I'm down to go back to Columbus every year. It's worth it for me just for that, to be honest. They're not going to open up registration for NAIC right now because they want to build up hype and stuff around the event, and like it just doesn't make any sense to open up. They don't want to have like a bunch of people register for NAIC right now that just don't end up going as well. So you want to do it closer to the event when the hype for the event is created, and just trying to get people who are actually going to go to the event. Like it just doesn't make any sense. The logistics for running an event like a regional RC require booking the venue far in advance. You cannot register. You can't do registration. Yeah, exactly. You can't do registration. It's just not how it exists. Hot Chicken Takeover is overrated. I've never had their hottest. The hottest I've had is hot, but their hottest isn't even hot. Like, the chicken is just so good though. Who cares? You don't need the. You're trying to like ruin your lunch. I've never gotten the hottest at a Hot Chicken Takeover. I've only ever gotten the hot. I usually just go with the warm though, personally. I have to be like feeling hot food to have hot food on the day. But their mac and cheese is actually pretty solid. I remember their mac and cheese being better, but it's still pretty good. But it's a little bit more basic. Late Night Slice was great. Late Night Slice is also really good, yeah. And it's like one of the few places that's like right next to the convention center area that's like open. There's a lot more stuff open down like the main strip later. But like anything that's right next to the convention center area is not really open besides Late Night Slice. But you do have Late Night Slice. I look like a warm guy? Yeah. Online regionals would be such a chaotic mess, but I'd love to see that happen once. I don't think they should do online regionals. You appreciate the 18-month resub there, Pac. I don't think they should do online regionals, but I think they should do some. You should be able to earn CP online. Because I think it would like get a lot of players interested in competing, in competing in the Pokemon TCG. If they like get like just for an example, if they got like top 100 on the ranked ladder, and if we had a real ranked ladder and they got top 100 on the ranked ladder, and they got 5 championship points, 10 championship points. Like, oh, okay, I got these championship points. What can I do with them? They like, oh, I got championship points. Oh, if I can go to Worlds, or I can go to Worlds, and what's it called? What would be even cooler? I mean, this is like probably so far off. If you first off, if you added that to PTCG Live, and then the next step could be is you could make PTCG Live a place where you could actually like look at your current competitive results on PTCG Live. Like you can go to like your profile and you could go to like competitive tracker or whatever. You could look at your finishes at cups and challenges and regionals, how much championship points you have, how many of your best finish limits are filled, like a cool little like toolbar type thing there. I don't know, like, I mean, obviously it's not gonna happen, but but if they hire me though, if they put me in charge, we're making moves. You appreciate that. Tier 1 sub Ivysaur, welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of cereal, but we got plenty of rolling chairs. Live doesn't even work as it is. That'd be excellent. Yeah, I know, but that'd be cool. Sorry, you told me on YouTube for me to comment it here, and I not only got Twitch, so you could rate the list. Send it to me on Discord, not Pro. Send it to me on Discord. Discord or Twitter, and I can look at it. I'm not gonna rate it for sure though. I think what I even said on it, what I said on the comment. I remember commenting on your comment. I said I might take a look at it. Discord is different. What do you mean your Discord is different? Are you giving codes? No, I'm not giving codes. But if you need codes, that require actual support. Yeah, but that'd be pretty dope, right? Bro, I don't know. There's like, yeah. You could like foster such like a, because especially if you had all that stuff there available there as well. So like the people who play on the online stuff, they can see the progress. Dude, that would be like so sick, bro. Now I want to like different name. I mean, that's fine. You can still message me on Discord. What am I playing today? I don't know. Probably ArcTina to start with. I'm kind of on an ArcTina trip right now. Yeah, dude, I have like so many ideas for that too. So you could have like a dashboard. It'd be like a dashboard area where you could look at your current competitive you could look at your current competitive, how many championship points you have, how many championship points you're away from your invite. It'd be like a little, like a bar that fills up until you get your invite. And then you'd have like cups, challenges, and it would show how many of your best finish slip is filled up. You could click on it and you can see the results from your cups. And then you click on the challenges, see the results from your challenges currently, like all the challenges you've been to, and you could sort them by like best placements, most recently attended. And then under that, you'd have regionals and ICs as well, where you could look at those. And you could look at your regionals / special. Dude, I mean, that'll never happen, but are those stats on PokeStats Live? No, I'm saying that they could be, though. If you integrated a way to earn championship points on PTCG Live, which they should do. It's so bad that they don't do that. It's like so that's like such a huge connection to make for people to earn championship points on PTCG Live. That's like would be just like, it's mind-boggling that they're not trying to do that. That'd be so good. That'd be like such a, I don't even know. Like it just makes sense. And you'd probably want to tie it to, you'd want to do it like what Hearthstone did, where you tie it to the ranked ladder. So basically, Hearthstone's ranked ladder is like depending on how well you place at the end of each month in the top X, you could earn some kind of something towards like Hearthstone for like qualify for tournaments and stuff like that. You'd earn like a point or something. Depending, the better you did, the more points you earned. So you could add that to PTCG Live and be like, if you're in the top 200 players at the end of the ranked ladder, you get 5 championship points. If you're top of the 100, you get 10 championship points. If you're top 50, you get 15, so on and so forth. Maybe the players who's rank 1 or top 10, whatever, it's like 25 or 20 or something. And then you could have like a best finish limit of that as well for the ranked ladder and make like a best finish limit of 4 or something, or even 2. So it's like not even that much championship points to even potentially gain from the ranked ladder, but just having something there so that way everyone who plays on the ranked ladder on PTCG Live sees it and be like, oh, I can get, what are these championship points? I can earn championship points. What can I do with these? Oh, you can get Worlds Invite. You know, where does that lead to? And then they go to IRL tournaments because, and this was like slightly confirmed. This was like slightly confirmed to me. Not 100% confirmed, but basically the reason that PTCG Live exists and the reason they want it to be free is they just want people to play the PokemonTCG. Like all these people who are like, collecting cards and just buying Pokemon cards, they want them to actually play the PokemonTCG. To like be able to play the game conveniently and easily. That's like why PTCG Live exists to an extent, as like another kind of marketing tool for almost like the competitive game. So you get your code card. Oh, you input your code card. Oh, you get free. You go download PTCG Live. Oh, you get free decks. Oh, you can just like play the game immediately. Yeah, they're not doing a great job of it. But then there should be also another connection from there to the competitive scene as well, which would just be earning championship points on the ranked ladder, and then everything connects. But you know they're coming up short on the actually being able to play the game to begin with. So I just want to be able to buy packs with IRL money. A lot of people do, yeah. I mean, you just have to go the roundabout way, to be honest. Like, so I started up a second account, or I transferred over my second account, AzulGG. So for like the decks that I Discord streams and stuff like that, where we're playing with like a little bit more Mimi decks, or whenever I play with more Mimi decks, I still want to play them on the ranked ladder. I still want to play them on the ranked ladder. Because otherwise you're just playing up against a bunch of memes on the casual ladder. But I want to actually have like a try hard rating account, so that's gonna be my main account. The secondary account I'm gonna play with the more meme decks. But what I did was I bought about 400 codes of Evolving Skies. It was like $20. I think I ended up with like 30 to 40 credits. And then I also bought 400 codes of Pokemon Go, which cost me $50. And I ended up, that gave me like 80 credits, or 80,000, I'm sorry. So 400 codes of Evolving Skies, putting it on an account that didn't have many of the cards. So it first had to fill out the collection to turn them into credits, like the insta credit them. So it took a little while to fill out. But yeah, from the Evolving Skies, I got like 30 to 40,000 credits. And then from the Pokemon Go, I got like 80 to 90,000 credits. So Pokemon Go seems pretty reasonable because they're like a third of the price of Celebrations, but Celebrations only gets you up to like 300,000 credits, and maybe they're like comparable, to be honest. Maybe Celebrations codes are comparable to Pokemon Go. It's like Pokemon Go was like a third of the price, I think, like 8 to 10 cents a code, and Celebrations are like 30 cents a code. So maybe it's comparable. So it depends how many credits you want on how much you want to spend. But I was just kind of like doing it as like a test to see like how it kind of falls. But it seems maybe it is like kind of in line with the market price. Because there's like 50. I guess that is comparable to the Evolving Skies as well, right? Because I said the Evolving Skies gave me about 30, 40,000. That's like half the price of the Pokemon Go, and Pokemon gave me 80, 90,000. So maybe it does just kind of, maybe the price is kind of figured out. Can I buy from India? I have no clue. I mean, you could check out TCG Player. If you can buy stuff off TCG Player, then you should be good. Or eBay. If you can do either of those, you should be fine. What's that test tournament on Limitless about? For my video that I put out today. I put out a video. I meant to put out this video a while ago, just showing people how to play in online tournaments. On my YouTube channel. Because it's really easy, but I get the question a lot. I get the question a lot less because I'm not playing in tournaments myself in online. So I was like, I need to put out a video that's just how to play in Pokemon TCG online tournaments. So I made a test tournament so I could show what happens like when a round starts or when you have to check in before a tournament, like all the like those little things. So I made a test tournament to be able to like showcase that. That's it. My understanding is that PTCG Live is just a practice tool for the physical card game. Oh, no, it's supposed to be more than that. It's not supposed to be just like a simulator. It's supposed to be more than that. Something like what Twin Leaf is creating is supposed to be like a practice tool theoretically, but it could definitely be more than that. It'd be cool to see Twin Leaf like have a ranked ladder on there. I wonder if 151, if the start of a long line of rehash 90 sets. Where would they go from 151 though? Talk about pile shuffling. It's bad. Don't do it. I was hoping for uncommon energy. Wait, UC. Uncommon energy tournament series. That could be cool. I'll talk to Chip about it. I don't know if we want to do something like that, but I don't know. That would actually be kind of cool, especially if we get some sponsors behind it. The hassle with online tournaments, to be honest, is just like consistently getting people to be able to stream their matches. That's like the problem, to be honest. Is like, I think maybe some kind of invitational type tournament would be better because then you're like inviting people with the intention of them streaming their games. So like an uncommon energy tournament series. It would be, I think invitationals would be better. I think that would be a better thing to do, would be an invitational. If live is better, I'd be down. I mean, live is not in a terrible spot right now. I'm not gonna lie, live's not in a terrible spot. They've improved a lot. It took them a while to fix the Tinglu and the Spiritomb and stuff, but everything seems to be running pretty smoothly right now. There's no like consistent there's still a bunch of little bugs. There's still a lot of things that need to be fixed. It's getting in a better spot. The Chip's in here right now. What do you think, Chip? Invitational tournament series, uncommon energy? I think that'd be a pretty cool thing to do. We could like try and like get a decent prize pool for it as well. Try and find some sponsors to back it, and that'd be kind of cool. Maybe make something work like that eventually. Now Chip knows, but I'll talk about it with Chip in the future. Neither of us really have time to run a series. Not like a series, but like not like a tournament series. Tournament series would be good. Like just invitational, like once a month, once every other month. run like a 16-man invitational, not like a whole tournament series. I think it would have to be invitational based. A tournament series is not really realistic. I think like an invitational type of tournament would be good. Like 16-player invitational, double elim bracket. You know, that way we could like. You don't want to get people who like, you know, they're playing in the tournament with the idea that they're going to be sharing their screens through Discord to be for us to be able to stream their matches and so on, like stuff like that. A tournament series wouldn't be good. It wouldn't work, but. You'd have to have someone hosting and judging it then. People, I mean, if it's a 16-person invitation, I don't think it'll be that difficult. Especially with like a bunch of players who know what's going on and know what's happening. Like, we'd be inviting players who are like, you know, they're not going to be noobs to the limitless platforms of that. We talked about something like this before. Have we? I don't remember. Maybe we have. That'd be a cool thing to do. The Uncommon Energy monthly invitational. All right, we'll talk about it further, Chip. I appreciate the 5 gifted there, Victor. I always appreciate the support. Welcome to the pack there. Sly Robot, David Allen, Super Derpotamus, Beach Boy, and Yarn Punk. Welcome to the pack. Welcome back to the pack. We're all out of cables. We got plenty of... all the cables, we got plenty of trash cans. AK all of Azul's friends plus 5 more people that they find on Twitter. No, I think it would be cool to do something like if we did like a... I think it would be cool to do something like... No leaks, no leaks. No, I'm talking about the other thing, Chip. If we did like a online invitational like monthly series, it'd be cool to like showcase players who are like, you know, probably not some well-known players, of course, but then also like bring on people who like maybe just got their first top 8 at a regional recently or something like that. Like doing something like that for the people we would invite. Maybe do viewers to sub, first come, first serve type of stuff. No, not for this kind of tournament stuff. I am trying to hopefully bring back the sub tournaments at some point, but VOD tournament would be fun. That's a lot bigger of a hassle. Up and coming players, yeah, like some up and coming players who have like proved themselves recently to some extent, and then like some players who like you know, more established, well known, bring back. We have to make a top 8 F. Well, not definitely, but like, you know what I'm saying. Just like giving an example. Totally be down for sub tourney. Yeah, I've done sub tourneys in the past. I'm gonna try and bring back the sub tourneys as well. Like that's like I keep pushing it off, but bringing back the sub tourneys is probably an afterworlds thing that I'm gonna look at doing. And I probably want to try and run the sub tourneys monthly. I used to kind of do like a sub tourney circuit, but I think I'm just gonna go back to like doing like monthly sub tournaments. Will be the plan. In between, like, it'll probably just kind of be, won't be a consistent date throughout the month because it'll have to like coincide with my travel plans and all that stuff, and also like potentially like restreaming other regionals. We need sub tourneys. My 2 rat cards are getting lonely. I'll bring them back just for you, Melo. Dude, I sent it to you, Soda. I mean, you're like in the middle of nowhere in Europe, so it probably just got lost. I sent it out, Soda. I sent it out. Wish there was a trading market or at least other ways to obtain purple jewels and rainbow coins. Yeah, they need to just like allow you to spend money, to be honest. I mean, if you're saying that you want more ways to get it for free, then they maybe just need to mess with the system. Maybe you need to play more, but also I think they should need to let people spend money on PTCG Live. What was actually... Hey, I actually never watched this video. We should go watch this video. You do not believe me? Bro, I sent it. When I worked at the post office, I found this cool rat card in the letter. Azul saw Soda one assigned rack card and threw it in the trash. Yo, appreciate the primes up there. Cheeky Swaz, welcome to the rat pack. For all the refrigerators, we got plenty of paper towels. I play every day to get the rewards, and it's a struggle as a free to play. Yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, honestly, I don't really experience of the free to plays. I've heard it's not great though. I've heard it's not great. I think one way they could fix that is they could just. Am I gonna play LAIC? Probably. I'll probably go to every major tournament next season. At least everything regionally, everything in North America, all the ICs, and then I want to go to at least one European regional. Maybe try and go to a LATAM regional. Appreciate 20 months there, Yoshi. It's not great. The battle pass needs way more credits. Yeah, that's like basically it seems like most people are saying. Why do I have to stream when you're at work? It's just that's how it lines up sometimes. That's what I've heard. I heard like the overall, it seems like the consensus seems to be there needs to be more credits, or there needs to be you need to be able to get more currency basically on live. Like it's not quite enough. Or maybe they don't do that and they just add microtransactions, which I think I like the idea of microtransactions more, unless it really is that bad to do free to play, because that would mean they'd be getting money. They'd be getting more money, which means they could maybe pay people more to make the thing, you know? And where's this what's the Trust Your Pilot video I want to find? Oh yeah, the leak on potential. Is Trust Your Pilot actually a pilot? Does anyone know? Now I have that question on my head. Is Trust Your Pilot actually a pilot? Leak, are microtransactions coming to PokemonTCG Live? Okay, I found it. Yeah, 2 small dailies with a 24-hour cooldown. Yeah. He says this all the time. He is not actually. Where does that name come from then? What I wonder where Trust Your Pilot's name comes from. More than 2 small dailies for the battle pass also makes sense. Keep me playing. They should do like a weekly. I feel like that's usually what most games do, don't they? Don't they have like a weekly quest and then the daily quests? PTCG Live just needs to add like a big reward weekly quest to do. That's what we need. Not trust. He is trust. Pilot, like pilot. Oh, like pilot of a deck. Wait, but who's supposed to be trusting the pilot here? The deck? The deck, like the deck is supposed to believe in you? Trust your pilot? Or does that just mean kind of like trusting yourself? Yo, I'm actually curious. Maybe I just like don't know what this if it, like I don't like it doesn't like. I saw Mahone's tweet earlier. So Mahone was playing 05 decks earlier on stream. I tuned in for a little bit. Mahone tweeted before he started the stream, and he was like, got some deep cuts from 05 to show off on stream today. When he said deep cuts, I thought he meant like proxies or like really good proxies. And I like looked at the cards and the pictures that he tweeted, and the cards look really good. But what does deep cuts mean? What is that? But the cards don't look like they're proxies. They look like they're real cards. I think most of Mahone doesn't. I don't think like has like usually proxies like anything. Like all of his cards are real. But what is deep cuts? What does that mean? Mahone uses no proxies. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just like a throwback. Is that what deep cuts mean? It's like deep cuts is like tracks off an album that aren't single/top hits. Deep cuts just means like old. Okay. So like Mahone is just aging himself with using that reference. I've never heard that. I've never heard that reference before. So deep cuts means more fringe decks. It's a vinyl times term? Okay. Mahone turns 50 this year. A song by an artist that only true fans of the said artist will enjoy such stuff. Okay, yeah, because when I said when I saw deep cuts, I was like really good proxies. Like, what does deep cuts mean? That's what I thought it meant. Got some deep cuts. So I thought he was showing off some really good proxies that he had made for O5 decks. But apparently, deep cuts means deep cuts means just rogue decks or whatever. A deep cut of this format in retro would be like Ting Lu, for example. It makes sense. Why does Mahone sound like Kermit the Frog, or is that just me? I have to like listen to every someone one thing that what was I saying? Dude, I was saying something, but I forgot. Oh yeah, Puka. Puka sounds like Kermit the Frog. I don't know about Mahone, but yeah, I don't know about Mahone, but Puka kind of sounds like Kermit the Frog. We should just become just chatting. I definitely enjoy these. Like, I mean, I'm gonna do more of this. Like, just kind of sitting here and chilling and talking about stuff. I mean, I think we should talk about. I'm gonna pull up some tweets here in a minute. Well, first we're gonna take a look at these new cards. We haven't really done anything else yet. I want to watch this video from Trust Your Pilot. We're gonna take a look at the new cards. And then we could pull up some tweets and just kind of talk about best of 1 versus best of 3 as well. I can give like my full thoughts on that. And I do need to eat eventually. We're probably gonna watch. We haven't watched the last. I haven't watched any of the documentary that Pokemon did. We should probably watch that. And then we also need to watch the third episode of the way how you play Pokemon or whatever it is. Chatting streamer. I definitely want to do more of this kind of stuff in my content for sure, but I don't know how I feel about BO2. I mean, we'd probably just have to do it, to be honest, so you have an idea. What's your opinion on best of 1 versus best of 3? Best of 3 is better. Like, if you just took best of 3, 50 minutes is better than best of 1, like anything. I think the goal of the format should be that the tournament finishes in a reasonable amount of time while allowing for the better player to win the majority, win as much as possible. Basically, the better player should win as many games of Pokemon as they possibly can if they're the better player. So that should come from the game itself, like how the cards are designed and all that stuff, adding enough depth and skill to the game that if you played an untimed game of Pokemon, the better player is winning a vast majority of the time. But even within the confines of a tournament structure where you have best out of 3 50 minutes, best of 1 25 minutes, best out of 3 60 minutes, no plus 3, best 2 out of 3 50 minutes plus 3, whatever it might be. You want the tournament to end in a reasonable amount of time. You want it to be like a fun experience to go to the tournament and people enjoy it, and the tournament's not like ending at midnight. So the way the time frame that tournaments have been ending recently, around like 8-9 p.m. has been great. I think that's like solid time to shoot for consistently. But then you want the actual format of the within those time constraints of starting the tournament. The tournament starts, round 1 starts at 8 a.m. round 9, last person in round 9 ends at 9 p.m. You want the better player to win as much as possible in those time constraints. You want the better player to be winning as much as they possibly can, like as frequently as like the better player just wants. You just want the win percentage for the better player to be winning as often as possible. And if that's best of 1, 30 minutes. If that's best 2 out of 3, 50 minutes. Whatever that is, that's what the format should be. And then you can kind of have a discussion on what you think that is. But you should have that idea of what the format is while actually playing Pokemon. I guess you don't really want to sit there and just be like, well, the better player is winning in this best 2 out of 3 format, but that's because they just win game 1 and then slow play the rest of the game 2. So like, you don't want it to be that. But I personally have not felt that in this format. I've been finishing almost all my best of 3s recently, and I've been playing Lost Box and Guardy. Like, I'm conceding reasonably well. I'm trying to play fast. I'm conceding at a reasonable time as well, I feel like. Like, I'm almost finishing all of my sets. Like, my unintentional unintentional ties are like super low. And I'm not beating people 1-0. I am either 2-0ing or 2-1ing a majority, if not all of my opponents in like the recent tournaments. But I've been going out of my way to specifically make sure I'm playing as much Pokemon as possible because I feel like that gives me the best chance to win as many games of, or win as many matches of Pokemon as possible. There's more skill in best out of 3, right? Yeah, I think there is. I think there's more skill in best out of 3. I think the extra game makes a pretty big difference. I think, or extra games. Like I think playing 3 games, trying to win 2 of them, versus playing 1 game, trying to win 1 game. I think the chance that the better player wins is a much higher in best out of 3 than best of 1. I think a lot of people like the idea of best of 1 right now, but I think if we just went like purely back to best of 1, 25, 30 minutes, whatever it might be, I don't think as many people would be a fan of best of 1 as they are now. I think a lot of people like the idea of it now because they see the downsides of best 2 out of 3 in the current format with stuff like Lost Box and Gardevoir. But if we went back to best of 1, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever it might be, I think both of those times would be like pretty reasonable. I think a lot of people would be missing best 2 out of 3 pretty fast. Like it'd be pretty fast. So something else has to come with it. We can't just go back to best of 1. Like I tweeted out before I started the stream that if we go back to best of 1, there needs to be some kind of mulligan rule in Pokemon added. There needs to be some kind of mulligan rule. The grass is always greener on the other side. Yeah, exactly what Chip said. The grass is always greener on the other side. Like you think you want best of 1, but that's because you just see the flaws of best 2 out of 3, and you're playing in the flaws of best 2 out of 3. But I think as soon as you go back to best of 1, I'm not completely opposed to best of 1, but best 2 out of 3 is just better. Yeah, best 2 out of 3 is just better. It just is. It's not even. I don't even think it's close. So if we go to best of 1, the amount of rounds would increase, right? So we currently do 9 rounds. Day 1, we do 9 rounds, best 2 out of 3. So we'd go to like best of 1 would be like 13, 14 rounds, best of 1. But I think there still needs to be a little bit more. I think we would need an optional mulligan rule introduced into the Pokemon TCG. And I think if we had that, I think that could be a better system where the better player is winning equal amount of times in that best of 1 system as best out of 3, and then it's a more enjoyable just kind of playing experience for people in general, where the time there always needs to be a time limit on the round. It's like the people who are saying like they should just uncap tournaments and there should be no cap at regionals or ICs. People be like, there should be no time during the rounds of Pokemon. Just let them play their games of Pokemon, and when they're done, they're done. There obviously needs to be some kind of time constraint so the tournament moves along. But if you did best of 1, 30 minutes, 25 minutes, I don't even know what you do with that. No +5. Get rid of the +3, get rid of the +5. Best of 1, 30 minutes, 13, 14 rounds, and then optional mulligan, some kind of mulligan rule. Whether that be draw 13 cards, set away 6 prize cards, or whether that be you draw your 7 cards still, but even if you have a basic, you can do like 1 optional mulligan and be like, no, I don't want this hand, let's do a new hand. You would need something to increase the consistency of best of 1 a little bit more than what it would currently be. I think to see the consistency to see that consistency come through, to be able to make it match best out of 3, and then it would be an overall more enjoyable experience because then time wouldn't be a factor in the result of matches as much because it would be best of 1, but also the better player would be winning as much in best of 1 as best out of 3. So my opinion, and I think you do see some of this come up. Like, so I don't know, and I think you do see some of this come up in best of 1 in the tournaments from Japan. Now, I don't know that many Japanese players. I know very few, right? But I feel like I rarely see, in tournaments in Japan, I feel like I rarely see the same names popping up in there. They don't have as many big tournaments, so that's a little bit maybe harder to... The only one that I always see coming up is Yoshi, I guess. But maybe this is a bad example, because I just don't know that many Japanese. I don't know who the good Japanese players are, besides the ones that perform really well at Worlds, or who like come to ICs. So maybe it's hard for me to have an opinion on this, to be honest. Also, Japan has way less major tournaments. So like if the Pokemon TCG only had like, I don't know, 4 major tournaments in like North America, then you wouldn't see like the same people making top 8 every single tournament. But they also have way more players, yeah. But I feel like it does hurt the consistency of the tournaments. Like, I don't know. It's a little bit hard to say. But besides Yoshi, I feel like I don't see the same players like pop up. Like Shintaro has not gotten top 16 in, like, of course, like I said, I don't know that many Japanese players, so I don't know. But like, just for an example, Shintaro has not gotten top 16 in any of the Champions League tournaments, right? I mean, it's just like, or neither has Daichi, Shintaro, or Ryota. Is that how you say his name? I always mess up his name. I don't think any of them have gotten top 16 at these tournaments. And it's not saying there's not other good players in Japan, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know, Ryota's gotten top 8 at Worlds in the last 2 Worlds. Daichi just got second at Worlds, and Shintaro is the literal best Japanese player in the modern era. So, like, I don't know, where are they, you know? I don't think any of them have top 16 day. I'm looking through them right now to, like, confirm. I don't want to be incorrect on that. I'm looking through this to confirm right now. But I don't think I'd seen their names that pop up one time. Of course, those are just, like I said, like, I'm maybe not the best reader into this. But yeah. So I feel like that can be like an example of why, like, a best of 1 format is not great. Actually, Ryota maybe actually did. I don't think Daichi or Shintaro did, though. No, it's a different Ryota. So, like, I mean, yeah. So, like, for me, that's, like, I don't know as many Japanese players, right? So, like, it's a little bit hard for me to speak on that. Oh, wait, this isn't... I'm missing one of their Champions Leagues. I'm looking at the tournaments right now. Let me look at... Should be one more. I'm sure there's some consistency from the top. I think the name that I actually see the pop up the most actually throughout all this is Yoshi. Yoshi, I don't know how to say his full name, so I just say Yoshi. Ryota got top 17. Top 17 isn't a thing. Yeah, 17th. But yeah, I don't know. Not a fan of best of 1. Unless they did something a little bit different. Like I said, they would have to add, like, that optional mulligan rule. I think if they do that, if they get that mulligan rule involved, Expanded being back for 24 hours was the worst 24 hours in a long time. That format is a mess. Yeah, thankfully it's not real. But it was only going to be for challenges. That's all. It only showed up on challenges for like a second or for 24 hours, and then it was gone. Expanded would be good if they remembered it existed. I don't know. When they did remember it existed, Expanded was really not that good. Wonder if they'll ever make it a true 3-day tournament and add more time to rounds for like regionals. Oh wait, or do you mean for ICs? Because like on Sunday they only play the finals. I think it'd be nice if Top Cut was played on Sunday. To be honest, I think it'd be nice if that was the thing. And they could still, I don't know. It's a little bit weird because on Sunday they like to have just the one stream where they showcase every game on the main stream, but you could like condense it down to the one stream later on as well. You know what was pretty hype at NAIC? Maybe I just didn't notice that was Unite played at the other ICs, but the stage they had for Unite was actually super sick. The stage setup they had for Unite at NAIC was super sick. I think at Worlds in London last year, it was over in the stage area, so I never really noticed the Unite stage at Worlds. But like at EUIC, they had Unite, I think, right? But I didn't notice the setup there at EUIC at all. I think it was just NAIC. Oh, they just have it at NA? Do you think NA regionals growing as much as they are that we could do a top 16 cut, or is I think we should get plus something doubles. I think the correct solution is top 16 cut for NA regionals. Some people have like mentioned like adding another round would be something as well, but I think another round would take too long. But yeah. What about top 12 cut with the top seeds getting a bye? Top 12 cut with the top. No, they should just asymmetrical at that point. They should just do asymmetrical. Asymmetrical is a better solution. Yeah, top 16 or asymmetrical might be my solution to if you have like a plus 1,000 players in a tournament or something. Isn't top 16 cut also adding another round? No, but it's only adding another round for 16 people, not like everyone. So 5 people got banned. Wait, 5 people got banned when, Benji? This season or recently? Dude, Eder not being banned is... Dude, if Eder shows up to Worlds, that's crazy, bro. Like, listen, man. I'm all for people, like, improving and becoming better people. improving and becoming better people, but... And listen, if Eder does continue to play in the Pokemon TCG, I hope they don't cheat anymore, right? I don't think anyone should go, like, harass them either. Didn't he see in his apology he was going to? Didn't he, in it, he say in his apology he was going to? Wait, did Eder post an apology? Oliver Barnett, 2 Japanese and American got banned? Wait, Oliver Barnett, that's a familiar name. Who is that? You appreciate the 100 bits there, Trainer Marky Mark. The American had 2 pop IDs. That might be a mistake of a ban that... I actually had 2 pop IDs at one point. Way back in 2010. I initially signed up and then I lost my pop ID card and I was like, okay, what do I do? And then I made another pop ID and then... But I had my accounts joined together and like the other one got removed. He was the Switch the Prize guy. Oh, really? I was like, that was familiar. Oliver was the guy who saw his prize card and switched them. Oh, that's why it's familiar. Yeah. Yeah. Back in 2010, I had 2 pop IDs for, or 2009 maybe even. I had 2 pop IDs for a little while, but I had my accounts like joined together and the other one got removed. But so the person who got banned for 2 pop IDs, that might be a mistake where they didn't think it would be a big deal if they lost their pop ID and they were like, oh, I just need to go get another one then, I guess, and they didn't even think about that. Japanese players are Haru Nishikawa and Taisi Kodama. I wonder where they got banned. Did they get banned at the Japan Championships or did they get banned at NAIC? Are these players that showed up to NAIC? Haru sounds like, well, that might just be someone else might have the name Haru, but the Haru sounds familiar. People can change, but consequences are still necessary. I agree, yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, all right, so I think TPCI, I think Pokemon should ban Eder permanently. I think Eder should be banned permanently. Oh, they played at 2 of the ICs as well. They've done pretty well, too. 16th at Japan Championships last season. 19th at Worlds. Then OCIC 23rd. London UIC 22nd. Interesting. Cheat once, cheat always, to be honest. No, that's a bad take. That's a cringe take. I do think Eder should be permabanned. But if he's not, I would hope that, you know, he doesn't cheat anymore moving forward, of course. Yeah, moving forward, I would hope that he doesn't cheat anymore. When I play more limited tourneys, there's kind of a headache to do on PTCG Live. They appreciate the 46 months there kicking. But yeah, I mean, I think he should be banned. But if he isn't banned, then I like, you know, and I would hope that it doesn't lead to. I would keep cheating. No one likes a quitter. I heard a rumor that the CB for Worlds got lowered to 320 this year. No, I'm pretty sure it did not. It's at 350. Yeah, I'll go back to playing online tournaments when it feels better to play in online tournaments on PTCG Live. I wonder why the Japanese players got banned. That's actually interesting. I mean, we can't really know. The biggest thing I wonder is like, was it at NAIC or was it like at Japan Championships or was it something else? But I guess we'll never know. Because they just haven't had any tournaments recently. Oliver getting banned is interesting. Dude, that's the weird part is like, you meant the 2024 season? I mean, who knows? I don't read into that too much. It'll probably be a 50 number too. They're not gonna. I don't think Pokemon's gonna be like 320 points. That's the number. They're gonna be either like if the points for the invite next year is gonna be on a 50. It's either gonna be 350, 400, 450, 500, 550, 600. Like it's gonna be on a 50. It'll probably be on 100 as well. But Pokemon comes out. World's invite next year is gonna be 437 points. Best of luck, everyone. 500 NA makes too much sense. It'll probably just be 500 again, to be honest. That's a good take, Benji. I've heard that one before. You purchased 125 bits there. Marky Mark. I was gonna say something else. Yeah, dude. Oliver, the reason that Oliver ban is interesting because like the fact that Oliver Barnett is banned, what I think there is definitely, if you just compare Edder's situation, Edder's on stream cheating compared to Oliver's on stream, well, Pokemon definitely thinks it was cheating. I was a little bit more up in the air on it personally. Let's go ahead and just say Oliver cheated. Like, you could definitely make an argument that Oliver didn't cheat, right? But you could never make an argument that Edder didn't cheat, right? So like the fact that, which would happen first as well. Yeah, Oliver happened after Edder too. Like that's crazy. Why is Edder not banned? His arrogant response on Twitter deserved a ban. What do you say on Twitter? Wait, did I asked this earlier? I didn't see anyone. Did Edder actually make a post after what happened at Bogota? There's more nuance to Oliver's situation. Yeah, there's 100%. There's like a million times more nuance to Oliver's situation. Maybe like Pokemon doesn't hold it as highly. No, but they've like banned people at League Cups for like for cheating. So the fact that like I was gonna say like it's like a 70-person special event compared to like a 1,000-person regional, like, and more people know about the Edder situation than the Oliver situation. I feel like as well. So like as far as like, yeah, that's just so crazy. Yeah, there's like a million percent. That's what's crazy. Kieran Wagner. Yeah, Wagner. And then there's like the person in like North Carolina or whatever who just like picked up cards out of their discard pile at a League Cup or something. If you admit it, ban, and if you don't, you're innocent under TPCI logic. Yeah, but like Oliver didn't admit it though. That's what I'm saying. Like in Oliver's post, Oliver never admitted to seeing the card and then taking the other card based on seeing the card. Oliver's thing was that they just like freaked out in the moment and switched cards, but they never. Oliver even says in their post that they never saw the card. That's what it's like. But like what Edder did was like very obvious. Like they both didn't say anything, but Oliver said he could see how it would be perceived as cheating. Yeah, of course, because it could be. Like that's just like, but that'd be a dumb reason to ban someone over that statement. Like that's just Oliver perceiving nuance in his own situation, right? Which is like that shouldn't be a reason that you get just because you make. So like it's like if you just cheat and don't make a post after you cheat, you're good to go. Is that why Edder's not banned right now? Because Edder just didn't say anything. Edder's like, well, if I don't say anything, I should be good. It's been almost 2 months now from Malmo. Yeah, it was the week after, right? Like Malmo happened a week after Bogota. I believe it did, right? I think it also depends on how the TO wrote it down. Yeah, maybe it's based on the TO's report. I mean, maybe the TO from Bogota was homies with Edder and like didn't report it as them cheating there, and they were just like sus stuff happened, so we had to DQ them, but they weren't cheating. But that would be crazy if it's all coming down to just the report. Let's be honest, the real reason Oliver was banned is because in his statement he called out a judge saying basically he wasn't doing his job correctly. I mean, I don't know if this is a let's be honest situation. I'm not gonna lie. Wild Drummer. I have no idea what the judge. No, he didn't even call out a judge. He just said he gave it to the judge because he wanted the judge to shuffle it. No, that's a terrible take. Wild Drummer. No, that's an awful take. That's a terrible take. It was a week before Malmo. Okay. So I mean, the time frame with how long it's actually taken them to ban Oliver is not too far off, and they definitely do some of their own investigation work as well into the bans, but it's taken a long time. Yeah, it's taken a long time for that. That's also how the Brazilian LAIC winner got away in the past, right? Caught palming, no ban. Wait, what was that one, Benji? You mean the year that Danny won? When Danny's opponent got DQ'd, so Danny didn't have an opponent? Oh, unless you're talking about Lucas, right? An LAIC winner from a couple years ago? Oh, I don't know who you're talking about then. That is exactly what he said, Wild Drummer, but he wasn't like blaming the judge. He just like asked the judge to do it, and then the judge didn't do it. He wasn't calling out a judge saying a judge was doing their job or anything. He just said like that's what happened. So that's why it's a bad take. He's just saying that's what happened. He used heavy ball. He gave his prize cards to the judge, asked them to shuffle it. And then the judge didn't shuffle it. But he's just saying what happened, not that he was like blaming the judge. Oh, you're talking about Diego. Eder was removed from the points board, right? I don't think so, no. I think you guys are confusing a lot of people who are banned. You're talking about Lucas, Force. I mean, he should have then if he didn't shuffle. No, it's not on the judge to shuffle your cards for you. You can ask the judge, but if the judge didn't understand what was going on, it's such a... You can't say he should have just because he didn't... So Oliver plays heavy ball, picks up his prize cards, checks them, doesn't shuffle them. If the judge didn't notice that he didn't shuffle them, doesn't mean the judge should shuffle them for him. The judge then hands it to Oliver hands it to the judge. I don't even know if Oliver asked the judge to shuffle them. The judge doesn't understand what he wanted and that he asked him to shuffle them. Thought they were shuffled and Oliver was just asking him to place them back down. No one's in the fault. It's just a misunderstanding. No one's in the fault on the heavy ball thing. This is actually crazy that you guys are having these takes. It's just a misunderstanding between Oliver and the judge on what was happening around the heavy ball. That's it. No one's to blame there. There's no one at fault there. It was just the cards should have been shuffled before they'd been placed back down. And after he took 2 prize cards, he had an unfair advantage. That is true, Boo. What you're saying is true, but it was a miscommunication that led to that result. And then also, he also says that he didn't realize it in the moment that it hadn't been shuffled, but he brought that to light in his response. If you know the judges didn't shuffle, no, but he didn't know the judge didn't shuffle the prize cards. He thought the judge shuffled it. The judge thought he shuffled it, and the judge just laid them back out. If you know the judge didn't shuffle the prize cards, should you be allowed to? No, that's if you know that is against the rules. Yeah, for sure. And then you should be like, oh, these need to be shuffled. They should be random. So if you know it's not random, then you should shuffle them or ask the judge to shuffle them if you really need the judge to shuffle them. I'll just go straight to anarchy. Yeah. in Oliver's post, he said that like when he went back and watched it, he realized that. But he says he didn't take advantage of that, or didn't in the moment he didn't take advantage of it because he didn't notice it. And like if you think he was taking advantage of that, then if he was taking advantage of the fact that he played the heavy ball, knew the prize cards were on shuffle because he didn't shuffle them and the judge didn't shuffle them, then theoretically, if he knew exactly where every prize card was, he would have never gone to draw the Clara in the first place. He would just know or he wouldn't have gone to draw the Colress in the first place. He would just know exactly where the Clara is, and he should just grab the Clara because of that. Eder just fucking grabbed a different prize? No, that's not Eder. Dude, you guys just don't, whenever cheating gets brought up in chat, you guys think everyone is the exact same cheater. Actually, Oliver, Eder, Lucas, their whole name is Oliver, Eder, Lucas. Give me another, there was another person we were talking about. They're one person. They're one person to you guys. You guys just don't know the difference between what each person did individually. Whenever we bring up cheating, whenever we're talking about cheat or something, you guys always confuse who did what. Like you guys, they're all one cheater to you. It's like they show up in a different outfit for each tournament and then just cheat as someone else. So first it was Lucas, and then Lucas got whatever pushed out of the community. Lucas never got banned, but Lucas did the right thing. Like Lucas did the right thing. Lucas was like, I cheated. I messed up. My bad. I hope Lucas becomes like a better person from their situation. I think it's just correct for them. They didn't get banned, but I think it's correct for them to move on in their life. Just leave the Pokemon community. You know, hopefully they become a better person and the rest of their life, you know, and they did become a better person and don't lean into those tendencies anymore in their life. But I think Lucas did the right thing. They messed up, got called out for it. Lucas got banned though. No, I don't think Lucas got banned. Lucas isn't banned, is he? I'm almost positive Lucas is not banned. I actually don't know. I haven't heard anything about Lucas being banned though. Whatever. Lucas moved on with his life and hopefully becomes a better person from this situation. Lucas banned himself. See, you don't even know. Lucas banned himself. He didn't get immediately, but is now. Is Lucas banned now? I don't even know if he is. They removed him from rankings. They removed him from rankings, but he's not banned. I'm pretty sure Lucas is not banned. See, that's what I'm saying. Every cheater is the same person to you guys. It's like, Eder is the one that looked at the second prize card while palming a card at LAIC, and then also stacked his deck against at Bogota. Which Lucas are we talking about? Lucas Colza. Isn't that the same? Dude, I can't, bro. I can't, bro. Eder slow played around one. Yo, was Eder at NAIC? Dude, I don't want. I'm very curious about these things, but I don't want to like start a witch hunt. I think no one should go like harass anyone about this stuff. Like I said, like I think Eder cheated. I think Eder should be banned. But like yeah, don't harass anyone. But I'm curious to be honest. Was Eder at, if Eder was at NAIC? I am curious about that. I'm not gonna lie. Eder Oliver had a Greninja on his lap. It was crazy. That's basically whenever I'm talking to you guys about cheaters and you guys are bringing up stuff. Yeah, no witch hunting. Yeah, no witch hunting. Like that's toxic. You don't want to create like a toxic environment. Isn't being banned and being removed from the rankings the same? No. There's a ban list that they could theoretically remove you from the rankings, but there's a ban list and then there's being removed from the rankings. Who's the person who did the Greninja lap thing? That was Zhao Zhao. You can remove it. Yeah, you can remove yourself from the rankings. Didn't Eder curse on stream? Probably. This just sounds like the ban list should be public. I mean, it's like the quote from I quote Harry Potter on this. It's the quote from Harry Potter. It's a secret, so naturally everybody knows. Yeah, the ban list should be public. It should just be public because literally, like, I mean, you just eventually, like, I didn't know that Oliver was banned, and then someone mentioned in chat that Oliver's banned. I'm like, okay, like, everyone knows eventually that who everyone is who's banned. I think they'll make a public statement again. They should. It doesn't have to be like a big deal either. It's just like, listen, they think Oliver cheated. They probably did their own investigation. They should be like, okay, we think all, like, listen, they should make a statement on it. It doesn't have to be a big, the statement doesn't have to be a huge deal or a massive thing. It should just be like, boom, this is what happened. Oliver Barr did this. We think they did cheat, whatever words they want to use to say it. We think they did cheat, and then I think they did cheat. They're banned. That's it. That's they should make a statement on anyone who gets banned. There should be a statement around them. Anyone who gets banned, or any like situation that happens at the Pokemon tournament that is highly talked about and potentially problematic in the Pokemon TCG community, like the Rowan situation or like the Makani situation. They should also make a statement on those as well. But they should make, every time they ban someone, there should be a statement around it. I think pretty much every time there should be a statement around. Because otherwise you just have a bunch of people like here like saying stuff, and then we're like all come to our own conclusions, or like rumors and stuff get started. So it's just like little posts on what's it called. Did someone clip Harry Potter quote? I missed it. You appreciate the prime sub there. Shadow Edge, welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of cards. We got plenty of asparagus. So just like little statement, little quick statement. You know, nothing huge. Doesn't have to be a big deal. Every time someone's banned, just kind of clearing the air on it. I think it's good. I think it'll be good. I don't think anyone's gonna like. It's not gonna create more drama or bring more attention to the situation. I think more drama and more attention to the situation is brought when the ban list gets leaked, like it inevitably does. It's a secret, so naturally everybody knows about it. The ban list gets leaked, like it does every time, and then everyone knows who's banned. And it's like, okay, why were they banned? For some people, it's a little bit more straightforward, right? You look at Oliver, but then you like have these two Japanese players who are apparently on the ban list now. So it's like, well, why were they banned? Like, what's going on here? Like, if anything, it just kind of clears the air. And I don't think it's like that big of a deal. It would be less of a big deal if they did if whenever they went to ban someone, they also had a little bit of a post about it or an announcement or whatever. I think it would just be optimal. What if they don't because of lawsuits? No, it's just not there's no lawsuits are happening, bro. There's no lawsuits. What do they get? Dude, this is not, they're a private company. Pokemon can do whatever they want, bro. They're a private company in America. Or not, I'm sorry, TPCI, not Pokemon. TPCI, well, actually, no, yeah. TPCI is a private company in America. They can literally do whatever they want. Can we get some, more public information for the players creates a better self-governing community? Yeah, not Pokemon. Pokemon is not an American company, but TPCI is an American company. People can sue for anything, whether it works or not. Yeah, but TPCI doesn't give a fuck, bro. You're not going to get anything out of TPCI. Can we get some to cheat by swapping a Pokemon card for a fight Vanguard card? Can we get someone to cheat by... What would you even mean by it? You just want someone to play with a Vanguard card in their Pokemon deck? Cheaters tier list? No, I'm not going to do that. No cheaters tier list. Yu-Gi-Oh has a public ban list and no lawsuits there. Does Yu-Gi-Oh... No, it's not Yu-Gi-Oh. Magic makes a statement whenever they ban someone, right? Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't, though. They just add people to the ban list. But the both ban lists are public, right? In Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh. We just need that in Pokemon. Just need a public ban list and also like a little short statement every time they ban someone. I think that'd be simple. Be easy. I think everyone would like that, and I think it would make everything more clear, less drama. Can you get your 10K back? Bro, you can't just... All right, I'll give it back to you. This time. You got lucky this time. Yu-Gi-Oh has a public ban list with a general reason on why banned. Yeah, like I think everyone is like a big fan of like the idea of Pokemon making statements when they made that statement about making statements. And then the first statement came out. I think everyone's a big fan of that statement that they made. Everyone's like, okay, this is some transparency on why Pokemon did what they did, and it's a good thing. So they should just do more of that. It's factual information, and don't see. Well, Pokemon is making up the like. It is It's factual in terms of, yeah. Like Pokemon gets to make up why the facts lead to a ban, right? So. I'm a big fan of bans over little things. Anyone got points for the... I'm a huge statement fan. Can't get enough of statements. Yeah, big fan of statements here. You sign everything away when you sign up to play? Exactly. What Boo said. Does the cat chase me around the house? No, I usually chase the cat around the house. Well, I'll talk on Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic being better than Pokemon. What is Pokemon better at? Probably nothing, to be honest. Pokemon is... The one thing Pokemon's better at is creating a very low entry... barrier to entry. Like, a PokemonTCG deck costs like $50. Yeah, something like that. The community is also a lot more... a little bit more laid back, a little bit more casual, more friendly. But as far as like tournament structure, tournament rules, consistency, and judge calls, I don't know if Yu-Gi-Oh is better at that. Magic is definitely better at all of those things. On the competitive side of things, Magic is just 100% better than Pokemon in almost every single way. But in terms of just playing the game, getting into the game, stuff like that, there are some things that Pokemon is a little bit better at. So Yu-Gi-Oh, I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh just sounds miserable, to be honest. Magic, yeah. I mean, whether or not a game is better is kind of irrelevant, to be honest. Mako. But the other things, like on the competitive side of things, it is better. Weren't you supposed to make a tier list before NAIC the way, or did I miss that? Tier list for just like decks? I was, but I just didn't have enough experience in the meta, man. I just didn't know what I thought about any of the decks, to be honest. The best thing about Yu-Gi-Oh is deck profiles, and that's it. Yu-Gi-Oh is miserable. What do you think about 50-minute best out of 3? If game 2 or game 3 does not complete the number of turns in the unfinished game counts as a tiebreaker above resistance? I mean, but what you'd have to like communicate that. That just sounds too complicated because you'd have to communicate that the number of turns in the unfinished. Wait, the number of turns, even number of games in the unfinished game counts as a tiebreaker above resistance. You have to like communicate that to a judge every time. Oh, yeah, I guess you have to just check it off on the thing, right? Wait, turns. The number of turns in the unfinished game. What does that even mean? How are we counting turns? You mean the +3? You really get bullied in Yu-Gi-Oh. Came to PC, it seems like and they went from Yu-Gi-Oh to Pokemon, but I think that's yeah. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh sounds miserable. Magic is pretty good. Some other stuff. What do you think about a tie counting as a loss for both players? I don't know. I haven't really thought about. I think there's a lot of ways you could change the system for like theoretically for the better. So I mean, I think if Pokemon implemented one of them, we'd eventually see if it was for the better or not. But I kind of as a loss for both. You mean you just couldn't tie? I don't think that's like a problem right now. I think a time count as a loss for both players would be bad in the current system. Yeah, adding that would just be bad. So you mean if you're like 1-1 going into game 3, it's just like you both got a loss? I don't think anyone would be like a big fan of that. I don't think that would be a good change. I think it being a tie is just better. It'd be a field on the match slip. A player who is stalling is trying to make the game not finish, which means that fewer. Oh, you're keeping track of how many turns each player has. Wait, in a game. So you'd keep track of the total amount of turns in a game? No, that's too much. That's too much. Why'd everyone put away Lost Star? The Lost Box Mirror and Gardevoir matchup feels better than with the consistency. I mean, it's just not that good. Ties almost always a loss anyways. That's not true. Ties are pretty valuable points to be able to walk away with. Taken with like a die. Nah, that's just too much, Jake. That's just too much. That I hate. I just making things more complicated like that just feels bad. It has to be like a simple thing. Actually, just built into like when you sit down, depending on the results of your games, that leads to theoretically a better outcome in terms of enjoyable experience and better player winning as often as possible. Or better player winning as often as possible, or doing better. Jake, you're a smart person with the worst ideas. Yeah, that's a bad. I don't like that one, Jake. That sounds this like that more of that stuff. Like then you just have so many disputes with people forgetting to do it. Like yeah, it's just too much. It's just too much. People like someone forgets to change their die, and then the other person forgets, and then the other person's like, oh wait, did we forget or did we do it or like too much weird stuff. There's no good solution. Yeah, but I think it's just a. That is a not reasonable, but a illogical solution, or like you just need something that's like built into the system of like winning and losing games. That like it just like once the outcome of the game happens, that determines the result. If that makes sense, I don't know. Like trying to keep track of more things throughout a game just seems problematic. It'll be like it's more problematic than keeping the current system, basically. What problem we're trying to solve? Every problem. Got like world hunger, stuff like that. You think they'll realistically make any changes at all? I have no clue. I don't really care, to be honest. As long as I feel like the system doesn't make it so that the better player is not doing better, at least at the current rate, if not better. If the better players start to do worse because of the format, then I think they messed up. If they change the system and it's equal to the current system in terms of the better players more consistently doing better at the tournaments, or it's better, it increases the likelihood of the better players doing better, then I think it's fine. Whatever they change, if they can make a more enjoyable experience. But I just don't want to hurt the outcomes of the tournaments and having the better players losing more often due to like best of one variants and just getting donked a lot, and then everyone's just getting donked, and that's more of the or people just like drawing poorly, and that's more of a determining factor on the results of a tournament than that. That's one with the 13 card hand starting / prize idea. I think that seems like an improvement. Like that would be fine. Like you just need to make so you can't. I don't think you can just switch to just best of one. You would need best of one to somehow be a little bit more consistent. Whether that be from some kind of mulligan rule or draw 13 cards. If you draw 13 cards and then 5 of them or 7 of them you keep and 6 of them become your prize cards, that would increase the consistency of best of one. You can't. I think if we switch directly from best of 3, 50 minutes plus 3, to best of one, let's say 30 minutes, I think it reduces the skill in the game. You're gonna have it's just gonna be more random. The results are gonna be more random, which like I think some people could make the argument like, who cares? It's just Pokemon. We're just here to have fun and play Pokemon. But then even when those players actually sit down and play in a tournament and be like, bro, I just like this is just miserable. Like I'm always just like getting freaking donked, or I open one dead hand and now I'm like freaking 3-3. Like, but in a best of 3 format, I would have been like 5-1. Like even the people who are like, man, it's just Pokemon. We're just here to have fun. Even they will think that experience is miserable eventually. So. But if we went from like best out of 3 plus 50 minutes, what we have right, or best out of 3 50 minutes plus 3, what we have right now, to like best of 1 30 minutes, but you draw 13 cards to start the turn, keep 3 or keep 7, put down 6 for your prize cards, or there was like an optional mulligan rule where even if you have a basic, you could still be like, I'm still gonna mulligan this hand, something to increase the consistency of best of 1, then I would be fine going over to best of 1. Then I think it could match best of 3, and it would also be more rounds, right? We'd go from best out of 3 50 minutes plus 3 9 rounds to best of 1 30 minutes, optional mulligan, or draw 13 cards, one of those 13 14 rounds. Then I think you could match, or it might even be slightly better than best 2 out of 3 in terms of the better players winning as often or more often. So one of those two would work out. Something like that could work out. I'm not saying it would for sure. You have to like do it and try it out and see what actually happens, but let's be honest, they aren't going to change a thing. I mean, you can just say that, but like TPCI does change things. Once again, this is like another thing where it's like people just like to hate on TPCI to hate on TPCI. I think we should hate on TPCI for things that are reasonable to hate on TPCI for, but TPCI does change things and they do things different. I think saying, let's be honest, they're not going to change anything is like kind of a bad take. Like they might. I think the discussion is fine as well. I think calling them out when they do things poorly or could be doing things better makes sense, but like just saying they're not going to change anything is not true. They change things sometimes. I get your point, but the way that mulligans work, it's lower risk to mull compared to, say, MTG, where you lose resources for mulling. I mean, what does your statement even mean there, Niche? Why does it have to be equal to Magic? We don't have to make it equal to Magic. Why does that matter? And your opponent would still draw +1 card as well. So like if you chose the optional mulligan, even if you had a basic, your opponent would still get +1 card probably as well. But like we don't have to make it equal to Magic. That doesn't. Your statement is just saying what happens in Magic. But why does that matter? They added the match loss penalty, for instance. Yeah, although that's just kind of irrelevant to be honest. We should do everything Magic does. Well, I mean, a mulligan rule. We should have a mulligan rule would be nice if we go to best of 1. You could mulligan for an Exodia hand, in my point. No, you get 1 mulligan. Well, yeah, but there's no such thing as it. But that's so nitpicky. Like, yeah, you could mulligan once to try and draw the perfect 7 cards, or maybe you had a average hand before you chose a mulligan, and because you're trying to mulligan for Exodia, now you draw a below average hand. What you just said there makes literally 0 sense. You can still do the same thing in Magic, where you start with a 7-card hand. You start with 7-card hand in Magic. You start with 7-card hand. You're like, this is an average hand, but if I mulligan it, I could draw the perfect 6 cards. But like, you don't do that if your hand is solid. Like what you just said there literally makes 0 sense. You can literally do the exact same thing in Magic. You just get 1 less card, but it doesn't mean you couldn't draw the perfect 6 cards. Yeah, copying Magic is but literally, dude, whenever I bring this up and people say like, well, this is like what Chip brought up. When I said like we should just copy Understood is infinite. Oh no, not infinite Niche. No, not infinite. Just one. My bad. Dude, Matt, we like whenever I bring up that we should just copy Magic, people are like, or Chip said this once on the podcast, is like, why should we copy Magic? You always bring it up. Why are we copying Magic? We've literally been copying Magic for like the last forever. Like whenever it's like whenever I hear someone say like, bro, why do we have to copy Magic? We have to copy, what do they do that's so great? We've literally been copying Magic for the last like, I don't know, 10 years, whatever, more, who knows, right? For forever. We're just doing it slowly. Like we're slowly integrating things that Magic has been doing for years. It's like even Pokemon thinks that what Magic does is just better than what we do, and we're like slowly following their footsteps anyway. So why not just accelerate it and just like fully copy Magic? I just don't get it. Like public ban list, make statements out of every ban, mulligan rule. Like we are just copying Magic. Like it's just at a really slow process. like, yeah, Chip was like the one that's like, why am I obsessed with copy Magic? It's because like they just do stuff better. Oh yeah, Chip was like, who is to say that Magic actually does things better than Pokemon? They do, bro. They just do. Like it's not a controversial thing that Magic does this better on a competitive integrity level. Magic does everything better than what Pokemon does. It doesn't mean Pokemon, some of the stuff that Pokemon does isn't equal to, but Magic either does more or does stuff better. Like we've literally just been copying them, little things that they do in terms of competitive integrity for years. So we should just like speed it up and just like literally just copy them. Like, yeah, what does Magic do that's so great, or why are they so great? It's like, why do we need to copy Magic? Because Magic does everything correct. They've been doing it longer than us on a higher level of competitive integrity for a longer time. They're doing the work for us, but Pokemon does not need to reinvent the wheel on competitive integrity in a competitive card game. Just copy Magic. They have gone through everything for us, bro. They've trial and errored stuff. They've been doing it for years, longer than us. You can just copy them, man. Like, it's not a big deal. It's fine if we copy them. If you remove Brick from the equation, you just make the whole game different. What do you mean if you remove Brick from the equation? If you remove the chance of bricking? I mean, technically. You think the multiple format... Wait. You think multiple formats on the circuit is good? I think it's fine, as long as they're healthy formats. As long as they're fun and enjoyable and not just, like, cesspools like Expanded currently is. But an optional mulligan, like, people drawing slightly more consistency through an optional mulligan isn't going to kill Pokemon. Just because you didn't donk your opponent's mana fee a couple extra times throughout a tournament run, that doesn't change... It doesn't change anything. Like, it doesn't make anything different. Like, oh no, you have to play one more game of Pokemon and then get a free win. Like, the only thing that matters is that the people who are better win more often. That's literally all that matters. So as long as that doesn't change to an optional mulligan rule, which it shouldn't, I don't think the better players are praying, and the only reason that the better players are doing better is because their opponent opens up mana fee pass more than they do, is the reason that the better players are doing better. The better players are doing better because they're better. Like, reducing the outs of bricking is not going to change. Reducing the outs of bricking and playing more Pokemon theoretically does not change the better players just doing better more consistently. The better players being able to play more games of real Pokemon is what keeps the better players doing better. So as long as that happens, the better players will still be doing better. And that's all that really matters. It doesn't matter. Bricking less doesn't change anything. That's also not like something that the developers of the game think about. It's like, okay, this Guardy deck bricks 13% of the time. We need to make sure it stays at that 13%. That's like a calculation for us to make these cards as powerful as they are. When we're looking at the Zoroark GX deck, Zoroark V-Star deck. For Zoroark V-Star, we needed that to be bricking about 20.3% of the time. It's bricking 20.3% of the time. That's what we need for it to happen. Like, that's like not something they calculate. They just calculate. Well, that's not something they come up when they're like coming up with cards. They're just like, okay, if the deck is like a thing, like, they're not calculating brick percentages. I think the draw 13 solution just should be in the game. It makes deck building more creative too, because it's a lot easier to use one-ofs. Yeah, I could see that, Jake. It also like pre-checks your prize cards and stuff. Would you shuffle your prize? That's like the only thing I don't know what like if you drew the 13 cards and you picked 6 to be your prize cards, do you get to know where each of them are? Do you shuffle them? Like what should that be? I think you should just get to know where they are, to be honest. I don't know. Bricking happens. The game is fine. Where does that? Bricking happens. But reducing bricking doesn't like change the fundamentals of the game, is what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't change anything. Yeah, I don't think no, I'm not saying that the game needs to brick less or brick more or whatever. I think the game is like, the way decks play out is usually just fine overall. I don't know what your statement actually means though, to be honest. Should there ever be an anti-donk rule? No, that's silly. You should get punished for not being able to set up your deck, not setting up, you only having one basic Pokemon. That's like the punishment of that is like you literally lose the game. That's why like benching out is a win condition. I think you should shuffle them because it'd be a bit too good to know where they are with stuff like Iono and fixing your hand and by taking a supporter. Oh, that's true, Jake. I can dev that. Bad matchup and a person breaking makes a matchup winnable. I mean, sure, but once again, it's not like something that the developers of the game calculate. They're not just like, if this deck plays 4 Drapion, like, we need it to brick a certain amount of the time to make it so the Mew player can win. Like, that is something that happens, but like, yeah, I don't know. There's like it's just a weird to ever like think about that. I don't know. I think it's like unnecessary to think about. You just want the game to be more consistent on a level in best of 1 than best of 3 is basically the discussion. Because you can brick a game in best of 3 and then still win. The amount of like games, like game 1s I've lost to like draw pass and then won the set by winning game 2 and game 3 is like so high. That's why I know going back to best of 1 would be miserable. Just like purely going back to best of one. There needs to be like a slight increase in consistency in best of one, whether that be the draw 13 cards or optional mulligan, whatever it might be. There needs to be a slight increase in consistency for sure. On top of all this, doesn't the current prize card rule kind of reward someone for being ahead? Shouldn't it be reversed so it helps the losing player? Wait, what do you mean, Savage? The Pokemon game is like built around. Wait, you have to like rephrase your question. I think what you're saying is when you take a KO, your opponent should draw a prize card, but I'm not 100% sure. Which I think that does change a fundamental of the Pokemon TCG, where like getting an optional mulligan does not fundamentally change the Pokemon TCG. Your opponent drawing a prize card when you take a knockout does fundamentally change the Pokemon TCG, because prize cards are like used as a resource where sometimes you should like more aggressively go for a knockout as opposed to go for a setup play to get cards in your hand. Like card advantage isn't a thing in Pokemon like other games, so that's why it's like different. But no, that should not be changed. It'd be funny if you actually had start with 0 prize cards and had to place. So like as you take a knockouts, you have to put cards down, and once you get up to 6, you win. But then once again, the fundamentals of the game would change. Like cards are designed around the way the cards are right now. That would fundamentally change the game, and they could do that. But then cards like being printed right now would have to like play around that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that shouldn't change. The game, like, that doesn't need to change. The game is designed and built around the fact that you draw prize cards as you take knockouts. The game is, like, built and designed around that. Like, the game could, like, taking that away doesn't like, do anything different. What was my first major win? I won a regionals back in 2010. Are you going to show them the cat? Lorelai said you guys need your cat time, so she brought in the kitten. He's a little sleepy right now. He's not as he was a little rambunctious earlier. But I guess at nighttime he does get kind of he has a lot of energy at night and early morning, and then he kind of he kind of like naps throughout the day, I feel like. But he wakes up in the evening, towards the evening. Yeah. He does his sleeping in like early or late morning, early afternoon. They're a fan of your onesie. Oh. No, I don't want to pet the cat because I'm actually allergic to cats. It's not like that bad, but if I pet the cat, then I'll like start sneezing and stuff. He's definitely chilling. But Azul hates. I don't hate cats. I'm allergic to cats, so it's like. Yeah, I was playing with him earlier this morning, but then I went and like washed my hands and stuff. One thing is for sure. One thing I need to learn about more is when to scoop early. As far as like scooping early goes, like if you just need to get better at the game, because like when you can like. One of the biggest things in Pokemon and getting better at the game is like seeing into the future as far as you possibly can. Because if you can see like 4 turns from now, then you can be like, oh, well, 4 turns from now, I lose 100% of the time. Then you can just concede right then, right? So it's like all about just like getting better at the game. Was like comes with like learning how to scoop isn't like a separate skill from just getting better. It's like all kind of like ties together. It's like if you just get better at the game and you can just see into the future further, like turn to turn to turn, then you'll know when to scoop more often. Because you can see, oh, like 2 turns from now, I literally just always lose. Why would I ever stick around in this game? You just concede and go to the next game. Unless you're like in a best, unless you're like in a best of 3 and you're in game 3, then you can stick around for your opponent to misplay. Or if your opponent won game 1 and you're in game 2, you don't just want to concede. You can stick around for your opponent to misplay once again. But it's like, well, I should just like literally always lose here. I guess I could have like horrible prize cards or something. So sometimes you can play into those situations, and also knowing when to play into those situations is like a big deal as well. It's like, well, 99% of the time I lose here, but if they prized their second Luminion, or if they prized, let's say you're playing against Lugia, if they prized their if 2 of their last 3 prize cards are 2 of their single strike energies in their last 2 or 3 prize cards, so that actually I have a chance. So maybe stick it out for one more turn, let them show you that they didn't probably prize 2 single strike energy in the last 3 prize cards, and then you concede and go to the next game or something like that. So you can like set. It's good to set. What you need to do is like We'll get better at the game to begin with, so you can see into the future further. And then you set a point where it's like, once they do this play, I'm going to concede. Like if you're in game 1 and your opponent's winning and they should win, you're like, okay, but if they whiff boss on this next turn, which they probably hit boss 99% of the time, but if they whiff it this turn, I can still win. You're like, okay, as soon as they play the boss, I'll just concede. But if they don't have the boss this turn, then I'll stick it out. What do you think about players just cooking? I don't know. I'd have to I would have to go back and rewatch the Tord clip to have like an opinion on it. The Tord versus Pedro game. Like Tord, like as far as I could tell, Tord wasn't doing anything illegal. Tord was just literally just playing the game. Now Tord really wasn't playing it. Like Tord was like purposely not going out of his way to attack. So like Tord wasn't playing to win the game. But I don't think you can be mad at like Tord in that situation. You have like that's where you have to come with a problem with the rules. Like Tord was literally just playing the game, and like could have attacked, but just like chose not to attack. I don't think it was like Tord like wasn't doing anything against the rules in that situation. So I don't think you can be mad at Tord for how Tord played that match. I'd have to go back and rewatch it and actually time how long Tord's actions were taking. Yeah, I do think so. Pedro was kind of mad at the end. I mean, I think I would be. I don't know why Pedro didn't say anything throughout. If Tord was really taking that long in between actions, I didn't actually time Tord's actions. I wasn't actually timing Tord's action, so I don't know how actual long Tord was taking in between actions. So I could have a problem with Tord's play based on that. I didn't know how long Tord's actions were taking. But if they really were taking a long time, that does come down a little bit to the judge on stream for not saying something. And also, I don't want to fault Pedro, but like if you're in that situation as Pedro, you have to be like, yo, judge, what the heck is going on here? When is this guy getting a penalty? Like doing something like that is like fine. I've had times where I'm on stream and I'm like waiting for my opponent to get a penalty. I'm like, it's got to be coming up soon here. They are like they're taking so long. What is going on here? And sometimes I'll look over at the judge and be like, all right, when's it happening? And I've gotten like I recently got a slow play penalty or warning on stream when I played against Caleb when I was in the game. I was trying to like come up with like I was like freaking trying to come up with how I was gonna win this game, and I took too long, and I got my penalty, my warning, which is fine. I think it was a good thing for me to have received the warning when I did. It made sense. I should have got the warning. I was taking too long to try and come up with what I was trying to do in my turn, and yeah. But it just needs to be like there needs to be like some consistency around it, and then yeah, like I wasn't trying to slow play, like I wasn't slow playing in that match or anything. I was just like I was taking too long, so I got my warning, which is like fair. He was not taking long between actions. He was just doing useless actions like some goofy stuff. I mean, I watch it. I don't think there was anything too goofy going on. Can you shut the door? He just said he isn't mad about the way Tord played the game because it's probably correct based on the rules, but he would be mad if the judges, if they just didn't, if they didn't give him a penalty or warning because it's Tord. As a new player in events, I always apologize to my opponents if I do take long by mistake. Yeah. People, I mean, you just gotta learn how to play like at a reasonable pace of play. Or was playing slowly was noticeable. I'd have to go back and watch it because I was watching on 1.5 times speed when I did my VOD review. So I'd have to go back and watch the game and like actually time how long Tord is taking between his actions. But there is no, so to kind of talk about that again, there is no hard rule for how much time you can take between actions. There's just kind of like rough, if I remember it correctly, in the rule book, there's rough numbers on what how much time you should take in between actions. And like it's always like 15, like the estimate they give is like 15 seconds. Now it's not exactly 15 seconds though. If someone is actually counting to 15 every single action, that's still cheating. If you have to be playing in the game with like the purpose of playing the game, 15 seconds for action. No, but it's not. But the 15-second rule is not a hard 15 seconds. That's just like on average, your action should be taken about 15 seconds. If you sit there at the beginning of your turn and take 30 seconds to think about how you're going to play out your hand, and then every action after that takes 5 seconds, that's fine. It's just like 15 seconds is like an estimate. Like there is some nuance to the amount of time you should be taking with your actions. Like you can sit there and look at your hand for 30 seconds, figure out how you're going to play everything out, and then if every action after that takes 5 seconds, karma exists. Pedro made it to day 2. I mean, I don't know if that was karma. I don't think Pedro's happy with a day 2. Like that's not enough for Pedro. If karma existed, Pedro would like win the tournament. Like Yeah, Pedro's not a player like Pedro's not happy with just making day 2. Problem with time is it's usually optimal to take a while for the first action and then make several in a row. Yeah, but that's why that's a like. If you do that, if you take 30 seconds before you make your first action to begin your turn, if you go send up your Pokemon, draw for turn, look at your hand for 30 seconds, and then make a bunch of actions, and like would that take like 5 seconds or less? That's like fine. That's like a reasonable way to play the game. That's not against the rules. You don't, and not everything has to. And if you are counting a hard 15 seconds every single time, that is against the rules. It's just like roughly 15 seconds is like the suggested amount of time that players should be taking when judges are like, Pedro got 8th. I don't think Pedro's probably not happy with. I don't know Pedro, but like #1 ranked player in Latin America, Pedro's looking for dubs, bro. Pedro's probably not super happy unless he's in like top 8. Like, I could be wrong on that, but I assume Pedro's like a pretty competitive player, person, whatever. Yeah, Pedro's. I assume it's pretty. He looks like the tournament probably pretty similar to how I do. Or it's like if I don't get top 8, then I'm like it was like another tournament. But I mean, I could be wrong. I guess other people think about things differently than me. But I think most really competitive players that I talk to, it's like if you didn't get top 8 at the tournament, you're like to you it's just another tournament. I remember Tord attached a Force Seal Stone to his Gardevoir, but that's fine. That's like you can do that. That's like, so you're saying like when I played Lost Box at Fresno, I put 4 Seal Stones in play, so that way when I got judged, or was it just Judge or Roxanne, I didn't draw into my 4 Seal Stone. So you're saying I can't attach a 4 Seal Stone to my Comfey? Like that's like such a stupid statement. So is that, am I gonna get a slow play warning the next time I attach a 4 Seal Stone to my Comfey? Like, like what does that even mean? Well, he took like 15 seconds to do it. Okay, if he took like 15 seconds to do it, then there could be a problem with that. That's what I'm saying. There could be a problem, but you can't just say he can't attach a 4 Seal Stone to his Gardevoir. But that's what I'm saying. I would have to go back and rewatch it and actually time the actions to have a strong opinion on whether or not I think what Tord was doing was against the rules or not. From what I saw, I don't think Tord was doing anything against the rules. And in that situation, I don't think you can be mad at, from what I saw of watching the game, you can't be mad at Tord. You have to be mad at the rules. But if I went back and timed everything, then I could definitely be like, all right, I think Tord was definitely getting away with it here, and the judge should have said something. And like I said, I don't want to. It shouldn't ever be on Pedro to like force his opponent to play faster. But like these situations come up. Like situations could come up where like I have situations come up all the time where I don't think my opponent's doing anything malicious, but they're just not making actions. I'm like, bro, you got to make an action here. Like I'm sure they're like what the heck do I do? Thinking about a bunch of different plays, but I'm like, bro, you're taking too long. You got to make an action here, right? Like I at least like once a tournament, I think like once a tournament. Did I see what happened to Tord in round 9? Yeah, I did hear what happened to Tord in round 9. I think once a tournament, I have to tell someone to play faster. But it's not because I think they're ever doing anything malicious and they're trying to slow play me. It's just because they're taking a long time. Like, that's what happened to me on stream against Caleb. I was like, I wasn't doing anything malicious against Caleb. I was literally down 0-1 in the in the set. It makes no sense. Like, I was doing anything malicious against Caleb, but I was taking too much time, so I got to play faster. And I got the warning. What does VOD stand for? Video on demand. Pedro cheated. Pedro didn't cheat. I'm just gonna go ahead and time you out. I'll let you think about what you said. Pedro didn't cheat. You once again, no nuance. You guys don't know what cheating and making a mistake is. George should be DQ'd because we sat next to each other. Round 5 is an opponent scooped to get lunch and mine beat me. Yeah, that was that's crazy. If you're talking about karma, then I don't know how Tord walked away with someone going to Scooby to go get lunch. What was I saying? Yeah, I like at least once a tournament, I have to tell someone that they have to play faster. But it's not because they're doing anything malicious. It's just because they're taking too long. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like what was I talking about this though in like reference to? Oh, it like there is a little bit on you as a player to make sure your opponent is playing at a reasonable pace of play, even when they're not doing anything malicious. Like I said, like at least once a tournament, I have to tell someone to play play faster, right? So like on Pedro's side of things, we're like, we don't live in a perfect world. Obviously, in a perfect world, everyone plays at a reasonable pace of play. Every match gets completed, all 3 games, but we don't live in a perfect world. So like sometimes your opponent is playing slow, not malicious. You have to tell your opponent to play faster. So if Tord was really playing slow, whether it's malicious or not, as Pedro there, as an experienced player, you got to be like, yo, bro, what the heck's going on here? Look at the judge and be like, yo, judge, what's this guy doing? He's freaking making lunch over here in the middle of the round. Can he make an action, please? Like, I think people are just upset because Tord did a ton of plays that resulted in no win con for game 2, but played every single card and thinned his entire deck. But as far as watching it in real time, he made actions in an appropriate amount of time. Yeah, like I said, I don't have an opinion on the appropriate amount of time or not because I haven't watched it back and like time things, but. Tord might not be honest about how the round 9 played out. I think if Tord was being dishonest about how the round 9 played out, then his opponent probably would have said something. I think there was a point in game 2 where I thought Pedro should have just drawn an attack, but was looking for optimal plays and not sure. Yeah, Pedro should have been like going draw attack, draw attack, draw attack, draw attack. His opponent did say something, just not on Twitter. Oh, I mean, I didn't see it. So, what happened in round 9? Apparently, Tord's round 9 opponent went back on a gentleman's agreement. But, and I feel like if Tord was making that up, then their opponent probably would have said something on Twitter. But the fact that they didn't say anything, there's no response from them, means it probably did happen. And I think it is. But we don't know what the thing is. The thing is, though, I think the thing is that we don't know what the gentleman's agreement was. So, was it that Tord thought Tord would win the match? And then Tord's opponent was like, no, you don't definitely win here. I can still win this. Because that's one of the things with, like, resolving it based on board state. It's like you could just have a dispute of who you think actually has the advantage in the board state. So that's why it's really hard to do that. Because it could just be a dispute on who thinks who has game on board state. Or who's more likely to win from the scenario. So what is a gentleman's agreement? A gentleman's agreement is an agreement that the two players have to resolve a match in some way if time gets called before an actual winner is decided in the match. So usually what happens is gentleman's agreements are made during like the winning in most likely of a 9th round of a tournament where both players are, let's say, 5-1. So a tie gets neither player into day 2. It could do something for someone for points, so maybe the person will be fine with a tie just because they would get their points for their World's Invite or get points towards their World's Invite. But usually for like NAIC, like if neither of you have your World's Invite, or you both have your World's Invite, or you both need to go deep into day 2 to get World's Invite, you both tying there means you both just end up 5-12 and no one really walks away with anything. So you make a gentleman's agreement being like, okay, based on X, one of us will concede and give the other person the win. If we're in game 3, and we both, if someone won game 1, the other person won game 2, they're in game 3, time is called, and the match isn't resolved in the +3, they have some other way to resolve the match based on prize cards, board state, something like that, to end up with an actual winner. So that way they don't both just tie and no one makes day 2. And that's gentleman's agreements. And I do think it is, if you do, like, I don't know, because this is one of those things where I think it is really scummy for someone to, like, make a gentleman's agreement and then not uphold it. And if that person gets to constantly just get away with that and then just make another gentleman's agreement the next tournament and then not uphold it if it doesn't go their way, they could just theoretically do that forever. And the judges don't enforce anything, which I also think is fine. Judges shouldn't have to enforce gentleman's agreements. So because of that, there's no way for it to be resolved if someone just wants to go back on the gentleman's agreement. So I am fine with people calling out people on Twitter when someone goes back on a gentleman's agreement, because I feel like as a community we kind of like are forced to self-police that, as long as it's someone who actually went back on something where it was like very solidified that one person was ahead of the other based on the gentleman's agreement. What are the rules around gentleman's agreement? Gentleman's agreements are fine to have and discuss during a game of Pokemon, but the judges don't enforce them. So if someone wants to go back on it, you can just go back on it. There's no penalty. But that's why I think it's fine for the community to self-police and call out the people who do go back on gentleman's agreements. I think it's fine to be like, yo, I had gentleman's agreement with, say their name on Twitter, and then they went back on it. And that's it. I think it's fine to put that out there, because we kind of have to self-police that thing. And people shouldn't be able to get away with making gentleman's agreements every single tournament and then only doing them when they go in their favor, but going back on them when it's not in their favor. So yeah, I think you should call out. If you have that experience, you should call them out. From what I heard, Tord and Brayden discuss a potential gentleman's agreement, but nothing official. I just know from personal experience that Brayden isn't a scummy player. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't know the full story on that situation, but yeah, it would have been good for Brayden to have said something if he felt like that was not the case of what Tord said. So I've been screwed over twice and never won one, but I'll still do a gentleman's. I've never been screwed over in a gentleman's. I'm trying to think how many have I made. The most recent one, I gave my opponent the win. The most recent gentleman's agreement I made was at Knoxville. I did have a gentleman's agreement with my opponent in round 9 of NAIC, but I won game 2 on turn 3, so there was nothing to do as far as that gentleman's agreement went. So we just ended up with a tie. You're quite intimidating, Azul. People will uphold. And then I conceded to my opponent in Knoxville because they were going to win the game. We're in game 3, and my opponent was going to win every time, so I conceded. We agreed like on board state if someone was just going to win the game. If I got my ordinary rod off the prize cards, my opponent would have conceded to me. I'm pretty confident they would have. They seemed like a pretty honest person. But I didn't get my ordinary rod off my prize card, so I had no win condition at that point, so I conceded to them. All right, chat. I need to go get my lunch. It's lunchtime for me. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go get lunch. And then we're going to watch that 3rd episode of the... whatever that thing is called. We kind of been talking this whole time. That's fine. Yeah, it's lunchtime for me. So I will be... I'll be right back. All right, chat. I'm gonna switch gears a little bit. We're gonna go. I want to watch the. I'll do this later too. We've just been talking for a while today. But while I eat lunch, we can watch the third installment of the Pokemon thing, the how you play Pokemon or how I play Pokemon. And I haven't watched any of the Road to Worlds documentary yet. We'll give that some watches as well. We'll watch that as well. Not today, but during future lunches. Lunch breaks. Is Pokemon the only TCG I play? Yeah, like regularly. Dude, these have like so few views. Hang on. Eesh. I have tried One Piece, yeah. These 67,000, 27,000, 24,000. These are so few views. I mean, these things also have very few views, but it's like the TCG. What is this? Top cut matches? Yeah, what? Well, I'm looking for this one. How do you play? We've watched the other ones. I haven't watched this one yet. That's what we're gonna watch today during lunch. The Pokemon Play website and go to resources. They have a. Oh, you're not talking to me. I was just like reading chat. Wait, he called it a red deck? Wait, she said new? Oh, we got some real gamers in this one. What do you call it? Me too. Another Marnie? Bro, this is everyone's fear, bro. The Marnie spam, bro. She was getting triggered by the Marnie spam. That's what I was gonna say, Tank. I bet there's like a local league not that far from them. Then you go to the event locator. What was that? Were they actually playing Dan? Sadly, I mean, it's staged in terms of like, I'm sure a lot of the scenes are reenactments of what's happened, but the question is just like, is the story real or not? And the story's probably real. But it's just like such a negative thing to say. Sadly, this is all staged. Lol. Well, yeah, all of it, a lot of it is just being like reenacted, most likely. But the question is just like whether or not the story is real. If the story is real, that's all that matters. Maybe it was during COVID, yeah. Dude, he knows about Marnie spamming too. 0-15. Oh shoot, I was there. The losing streak is broken. Let's go. Encouraging intimidation. That was definitely super wholesome. Yeah, I think they did a good job. I'm glad one of them was more centered around playing the game as well, because the other two were more about Pokemon cards, which is like fine, but it's cool to see one of them was being centered actually around playing the game. For sure, that was really wholesome. They did a good job with these, though. I think overall they were all pretty good. Definitely cool. Well, actually, there's another video I want to watch actually, because I'm just like curious about what was actually said in this video. Hold up, we're gonna watch this video real fast. This is a video from Pilot. Leak our microtransactions coming to Pokemon TCG. I actually didn't. So the title of this video is Leak our microtransactions coming to Pokemon TCG Live. I saw the video, but I never actually watched the video. So I'm gonna watch this video real fast. I'm wondering what this leak. What is this? What is the information here? Hey yo, chill out, Pilot. What the? Wait, oh, for 50 codes. Never mind, never mind. Dude, that's like actually that is actually insane how much they were gonna charge for that. That is absurd. What? That's all you 550. That's absurd. That is actually insane how much they were gonna charge. What the heck? Or that's what the prices were at. There's no way they would release it with the prices. But actually, that I didn't really think about that before until that was actually just mentioned right now in that video. That the fact that they limit you to 400 codes per set does kind of like speak to, okay, there probably is going to be microtransactions, right? Yeah, and listen, I just think microtransactions, it just should happen. It makes the product profitable, which means they get money, which means there's a reason to invest in it, right? Just add microtransactions. Just like, I mean, try and keep it as free to play as you possibly can while still adding microtransactions. Just do it, please. So that way the product is better. It's good. It exceeds our expectations, maybe even eventually in some areas. Like, yeah, I don't know. Just let us give you a little bit of money. Make some cool exclusive like deck boxes and stuff. Like make some like stuff that looks really cool for like the cosmetics as well. Like, I don't know. Maybe they're gonna charge us. Is there still the bug when a metal Pokemon goes from the bench to the active, even with sound effects turned off, it still plays? Is that still a bug? Maybe they're gonna charge. Maybe that's gonna be one of the microtransactions. You have to pay to turn off the. Dude, there's no way that's still a bug though, is it? Dude, that's wild if it is. Sounds is fine now. Is it actually? I feel like I'm getting memed on here. They fixed it? Okay, they finally fixed it. Make that one of the what are the new microtransactions? Lady Olga Coward? What are you, Slap? What are you taking in place of Slap right now? The Lechonk stuff could have been $20. Could have been 20 bucks, $10. I don't know, $20 that's a lot, but to $10 for the Lechonk. Like people would have paid $10 for Lechonk deck box. Last thing for us, I think there's only one more thing for us to take a look at. It's just the new cards leaked. I was gonna take a look at the new cards that got leaked. And then also I think I might do a quick little thing that I can turn into a video, of course, as well. A little talk about how to properly roll a die. So you all know how to do it. Take that knowledge with you to your future Pokemon tournaments. And you don't look like a dummy when you roll a die. Because a lot of you look like dummies when you roll a die. It's like, bruh, what? Don't look like a dummy. So what actually got released here? Let's take a look. Wait, is all the new stuff right up here like this? I like it in this format down here though. Is it down here? No? Look at them individually. Oh, they're not even in English. This attack does 50 more damage for each of your opponent's Pokemon in play that has an ability. Okay, 10 plus 50. Played on January. Discard a. Yeah, so we've seen that before. Young Dustfield. As long as this Pokemon, is in the active spot, your opponent can't have more than 3 bench Pokemon. If they have 4 or more bench Pokemon, they discard their bench until they have 3 Pokemon on the bench. More than one effect changes the number of bench Pokemon allowed. Use the smaller number. Poisonous Gem, fighting for 120. The opponent's active is now poisoned. So I don't think you're gonna be attacking with this, but this could be a cool thing that you actually play. And you just like send it up, limits their bench, and then you go attack with you like retreat it or switch it out into something else. I don't know if you're doing attacking with Poisonous Gem though. Draw 3 cards, switch your opponent's Active Pokemon to the bench. Your opponent chooses the new active Pokemon. Seems another kind of like cool draw 3 supporter, I guess. And then we just have another. Yeah. They never want us to draw 4 cards, but draw 3 and then escape rope, I guess. Draw 3 escape rope effect on your opponent's side of the field. That seems decent. Alakazam. I mean, I don't know if you want to be sitting like a 2 prize Pokemon on your active while you do 120 with Alakazam. There's an Ascension basic. Oh, that's interesting. Draw 4 is too much power creep. I mean, maybe draw 4 is a lot better than didn't Robin post something one time talking about draw 4 and why draw 4 would be broken? I feel like that actually happened and I didn't dream it. I might be trolling though. Yeah, did that actually happen? I feel like that happened. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Robin is pro draw 4 on the podcast. Oh, I thought Robin was anti draw 4. Like was like draw 4 would be broken. Yeah, I thought someone put out an article talking about why draw 4 would actually be too good in the Pokemon TCG. That might not have ever happened though, to be honest. I might be making that up. Town department store, once during each player's turn, that player may search the deck for a Pokemon tool card, reveal it, and put it into their hand. Then that player shuffles their deck. Pro draw 4 because of how good it would be. Wait, well, I mean, being pro something means you want it to happen. Does Robin just understand how broken draw 4 would be and understands it's broken, or does Robin think that they should make something that draws 4 and thinks it would also be healthy for the game? Those are like 2 different things there. Like recognizing something is broken doesn't mean you're pro something. So it seems like a great GLC Pokemon, except for the Scyther part. Oh, the Scyther problem. Yeah, that'd be unfortunate. Is it it offers more options because it'd be good and viable with research and format? Okay, yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, I think draw 4 would be cool. I think it'd be fine to get draw 4. Is it canon for there to be a Metal Scyther? That's what I want. That's what I'm curious about. Like, based on the video game, would it be canon for there to be a Metal Scyther? Bisharp, flip the coins. If one of them has attack is 20 more damage. If 2 of them has attack is 60 more damage. If all of them has 120 more damage, it's still only 170 for a Metal Colorless. No, not canon. Delta Species Scyther? Was Delta Species Scyther Metal type? Is the name of this Pokemon Kin Gambit or King Ambit? It's Kin Gambit, right? If your opponent's active one has 4 or more damage counters on it, it is knocked out. We're also getting the Revenge Punch tool card that says when one of your Pokemon is knocked out, you put 4 damage counters on it. Kin Gambit? Okay, that's what I thought. I say it like King Gambit. I mean, I guess you could say you couldn't do that. That's not legal. Yeah, that's actually not legal. You're breaking the law. So yeah, Revenge Punch, King Gambit, kind of broken, I guess. I have a PhD in linguistics. Fuck with me, bro. Hey, man. I'm just saying. Absolute EX isn't really anything good. Future Sight, look at the top 3 cards of either player's deck. I guess if you log like in a control deck, this could be okay. Look at the top 3 cards of either player's deck and then put them back in any order. I mean, you could like lock someone. If you have them locked up, you could just like control their top deck, but if your opponent has 3 or fewer cards in their hand, this attack has 120 more damage. It's like double dark colorless for 200. Like, this card sucks, bro. This card is so bad. Like, what? It's so bad. I think that's all the new cards. I think that's all we got. That card is literally just awful, bro. It's so bad. Yeah. There's nothing like really too cool there, to be honest. Oh, there's also the Rever Room. Rev Room's dope. I like the Rev Room. 4 tool cards. What are the tool cards we're getting that are broken with Rev Room? We're getting one that increases... You reduce the damage by 30 that a stage 1 takes, right? Delta Scyther was ice fighting. You call Absol awful, but you're creaming over... The Arbok is good, bro. What do you mean? They're not even comparable. Dude, I thought there was one more thing I wanted to do before I played some... I was going to play some ArcTina today. Yeah, I don't know. I was having fun with ArcTina the other day, so I was going to play some ArcTina. Path will shed all its tools. Yeah, well, it doesn't make it bad, though. Like, you just, like... Because there's an answer for the card doesn't mean it's going to be answered. It's like someone could probably play a basic Pokemon Dark deck right now and probably destroy Guardy, but I don't think Guardy's afraid of that. Is the effective tool stack? Yeah, there's nothing on tools says that they don't stack. It's just that usually you can't have more than one tool. Yeah, 4 choice spells will make you do 120 more damage. Tools are not limited. Unless the tool is specified, tools effects are not limited. It's just usually they can't stack, so that'd be like that's like the whole point of the card itself, is that you can stack the effects of the tools. Let's get that dice video. Oh yeah, I could show you guys how to flip a die, roll a die. So we're gonna play Drago. You have to come up with it. It's on you. Let's play some Pokemon. I'll talk about rolling a die later. I'll post it on YouTube as well, so if you miss it during the stream today, it'll be on YouTube. Wait, you can multiple tools attached to a Pokemon? No. If the Pokemon says you can, there's a Rev Room coming out that lets you attach 4 tools to it based on its ability. Its ability says you can attach up to 4 tools to it. Rev Room with 4 choice bands. You mean choice? Yeah, I mean 4 choice belts terrible. That's not doing anything. But like 4 of the tool that reduces the damage you take if you're stage 1 by like 30, like that's good. Yeah, 4 choice belts is actually just bad. That one's actually just bad, to be honest. But there are some better things you can do with it for sure. You just path, bro. Not every deck plays path, bro. Actually, very few decks in the current format play path, and even less could by the time this Rev Room comes out. Like, do you think if Rev Room is that good that people are teching for path, that sounds pretty cool to me. But I don't think even Rev Room's even going to be that good. No one's teching path into their deck. Oh my, Rev Room EX, bro. Put some path in me deck, bro. Got to get rid of them tools. Like, you know what? No, actually, you're right. Everyone else should play 4 path in their deck. You play 4 path. You play 4 path. All of you play 4 path. Rev Room's scary, man. Why not be prepared, right? Play the 4 path. It's like playing a Drapion, right? Play 1 Drapion or 1 Spiritomb for your Mew matchup. Play 4 path to the peak for your Rev Room matchup. No, you're right. You're all right on that. Put 4 path in your deck. Every single deck. How'd I get so much currency? I robbed the Pokebank. Listen, man, if you guys always just want to be like, oh, cool new card comes out, well, it gets countered by this, then you should play those cards. You should play the cards in your deck. Put your money where your mouth is. Roll up with 4 path and a Spiritomb. Also, when people said Mad Party was going to die because of the... What was the card that was coming out because Mad Party... You should have played that too. Put that in your deck. Roll up with it right now. It beats Mad Party. The Spiritomb beats Lost Wings. The what's it called? Beats Lost... Put it in your deck. Do it. Someone on one of my recent videos said... What'd they say? What was I playing? What was I playing with recently? Oh, hold up. Archie, I gotta go do something real fast. I will be right back. Yeah, someone was saying, like, I posted a deck. Oh, I think it was Ting Lu. I posted my Ting Lu video, and 2 people 2 people on my video said this auto loses to Noivern EX. And one of them said this auto loses to Noivern EX, and the other one was like, how do you beat Noivern EX? You know what? As soon as you play Noivern EX, I will put a Tekken for my Tinglu deck, all right? I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, chat. I had to go help Lorelai with something. We're all good now. All right, let's see what we can do. We're gonna go super try hard with this. Oh, I didn't freaking open the prize tracker actually. Medium try hard. Dude, it's supposed to get like to, I think it's supposed to be, someone told me it was, I can actually check on my phone. It's supposed to get like to 114 or something. This weekend on like Sunday or something. Let's see. Yeah. Oof. It's supposed to be hot over the weekend here. All right. This opening hand's pretty good. The turn one Trinity charge. And we're up against ArcTina. The Dumbreon. And they opened the Alakazam, which is unfortunate for them because that's like a free freeze one prize knockout to kind of set up the 1-2-3 prize trade, and they whiff the turn one attach. So we're balling, we're cruising, we're rolling, we're trolling. It's actually a little bit weird though. I mean, I want a Trinity. Well, I could do this actually. This is like fine, right? I kind of want to save this. Do I need this in this matchup? No. Get rid of this and boss because and judge because boss is really good in this matchup. I think loading up the Tina actually, because they still have to go into they probably have to go into Arceus at some point. But I don't have to Iono them. That's for sure. I don't need to Iono them. I could Iono them, but I mean they went attached to Dur Pass, so I feel like Ionoing them probably not the correct play. They're trying to probably pull off Trinity. They're trying to do a Trinity charge this turn for sure. Yeah. Is it just me or does ArcTina not allow for as much skill expression as a deck like Guardia or Lost Box? It doesn't, yeah. I mean, it's not like I don't think it's like a secret though. No one thinks it does. Like, I think it's pretty commonly known. We also do want to kind of set up Arceus in this matchup though. Well, I want this set up as, I want the Tina set up. Well, if they just do this in pass, I can just shred for the knockout. Now, if they attach to the Dura, I need to do something else. I mean, I can just shred here. Like, this is fine. Because they can't... Oh, hold up. We need Ultra Ball, Away, and Energy, and Raihan. So they have to play out their whole hand. I don't think I'm getting Raihan here. If I get Raihan here, that'd be kind of a scam, to be honest. We can just chill and shred. Like, I don't have to, once again, not gonna Iono them if this is their play. It's like a really important thing to recognize, because like a lot of players there would have played Iono or Judge, and then all of a sudden their opponent could be, it could go from them beating their opponent because their opponent dead drew to their opponent playing the game and them losing because their opponent plays the game. We get to concede there. So, I mean, that's like the most, not the most high octane game ever, but I feel like a lot of players sometimes make the mistake there of like actually playing the supporter and like helping their opponent when they have like a pretty good indication that their opponent's not drawing very good. Is boss not better though? I guess bossing there does play around. I mean, getting that KO is still pretty big because getting the one prize knockout is something I want to do anyways. Bossing does play around Raihan though. I don't know, maybe. I guess I could see it. They didn't have any energy in the discard pile, so the Raihan play was just like not happening though. They can Luminion though, so they just need Ultra Ball energy. Oh, that's true. They could do it with yourself. Yeah, maybe bossing was better there, to be honest. I'd actually be down with the boss there, the more I think about it. Let me pull this real fast. Yeah, I'm down with the boss there. I'm down with bossing there, actually. I do want to KO the Alakazam probably at some point. Like, probably is going to be part of my prize trade, but... Yeah, I'm down with the boss. Down for a boss there, for sure. Ultra Ball Energy play this weekend. Yeah. Is ArcTina the better Arc deck right now because of mirrors? I don't know how much advantage you actually have in the mirror. I think you are advantaged, but I don't know by how much. Like the constant draw power of B Barrel is really good. Your potential to KO a V Pokemon is a lot more costly than just a direct. Like all they need is Duraludon VMAX plus boss KO. Whereas you, as the Arceus deck, need like the Tina setup and 2 energy to Lost Zone and the boss. So your Tina knockout is like a little bit more costly than a Dura knockout on a V Pokemon. But they don't have the draw power of B Barrel. But also that means you're setting up a 1 prize. Actually, the cost of you setting up a 1 prize Pokemon also isn't as big of a deal because they can't do the 1, 2, 3 prize trade. So I actually don't know who's advantage. I've heard that Tina has the advantage, ArcTina has the advantage, but ArcTina's like a pretty meh deck overall. Like I don't think there's a reason to. If you think Arcdura has the favorable matchups that it does, which is against Lost Box and Guardy, then that deck is still better than playing ArcTina because ArcTina definitely does not have favorable matchups into either of those, and they're probably like 50-50s. Although with Iono, maybe you're favored against Lost Box now, though. But your Guardy matchup as Lost Tina is not better than 50-50 for sure. Is Sharks making a return in Lost Box all the Tina around? I mean, I don't think Tina is a reason to play Snorlax. So I'd say no. I mean, it could be, but that's not a reason. Currently, the best source to find competitive decks is Limitless. Is there any website for random decks? Probably the tournament site. Limitless tournament site is the best thing for like seeing like people doing decent with random decks. Besides that, just like YouTube channels is probably the best thing for that. Or PokemonCard.io maybe. Actually, a lot of people post a lot of lists on that on PokemonCard.io, including me with all my lists. Why did they just go get Zacian there? Maybe they prize the third Ralts. People are just. It's not always wrong to be aggressive with Zacian. It's just usually not correct anymore with the deck. I feel like way too many people are aggressive with Zacian and Guardian now. But they maybe prize all their other stuff, so. If they don't have 4th Raltier or Mew, then it's like not bad. Oh, also I opened Spiritomb. Remember he has a sponsor last second. I don't know what kind of. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what kind of level of decks that get posted over there. Like meme versus just like mostly creators or not. I know there's a lot of creators that post their decks over there, but they got Zacian, but didn't even bench the Zacian. I wonder if they even maybe their Mew could have been prized though as well. Their Mew could have been prized. All right, so our hand is dead. I still don't play the Path though, because if I top deck Ultra Ball, then I need to be able to get the Arceus off. So we just gotta chill. I'm not really too scared of them getting like a. I mean, if they get the candy, guard, it's kind of whatever. Like I can't be like too afraid of it though. I wonder if they should. They probably should have dug first though. They could have used Greninja and Refinement to try and combo with that candy. Turn 2 attack's like pretty powerful here, so. Like I said, I'm not gonna play around by putting the Path in play, but pretty good still. Easy game, just fade out to freeze their game. True. Did you only need to do fade out once to do that? I thought you had to like chain fade outs. You didn't need to chain fade outs though, did you? For some reason I thought you needed to chain fade outs, and like every time you use fade out they couldn't interact with the game on their next turn. Because the next that I saw, it looked like you could use like you were trying to chain fade out, but maybe I'm wrong. You just need to use fade out once and they got their game completely bricked. Well, they went and got Guardy, so I think they have the candy here. We'll see though. We can hope they don't. LDF has a YouTube video where he does it unknowingly with fade out. It's pretty good stuff. Wait, they're not. They didn't write candy this one though. I don't know why. Unless they're not gonna attack with Guardy EX, but attack with Guardy EX looks pretty good to me here. I don't know. I don't know, man. Looking pretty good. What else could they possibly do here? They do have 5 in the discard pile. They could not. Oh, you know what? They could knock out my Bidoof with Cresselia. That actually is better. Knocking out my Bidoof with Cresselia actually is better than knocking out my active. Yep. All right, cool, man, cool. Actually, isn't cool. I'm being sarcastic. Benching Zation, probably fine. I don't know if you really needed to. The bench space being left open doesn't sound terrible in case you get the last rolts. But I guess they're, if I don't take a knockout this turn, they're probably winning the game anyways. So, yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, we're just kind of cooked in this one, I guess. Slow start into turn 2 Guardy, so it's pretty rough. That's true. It is better for the energy distribution to benchization. That's true. You heal the Zation. So maybe does benchization probably is correct here, actually. All right. So we need a top deck. Well, it's going to be tough, but if we top deck Arceus V-Star, we have a chance. Or Ultra Ball. I guess Ultra Ball also works. Judge could get us there. Gotta pray. Okay. Dude. Do we have nothing, though? Okay, so I have to, dude, switch double turbo. I could get a escape rope. I mean, they almost have the knockout. I feel like I actually have to get escape rope because that could limit the amount of energy they could theoretically get in play on a certain Pokemon. I actually don't want to KO the Cresselia here because then that puts energy in the discard pile, and then they could send up Curly or retreat Curly. That puts another energy in the discard pile, but they can't retreat Cresselia and Curly if they send up something like Greninja here. So I feel like I actually have to go with the escape rope here to have a chance. If I KO the Cresselia, it gives +1 to the discard pile, and then we send at 4, 5, 6, 7. So they would just need 1. But now if they send up Greninja, they need 2. So also takes away some of their draw power. KOing the Cresselia doesn't take away any draw power, so. This gives my odds like slightly, I think, of having a chance here, but not by a whole ton. We're still kind of cooked. I mean, I don't just immediately lose if they KO my active, but I do have Spirit Tomb. I have that going for me. What am I putting energy on? Nothing. I'm not taking energy. All right, so they need 8, right? Yeah. 4, 5, 6. They need 2 energy. They need a discard 1 and then attach 1 or discard 2. That's 1. I guess them messing up and actually KOing my Spirit Tomb with Cresselia could be another thing. Maybe they just don't think about they could get the KO. I mean, they have the energy. I'm going to let them play it out, though. If they attack with Cresselia here, we do have a chance. So, like, if we top deck Iono or Judge and get a path and then can chain paths and kind of maintain from there, it's possible. Okay, they did Iono me, which makes no sense. So, it makes no sense to Iono me here. You should just knock out with Station and go. I did nothing. Like, I did nothing last turn. So, I mean, I could have a draw support in my hand, of course, but, like, you don't have, like, a guarantee of that or anything, so. So I can just hope that they're throwing here. Maybe don't realize you bricked. I mean, sure, but I'm just still talking to, well, yeah, even if they don't know, I'm still talking about it as like a misplay, though. It doesn't matter, it's still a misplay. All right, do I stay in this game? Probably not. I think I just concede. I'm gonna give up on this one. Hopefully that doesn't brick them. I don't know what is that bug still in the game? You have KO guaranteed before Iono? Yeah. Iono makes a lot of sense. Your hand doesn't matter anymore. They just want to draw well. But they still have draw power on board and guaranteed knocking on my active. I guess maybe they want to dig for a boss. You could make an argument to dig for boss there, I guess. But I need to get out of my dead hand. Well, they don't know my hand is completely dead. They just know I don't have any basics in it. So even if I have a draw supporter, but all my draw supporters in ArcTina disrupt their hand anyways. So I'm either Ionoing them or I'm judging them. So I feel like just not playing the Iono is correct there. I have to have Iono or Judge and then also get a basic and an energy. I think it's best to just not Iono there. I think you just chill. I think just chilling there is correct. Is Ride on S tier? Yeah, sure. Go with it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not like for sure bricking, but I had no basics. I guess it's a good enough reason to not Iono me there. Good enough reason to not Iono me there. You just make me work harder on my next turn, because you're not guaranteed anything on your turn, but you are guaranteed to make me work harder on my next turn, potentially, which I think is enough. Maybe not. Should I use Battle VIP Pass before my first flower selecting? It depends if you want to see Pokemon off flower selecting or not. What Dragon Shield would you put Ting Lu in? Like visualizing the colors in my head. Pink. I'm gonna go with pink is the way to go. All right, we hit the Lug in this one. We got the turn 1 Path, which is what we want when we go second. We want to put Path in play immediately to hopefully slow them down from getting off the turn 2 Summoning Star. Also gave us Mezagoza to potentially work with. I'm probably gonna use Mezagoza. I'm gonna go use Mezagoza. The Billy, that's 2 free prizes later. I'm gonna use the Mezagoza. And sheesh, this is like pretty good. They're drawn pretty well. 2 double chops already, bro. It's not looking good, man. What do we need to do here? Yes, that's the thing with playing decks like ArcTina. They feel so much worse than something like a Lost Box or a Guardy when you go second. ArcTina going second feels like you're playing Lugia going. It feels there's like certain decks where like when you go second they feel bad, but like Lost Box and what's it called are not those. Guardy. Lost Box and Guardy don't feel that way. So they don't have a Stadium in hand here because they wouldn't use Luminion right now if they had a Stadium in hand. They're using Luminion ahead of time here because they if I put Path in play, they won't be able to use it. So we kind of know they don't have a Stadium in hand here. So I'm a little bit less inclined to Iono. We could just go attach active Path Pass, but it doesn't sound like, well, now I'm a little bit more inclined to do that because they're going to Iono me next turn. The thing is, if I play Iono, I get them closer to a Stadium. Like, what if I just want to attach active Path Pass? That just doesn't sound good enough, though. I don't know. That's actually weird. Well, I can use Mezagoza first. Yeah, so I go attach Path Iono, or I could go Path Iono and hope to get a double turbo and accelerate some energy. I kind of like that a little bit more. Man, I don't know. It's a weird situation. I know they don't have a Stadium in hand, and they're going to play Iono next turn to try and find the Stadium. But if I Iono and then they play another supporter after that, they get to see that many more cards. I have nothing else to work with in the hand. Well, I'm going to get Iono though. I don't know. Should go Path Iono here. I'm actually not sure is correct. That was a pretty good draw. I don't have any follow-up, but this combination here is not bad. Spiritomb. It does play around. I was gonna say it plays around Escape Rope, but I'm not really afraid of it. They might have the Luminion to get a draw supporter. If not late game, it's just on a late game, I guess. Almost everyone still plays the Luminion in this deck, so I'm just gonna go and throw the tomb down. 2, 2, 1, 4, 2. I played an Iono, so I prize an Iono. 4 boss. Escape Rope. I think switches in hand. Prize a Nest Ball and an Ultra. Choice Belts here. Prize a Path. Prize a Double Turb. Okay. Yeah, technically Spiritomb plays around Escape Rope, but I'm not playing around Escape Rope in this matchup. The reason to put it in play would just be to block second Luminion off, I guess. But it's fine. Ranger Flower second, then Chorus. Usually, yeah. It just depends on the situation, though. You don't always do that. The ability will be gone with their collapse at some point. Maybe, if they draw into the collapsed. See what they have this turn. I'm hoping. I want them to whiff for 1 turn. If they could not draw a Stadium for 1 turn, that'd be sick. I mean, because my hand is literally just dead. So maybe I need... Alright, they're playing the Ursh build. The Ursh is gone, though. Ursh is actually really good in this matchup. Because I can't want to KO it, but... It is gone, so I don't have to worry about it. If we top deck... To be honest, Giratina V-Star top deck is pretty good here. Yeah, Giratina V-Star top deck. Oh, my bad. Yeah, Greninja Colress Flower Selecting. If you're gonna Colress, you always Colress first. If Flower Selecting could get you like Boss and Claw and you play that instead, then you can do it the other way, but... I don't even know. Our hand it's just so good. Like... Do I just Power Edge? I guess, right? The V-Guard here kind of feels bad. The V-Guard doesn't matter too much, actually. I might bench this as well. Because if they go, like, play Iono, get Stadium, if I KO this, then I can still get my V-Star out, and then we're cooking. Yeah, my bad. I read your message fast and didn't realize. But yeah, you want to go if you're gonna use them all, and you're pretty much guaranteed you're gonna use them all. You want to go Greninja, Colress, Flower selecting. One reason you might not want to Greninja first though is like if you only have one energy in hand and you need to attach for turn, then you might Colress first because if you don't draw into another energy throughout the rest of your sequence, then maybe that energy needs to be attached. So you'd want to hold it for that reason. What they got? I don't actually even. Yeah, I don't even knock them out without Choice Belt now either, though, which kind of sucks. I guess I can knock them out with the Tina without a Choice Belt, though. I guess I have that going for me. I guess I can knock them out with Tina without Choice Belt. So that's something, I guess. Yeah, this doesn't feel great at all. Feeling pretty tough, man. There's the T-Tar. But if they bench T-Tar, they have no bench space to work with for double Archeops. And I might try and keep it that way, to be honest. I'm not trying to give them bench space. I'm not trying to give them double Archeops if I can avoid it. But I can't, like, stall forever around it either. We'll see what they got. No Pumpkin? I don't think they play Pumpkin. Most people don't play the Pumpkin anymore. I think a majority of people are just on, like, the 4-stadium trend. Okay. I could get the... Oh, if I didn't bench this, man. If I didn't bench this, then my hand would be sick. But I benched it. Sure. So we did bench it. It is benched. I could get this and still KO their active, but then I have like nothing to work with out of the hand. I could just get the Arceus V-Star and Punch. I'm just gonna go with that. If I hadn't benched this though, I could Ultra Ball away that, and I would still have like the Tina V-Star would still be like operational, but I think I just like slowly bleed out if I do it that way. That's the way it feels, anyways. Okay, let's do that. We'll take all three here. Yeah, I think I'm like bleeding out. If I get the Tina and retreat into it and then lost on 2 energy, and if I lost on another 2 energy on the next turn, like I don't know how I'm making a comeback if once they get the knockout on that turn. So if I'm playing like they're gonna be dead drawing for 2 turns anyways, I may as well just go the Trinity Nova route. Then I only need them to be dead drawing for 1 turn, and then I'll be fine, hopefully. We'll see what they got though. I don't really want to. I would rather boss KO their T-Tar than. There's no way they're not going to grab anything here right now. That would be insane. They probably should have held the Nest Ball then. I mean, they could be playing a draw supporter here, so I guess that's kind of the question. Are they playing a supporter at the end of the sequence? If they're not, then they probably should have held the Nest Ball. I mean, I'm down to take this knockout. Probably attach here. Yeah, sure. All right, yep. Path doing the work that it's supposed to do. Love to see it. We didn't draw super well this game, but my opponent didn't either, so we'll take it. Oh, they had a gift? Dude, I didn't realize they had a gift. I mean, does that change my play? I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think about the gift triggering there. That was not at all in my thought process of taking a knockout there. I could have drawn pass for maybe like 1 more turn, but I'm letting them draw pass. But they have less draw supporters than me. So initiating an attack on a draw supporter is probably a little bit more value for me than it is for my opponent. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't think about that at all. I could have waited. I didn't even think about the gift. I should have thought about it at least. I think I probably still would have made the exact same play, to be honest. I should have stopped and thought about it, but I actually don't think it changes my play overall. I think I still make this exact same play. I don't think anything's really changing. I want to bench Tina next turn. I only have 1 Nest Ball in hand. I want to bench Tina and Bidoof. Because my draw power in the deck is pretty limited right now. I haven't gone very aggressively through my deck either, so. I want to bench Bidoof so I have the out to draw power through B-Barrel. And then I also want to bench Tina because I want to get those last couple energy out of my deck. So let's go with this. I mean, we're going to be so far up here at this point. Let's go for the Bidoof. The double turbo fits a little bit better on the Bidoof as well. The whole squad can retreat. Well, hold on. They didn't do anything last turn again. They played Burnett. I think, what if I just swing and just set this thing up for the 2 KO first? Get the Bidoof on the bench at the very least, though. Yeah, but I could have grabbed a Tina there and thrown those energy on the Tina as well. But I think access to the draw power is a little bit more important to make sure I can continue to play the game. Yeah, well, why would I ever Iono them there, right? It doesn't make any sense. They don't have the evolution. They don't have the stadium. They probably don't have a draw supporter. Now they're limited to 1 chops. All right, we kind of like where this is going. Big fans, big fans. So that means they top decked. It's interesting they chose to not evolve last turn. So they probably had the Stadium but not the Ultra Ball and top decked the Ultra Ball. That would make sense. They top decked Ultra Ball but had the Stadium. But playing the Stadium without the Lugia V-Star doesn't make any sense. Or maybe they thought they could like wait a turn and they were like, why am I waiting this turn? I can't do this anymore. What am I doing to myself here? And they're like, all right, we got to switch this up. They could make a mistake here and not put... They need to not put double turbo or put another single strike energy on the active here. If they do put the double turbo. That wouldn't make any sense to put the double turbo. They'll probably put a gift energy on the active. They'll probably go gift V-Guard or something. Or single strike gift. Or just quad single strike. That makes sense as well. I guess if they're like deciding this is like their only time they're attacking with T-Tar, maybe that does make sense. This path was in play. Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about the Stadium. I was trying to figure out which one they had. Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah. Then they collapse away one of the liabilities. Oh, yeah, they can't do it in that order, yeah. They can't do it in that order. They can't Summoning Star first. Because they have to bump the path. Oh, you weren't talking to me, you were talking to someone else in chat. I was like, I thought my thought process made sense. But you had me questioning myself there for a second. Nestball, okay, we can get the Tina. Make sure we have the double threat. Iono. I think the best thing to... I can just Power Edge here. If I get the V-Star, that's perfect. No. Ooh, no, we're fine. We're fine. We evolve here. We attach here. Yeah. Arceus V-Star would have been pretty nice, to be honest. Starbirth there, get B-Barrel. And... Wait, this is losable now, to be honest. Dude, not getting the... Yeah, not getting Arceus V-Star there was actually... not it. That was actually not very good. Because now they can load it up with triple colorless here, knock on my active, then knock on my Tina. Maybe I shouldn't have benched my Tina, actually. I maybe shouldn't have benched the Tina. I probably should have just held the Tina. Oh, there's a concede. All right, we'll take it. Maybe, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have benched the Tina. What are the gloves for in this deck? Guardy matchup. It allows you to KO. Well, it allows you to KO a Mew and a Guard EX, which is pretty important to be able to have the option to KO Guard EX. I've seen the new Rhyme trainer card. I have, yeah. I've tried Box of Disaster in this build. Nope. I don't know. It doesn't seem very good. Because usually in the early game, Guardy has ways to... Well, maybe... Yeah, it's like... It's hard to find in the late game, and early game Guardy can play around it pretty easily, because most of the time in the early game, they don't take 1 KOs anyways, so... I don't know. Put against your husband, he said he had his stadium prize. What do you mean? He had 2 of them. He needed to not play the... Oh, no, I guess he had to play Mazagosa when he did. Box of Dasser and Archer Brown. It seems okay. I don't know if Panic Mask is better as well. I don't know what one's better. I don't know which one's better, and I don't know if it's worth playing either of them, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know which one's better. I don't know if it... Ooh, do I know what I'm up against? For some reason, I thought I did, but I don't think I do. Yeah, I have no clue. What are they playing? I thought I did. How do you beat Path if your opponent plays 1 before doing Starbirth? Yeah, you don't. You don't do anything about it. Did I know I was playing against Lugia? I feel like I knew I was playing against Lugia. Oh, I'm playing against the same person. Maybe that's why I thought I knew. But I don't need a... Path doesn't just beat me because I don't get to use... Path doesn't just beat me just because I don't get to use Starbirth. Just I don't get to use Starbirth. That's basically it. That's the resolution to the situation. But my hand once again is like pretty mid. Okay, there's that early Stadium again though. But they are about to use Billy, so it does make sense to put the Stadium into play. Actually, does it for their hand? There's a good chance that they got Iono'd. I'm actually curious what this other hand is. What this other card in hand is. Like theoretically, they could have gone Ultra Ball away Archeops. And I don't know. Yeah, my hand sucks. So awkward because I like need to path here, but I would start with Mezagoza. Tails. Gee, this is so bad. So they only have one chops in the discard. I want to put Spiritomb in play though. Like, what am I gonna do? Get rid of this and this. Dude, this is just alright. We're gonna get rid of these. Trying to figure out how to play this is like super awkward. Is a Doofer, 2/2, Squavette, 2 Judge, and an Iono. Dude, we're not drawing any of our draw swords. Bosses, I just discarded a boss, I'm pretty sure. Probably a Nest Ball. Probably an Ultra Ball, okay. So I think I'm gonna go Arceus. I have all my energy in the deck. Might definitely have a chance to win this. Even if they KO my active. It's gonna be tough. If they KO my active this turn, actually, it's gonna be tough to win, man. This is a pretty tough matchup. This matchup is, especially with the Urshifu, and they do play the Urshifu. We know they got the Urshifu. Yeah, I wonder if in that hand. Like their opening hand, they could have gone Ultra Ball with Chops and Gift, get Lugia V-Star, and then next turn go Burnett Megagoza and just don't use the Billy. And they have the attacking option of T-Tar or Lugia after that. That seemed pretty good. Their opening hand just like basically had everything they needed. But if I do Iono them or Judge them, which there's a decent chance that I do, but they're still just as set up as they would have been. They just don't use the Billy for 6. But they still get the Ultra Ball away with the Chops. But they wouldn't get to potentially discard another. Well, shouldn't they have actually gone Ultra Ball away the Chops to get second Chops and then Billy away those two? What did they Ultra Ball for? I forget what they Ultra Balled for. Okay. Well, we need them to whiff Stadium now. That's our game plan. And going second instead of first really hurts. With this deck, yeah. Ugh. All right. We are kind of tapped for a win condition here. I don't even know how we win anymore. Well, no, we can win still. It's hard, but it's winnable. It's possible. Anything's possible. So we can go. This is a rematch. We can go Arceus, Starbirth. We're gonna go ahead and grab. And there's the Urshifu. Dude, it's gonna be tough. I mean, I assume they're attacking with Lugia here, unless they don't have enough. Unless they don't have enough of the energy to do it. I guess they could attack with T-Tar here as well. I can't KO the T-Tar. But they do build 4 cards to be able to attack with T-Tar. So I feel like attacking with Lugia here makes the most sense. Just to have to not put a double turbo on the Lugia. They need 4 colorless energy that aren't a double turbo. And they could attack with the Lugia. Makes sense to me. Then on my turn, I can go Starbirth for... We'll see what the top deck is. I probably won't use Mezagoza. And then we'll Starbirth for Iono double turbo. And then play Iono. Hopefully draw into a Tina. If not, Mezagoza hopefully gets us there. And I do want to replace Mezagoza pretty aggressively because it stops them from being able to guaranteed like search out the Urshifu V max, which is like pretty scary. I mean, this whole thing is pretty scary though, to be honest. We just don't have a good route here. We could also attack with back-to-back Arceuses because if we're 2-KOing this T-Tar, maybe we are just committing to 2-KO T-Tar with Arceus. That could be what we commit to. Ooh, double earn? Okay. That's something. Okay. This is why I was talking about attacking with Lugia potentially instead, because you're not milling 4 cards back-to-back turns. Attack with Urshifu better? Attack with Urshifu is also actually kind of fine here, to be honest. Then you could evolve next turn and attack again. That wouldn't have been bad, actually. Yeah, because I can't want to KO the Urshifu. Well, if I play Raihan, I guess I do, but... They don't know that if I play the Raihan or not, I guess. But I have like a 3-card hand, and playing a Raihan with a 3-card hand is just terrible, so... Alright, Iono. Double turbo. And then hopefully Mezagoza is nice to us. We'll see. Dude, never opening with Bidoof in the opening hand is really rough. Opening with Bidoof, dude, this hand is freaking abysmal. All right, this has to get us ahead. We just need a heads here, dude. This is so cringe. Okay, I think we're in the scenario that I mentioned earlier, where I was like, hopefully they prize 2 single strike energy, and the 2 single strike energy are in their last 4 prize cards, because then they actually can't KO my Arceus here. If they prize 2 single strike energy and they're in their 4 prize cards, then we have a chance here. But if they have a single strike energy in the deck, we do just kind of lose. Or I don't see how we ever win. But if we had been able to get through this T-Tar with them milling 2 urns, it was possible that the Urshifu never attacks, and then we just can like get into Tina and close out the game with Tina. But have I ever played Street Fighter? No. That's something as well. I assume this means that they have single strike energy in the deck. If they don't, then they also messed up here. So let's see if they have it. I mean, I assume they have it. That's a pretty good play though too. The penny's pretty clean here. All right, just give me the word and I'll concede. Yeah, all right. Well, I mean, I tried, but we needed two single strike energy to be prized there, which is pretty unlikely, but it was still a win condition. See, and that's where I would like concede instantly. As soon as they like show me he didn't put the 3rd single strike yet. He didn't need the 3rd. Tell him I said sure. They only need 2. They needed 3 single strike energy on the T-Tar. They only need 2 single strike energy on the Urshifu. Tina is the one that needed the 3rd single strike energy. Wait, do we hit him again? Dude, the game 3? I'm down for game 3. Actually, tell him if he's down for game 3, I'm down to do a game 3, and then to add me on PTCGO. I'm down for a game 3. I'm always down for game 3s when I hit someone twice on the ladder and we go 1-1. We need to settle the set. I want one more shot to try and get Bidoof in play. It was like rough draw from him into rough draw from me. We need a game 3. But not with me. Not with you, Akko. Game 3 is for everyone else except Akko. I think we're going 2nd again. We at least have the Ultra Ball, I guess, but it's not looking good. Dude, I just want... Oh, yeah, we're going to say... Dude, I'm just going to lose. Oh, we need a top deck, man. Maybe this deck needs a Luminion. I don't know. Actually, honestly, no. I mean, I don't even know what we need to top deck. I'm wishing to get bopped by Dragonite, man. I mean, it's possible we top deck, right? We can top deck a Judge or an Iono. Maybe we get into a double turbo energy. Maybe we use Trinity Charge. Snorlax. Okay, maybe they actually can't even KO us. That would be good. If they're not playing a V build, then we actually just guaranteed survive. I'm down with that. What was that? Okay, maybe I don't think they're playing. If they're playing Pokegear, that's also another indication that they're not playing the V Pokemon. Because like usually you don't play the 4 Seal Stones and then you play those instead. So we might be fine here. Yeah. Okay. So it's probably a Kyogre build then. So I should boss here, I think. They do have the beach card in play, but it does take away. Well, I could boss the Snorlax, so like eats up a switch card. So V-Guard, boss, Snorlax, Ultra Ball next turn for the V-Star, I guess. I guess that's fine. Does Cleansing Gloves matter in this matchup? Probably not. But something I'll Ultra Ball away. I could play the Escape Rope. May as well just save the Escape Rope. So we'll just go boss on the Snorlax. I don't think, yeah, I can maybe even Ultra Ball away the Cleansing Gloves and the Escape Rope, to be honest. Yeah. So this is like just eats up a switch card from them. It doesn't like do a whole ton, but like boss isn't that powerful for me in this matchup anyways. Like, I may as well play the boss to, like, eat up one of their switch cards. I don't expect this to stop my opponent from attacking for turn or anything. It'd be cool if it did, but I don't think my opponent's not attacking here this turn, so. Arceus looking great and consistent. I mean, if we get turn 2 V-Star... I mean, the problem in our last game was that we put our own path in play in them. Wait, did path even stick for a turn in that one? No, wait, what happened in that last game? It wasn't good, if I remember correctly. It wasn't good. 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 Did they just run to snort? Wait, what? I think they just trolled. They maybe have a vacuum. I think they were meant to retreat to a Comfy and just didn't. Or they thought they had 7 and were about to use Thumping Snore. Oh, they have the vacuum. Okay. Then they have the gate after that. Okay, that's fine. Dude, I was like, they're trolling. There's some trolling going on. But no, they have the hit. See, and this is why this matchup is easier for us than something like a Dragonite build. Because like right here, I couldn't kill a Dragonite. And it's not even so much that I could 2-hit KO a Dragonite for 2 prize cards. They could also run 2 Snorlaxes on me, but it's like you have to get 2 Pokemon, use 2 Mirage Gates, get 2 attachments. I would, like, this is an easier matchup than the Dragonite build. The 1 prize build is a lot easier. A wee bit of trolling. That's what I thought for a second. I was like, we also don't need to set up Tina in this matchup. Ooh, it's a good top deck. It's like speaking to like this matchup versus the other one. Prize a Doofer. They probably play Echoing Horn, so I really don't want to set up Bidoof in this or B-Barrel in this matchup. But it's not like a bad thing to set up. It's just that they can probably deal with it. Prize an Ultra and a Nest. Grass. Prize the grass. Okay, that should be it. Why don't they turn the cards sideways for sleep? I mean, I think this is fine to be honest. I think the animations are. I think it's one of the few cool things that PTCG Live like the way it looks. It's like a pretty good it looks pretty good animation wise. I don't think you need to turn the Pokemon sideways to be honest if you have all that animation stuff going on. I do wish I could flip the orientation of my opponent's board. I don't know. They appreciate the 6613 sub there, Chip. I should also get a basic here. I should either get the... No, I always get an Arceus here. I was going to say Arceus versus Bidoof. I was going to say Nest Ball versus Arceus. But I think I always get the Arceus here because I do want to see basic Pokemon here. I think if I draw into Bidoof... I did not draw into Bidoof. If I drew into Bidoof this turn, I think I would have benched it, but... I mean, this Arceus is pretty squishy. Like, this Arceus goes down to, like, pretty much everything. But it's fine. Probably Iono again next turn. Put him down to 4. I could judge next turn depending on my top deck and my prize card. I have pretty decent... Oh, we got the Grass Energy. Man, I had Ultra Ball, Quick Ball, or Ultra Ball, Nest Ball, and Bidoof prize. I wanted any of those, to be honest. I want some Pokemon, bro. I'm like just getting 1 Pokemon at a time. It'd be pretty bad for us here if they honestly had Dragonite plus K on my bench Arceus. That'd be pretty bad for us. We're hoping that they are not playing... Wait, they have Lightning Energy in here, though. Maybe they are playing V Pokemon. That's the way it looks. That Lightning Energy actually does kind of say that they're playing V Pokemon. Because why else would you play Lightning Energy, right? There's literally no reason. Lightning could be Luxray. Could be Lux. I guess. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Luxray. Raikou. I mean, it probably is Raikou. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I was assuming they don't play V Pokemon, but Lightning Energy does kind of say Luxray. So I think I will go with a Judge here, to be honest. I'm not really feeling the Iono here. I want to save the Ionos for a later game to disrupt them harder. I need to find an Arceus. Yeah, it's like 1 less card for... Well, actually, no, it's... I get to see, like, how many new cards do I get to see here if I play Judge? Like, 3.5 or something? Iono guarantees me 5 new cards. Maybe I will Iono here. Do they play V Pokemon in here? Okay. They just have the Snorlax. Maybe they prize there. It's just weird that they didn't prioritize. I think I will Iono. I think I need to see the extra cards. It's weird that they didn't prioritize setting up Dragonite turn 1 if they play V Pokemon. But maybe they don't play the Dragonite. They only play the Raikou. I guess that'd be something, but that'd be weird. Dude, this hand is cheeks, man. Like, do I nest? Like, gosh. I just want... Dude, I can't find basics with this deck. I mean, I don't think I'm getting one-hit KO'd, so I guess we just swing. Dude, I just want a basic Pokemon, bro. What do I have to do for a basic stash? I'm not stashing. Can I have more than one basic on my bench, please? That's not Spiritomb. That's the only one I draw into is Spiritomb. Everything else I have to try and get into play. Yeah, I draw into Spiritomb naturally just fine. I've literally had in like every opening hand so far. I can't draw into a Arceus. I can't draw into a Bidoof, to be honest. I do want both. I want Arceus and Bidoof here, but I was about giving them a free prize. I mean, giving them one single prize Pokemon is fine because that puts them down on odd prize cards, which doesn't really matter. But if they play Echoing Horn or can get that plus a Bidoof, it's not great. You would have drawn into a basic trust. I guess we'll figure out what the top deck is. Whatever the top deck is what I would have drawn. I'm down to commit to that being the... Yeah, whatever our top deck is what I would have drawn off the Squavette, so... I'm not actually sure how Pokemon's thing works, but... I'm picking on best of 1 with optional Mulligan versus best out of 3. I think that would be fine. I think that would be fine. That's what I was saying earlier. Not Trini shuffled. Oh, true. Trini did shuffle. I forgot about that. I guess we'll never really know. Yeah, we'll never really know what would have been my top deck. What did they... Dude, I have no action log. I don't know what they shuffled. They shuffled an Energy, right? And the Snorlax. Or Snorlax made its way in. They used 2 Super Odds. Dude, they need an action log, man. They need to just copy Hearthstone. If they copied Hearthstone's action log, that would be just... That's all you need. Good top deck. I don't want to put a little schmuck in the discard pile for them to... Well, if they play V Pokemon, then I kind of need to set up a Tina, to be honest. Like I said, boss isn't super relevant in this matchup. Maybe I can give up the boss. The boss in the switch mate. I don't want to give them a horn target, but I do want to bench a Bidoof. I want them to have to go after my Bidoof and then horn my Bidoof specifically back into play. But actually, if they do play like Dragonite, then I do need access to Tina. No, that's not true, because I still have my Choice Belt left. Okay, maybe I can do this. Maybe I can do this. I still have my Choice Belt in the deck, so I could just do this. That would still allow me to KO Dragonite. Okay. I don't want. Yeah, I don't want to really put Squavette in the. I'll just go ahead and attach that. I think that's fine. I don't know, because I had at least 3 basic energy left in the deck, right? All right, we're gonna go with the Bidoof. Oh, let's go, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Bidoof action. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and throw the. Yeah, I'll throw a path out too. Get it, baby. Go 1-on-1. So I could still set up a Tina if I wanted to, but I mean, I might on this last like Trini Nova. I might bench a Tina and load it up. You never know. I might get crazy. I might get a little wild with it. So I've gotten the Grass Energy, the Iono, and the Ultra Ball, I believe. So I have Tina, Nestball, Bidoof left. That's fine. I don't really care about my prize cards anymore. The Iono was the best prize card at this point, to be honest. Tina and the Nestball are okay. But now that I have the Iono, I think I'm playing the Iono next turn. Well, actually, that's not true. Well, I don't want to Ultra Ball away the Iono is the thing either, though. That's what kind of sucks. So to be honest, actually drawing Iono here was probably not great. I would have rather drawn any of the other prize cards. I think actually the best prize card draw was probably the Nestball, because I could Ultra Ball away the Nestball plus the top deck, get B-Barrel or Arceus depending on what they knock out, and then play the Judge. Because I want to play the Judge this turn and save the Iono in the deck, but I also want to Ultra Ball for something so I have something a little bit more set up. I could just shuffle the Ultra Ball back into the deck and hope that, I mean, it would increase my odds of drawing into it, I guess. Maybe that will be the play, because like conserving the Ionos at this point I think is important. I'm down 3 Iono, and I want to keep, I want to be able to like Iono them really low on the following turn. So I think the play is going to be Judge and YOLO. Now if they like put Raikou in play here or something, if they like attack me with Raikou, well, Raikou would be doing what, 120, 140, 160. Raikou would knock me out. Maybe I shouldn't have benched the Bidoof to play around Raikou knocking me out. Or, yeah, if they attack me with Raikou, then I'm definitely Ultra Balling for the V-Star. And then I'll probably play the Iono, to be honest, because that would Iono them down to 2. So Ultra Ball with the Judge plus the top deck. Thoughts on pepperoni on pizza? It's pretty good. Pepperoni is probably an S-tier pizza topping. They just went Sableye. But like I said, they could put my Bidoof back in play afterwards, which would kind of suck. But now I could just go... Now I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable to just go ahead and play the Judge plus the knockout and then save the Iono for the future. But we'll see what they actually end up doing. I mean, did they even play... I haven't really... They did play a Colress this turn, right? Maybe they didn't. Because I KO'd the Sableye, then they played the Nestball. So actually, maybe not. Oh, now there's the Colress. So I probably will play the Judge this turn. I'm I'm not going to mention another Bidoof, but once again, they probably have Echoing Horn. I'm not too sold on one thing or another, to be honest, at this point. A lot of people still play Echoing Horn even if they don't play Kyogre. I thought they were definitely playing Kyogre. If you're playing Kyogre, you definitely play Echoing Horn, but there's a possibility that they actually don't play the Echoing Horn. I think you should still play Echoing Horn even if you don't play Kyogre. There's a possibility they don't play it. They probably still play it, so I don't really want to... So they can go like KO Bidoof plus KO it again with Echoing Horn, but... Sausage or beef is superior to pepperoni? Nah. It's okay to be wrong, though. Yeah, I don't see a world where they don't go after my Bidoof. But if they don't play pizza topping tier list, I mean, if you have a link for one, I'll do it, but... If they can't my Bidoof, they definitely play Echoing Horn. Because wasting damage on Bidoof if you don't play Echoing Horn is literally just silly, so... Or they're just misplaying. If they have Echoing Horn... If they KO Bidoof and don't play Echoing Horn, it would be ridiculous to do that play, to be honest, because that's such a waste of damage. I'm already feeling pretty comfortable with my prize trade at this point anyways, so I don't even know. They go Sableye KO. No, they would need to go like Sableye KO Bidoof, and then take a knockout on one of my Arceus. They go KO Bidoof 60 on Arceus into KO Bidoof 60 on the other Arceus, and then KO one of my Arceus after that would be the play. Is cheese a topping on pizza? I mean, there are some pizzas that don't have cheese on it, but I would say because of the vast majority of pizzas have cheese on it, I would say no, cheese is not a topping. I think cheese is just kind of a given, and then everything else around it is the toppings. Okay, so now I'm like a little bit tempted to play the Iono because the Iono would put them a little bit lower, but I think I'm going to play the Judge and keep the Iono in the deck. But the thing is, am I going to see my Iono again, I guess, at this point? Maybe not. Maybe I do just go Ultra Ball away these two, get the other Arceus V-Stars, make sure I have both Arceus set up, and then Iono down to 3 as opposed to Judge to 4. This also puts all the cards in their hand on the bottom of the deck, which theoretically are going to be on average better cards than the cards they would draw into because they've like been using like Colch and stuff in that hand. I don't think there's a reason to attach either of these energies, so we're just going to swing. I don't have my... I'm going to thin out this, though, at this point. I'm going to throw this on the bench. Yeah, I'm going to thin out that at this point. I maybe should have thinned out the basic Psychic Energy on my last attack as well. That might have been the play. I don't know. Oh, I get 2 prize. Wait, what is it doing? Oh, it's making me... Dude, I literally, like, clicked the prize card. I was like, all right, I picked my prize card for turn. It's making me select again. I was like, wait, what? All right, you got the link for one? All right. Oh, I've already done this one before. It already has me my stuff, but I'll reset it. We'll do it again. I've definitely done this tier list before, but we'll run it back. Yeah, I feel like we're in a pretty good spot. I mean, they could attack us with the thing that they could do is now is to attack with Dragonite. But we did Iono them down to 3. I don't know. We Iono them down to 3. They're down 3 Mirage. What are they down here? Maybe we should have a little more info than I thought. Down 3 Mirage Gate. It's a lot of Mirage Gate. It's not that down that many switch cards, to be honest. It's a Clara. They could just attack with Sableye this turn. KO my active Arceus, but then they have no way to KO this Arceus. They could KO my active with Sableye, and then Sableye Echoing Horn KO Bidoof on the next turn, I guess. Yeah, so they can do that. That would be the play. Yeah, they have Sky Seal Stone, so they definitely have V Pokemon. They might even play Zapdos. In which case, I could definitely lose this turn to quite a few things if they play the Zapdos. I actually think Zapdos is a decent consideration in Lost Box right now as well, because of the Arceus decks floating around. Being able to have another thing that hits hard for like a knockout is like pretty good. And it means you're not forced into your like Dragonite immediately in every game as well. Zapdos is like actually kind of cool. And if you do play Sky Seal Stone, it's that much better as well, because then you can get that 3 prize turn. But I mean, I assume it's going to be 12 on the active. They could still have the Echoing Horn here. Or no, they probably just go 12 active and try an Echoing Horn next turn. Yeah, I think they should also bench the second Sableye that's in their hand. I'm pretty sure there's a second Sableye in their hand. They should bench that as well. Because it doesn't do anything in the hand if I just shuffle it back in their deck or like disrupt their hand or something like that. What do the cards on my webcam do? If you click on them, it shows you my prize cards and my deck list. You can also hide it if you don't want to see it. I wish I could actually put that somewhere else, to be honest. I don't like that it's like on my webcam. I should ask Dillinger if they could put the prize card thing on the prize cards and then the deck thing on the deck. That's like actually optimal, right? I don't know if you can do that though with widget. How do I do that? It's an extension that Dillinger made that allows you to do those things. I didn't do anything. Because on PTCGO, that section was like optimal, but it's not that optimal anymore. I'll ask Dillinger what he can do with it, but I'm not sure actually what the possibilities are. Oh, so we lose to Echoing Horn next turn. I got no way to play around it either. I don't really want to bench anything else either. I think we just go. Wait, when did they bump my path? Could I have played this path last turn? No, they just did it, right? Yeah, okay. I was like, what? I mean, just swing. I could have attached maybe to play around. I could have attached I could have attached a basic energy active and played the nest ball to play around Roxanne, because they definitely could play Roxanne. Yo, appreciate the 17 months they're flying high. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Is it? Do they have the Echoing Horn play? They got the Sableye set up. I think they have the Psychic in hand, maybe even as well. Dragonite works as well. I don't have a way to get through Dragonite. We do. We might have to go into the Squavette, bro. We might be going into the Squavette play. That might be our win con here. Oh, there's that Roxanne. Dude, I should have played around the Roxanne. I'm an idiot. I got judged, so I can find Choice Belt. I should have 100% played around Roxanne. Roxanne's like not that uncommon in Lost Box. So what else could I have done? I could have played the Nest Ball and then attached a basic Psychic active. Yeah, I could have done both those things. Both those things would have been pretty good. Both those things would have been pretty good, man. Oh, but can they even attack with the Dragonite? Well, they just played Gate and failed it, so no. The answer is no now. Now, if they still have the Echoing Horn, but don't have quite the way to attack with the Sableye, they could retreat to... Okay, we got that up. They could have retreated to Dragonite and tried to, like, stall for a turn, right? Stall for a turn, and then go from there. Also, that's terminology we got to change for... I actually have said this before. Stalling in Pokemon is like, that should be like a term that you use. When people say stalling, a lot of the time they mean slow playing. I feel like those two terms should be separated, because when you say stall, like, my opponent would have sent up Dragonite there to stall for a turn, right? What does Kek W mean? It's a meme, but you need the Better Twitch TV extension. Yeah, stalling is not the same thing as slow playing. Stalling is like, I guess around the discussion of like time manipulation, maybe you could call it, but it's still slow playing. Well, yeah, it's still slow playing, right? Like stalling is like a actual tactic you can apply in the game to try and buy time until you can pull off a play, right? Like boss stalling up one of your opponent's Pokemon, sending up like if my opponent had retreated to Dragonite there, they're not slow playing me, but they're trying to stall for a turn so that way next turn maybe they can get off Echoing Horn plus attack with Sableye. You know what I'm saying? I think we should try and separate those. Like as a community, we should try and separate those two terms away from each other, because like stalling is a strategic way you can play through a game to what's it called? Strategic stalling and malicious stalling. Well, but isn't malicious stalling at that point just slow playing? That's what I'm saying. Just call it slow playing versus stalling. Azul in top 4 versus Sander. Bro, that's what I was talking about as well. Like, that's what I brought up at one point as well. When, like, people are talking about the whole, like, just doing, like, so, like, people, like, the most recent incident of it would be Tord versus Pedro. But if you have an issue of what Tord was doing against Pedro... You also have an issue of what I did against Sander in top 4. I guess what I did against Sander is not quite the same thing as what Tord did. Maybe it's not quite the same, but like I was just like going draw pass. I was like draw attack, draw attack, draw attach attack. I think I was literally just making the actions in the what's it called? Like I was like I'd have to go back and rewatch it, but I was basically just going draw attack, and then when I had energy to attach, I would go draw attach attack. but I wasn't like drawing, stopping, thinking, looking at Sanders' discard pile, looking at my discard pile, and then attacking. Shut up, Soda. Then Sander flipped too many tails. Well, no, I'm talking about specifically in game 2. In game 1, Sander flipped a lot of tails, and then I was able to win game 1. Wait, is that what happened? Yeah. What do you think of Japan counting draws as just a loss for each player? I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just their format. I don't really like it. I like ties. I don't know. I think ties are kind of cool. I've been a fan of ties since they ever happened because the game felt better once we got the ability to ID. It's more so the ability to ID than tie, to be honest. But also, like, sometimes you're playing a matchup or a weird scenario comes up where, like, you know, one game is just really long, and then someone wins game 1, someone wins game 2, and then, like, game 3 is not going to finish, but, like, then you at least each get 1 point. I don't know. Ties just feel kind of fine, to be honest. It would be nice if, like, the majority of matches in a best 2 out of 3 got resolved by the 3 games finishing. It would be nice if the majority of games just resolved by finishing 3 games, but like sometimes they don't, and sometimes you each take 1 game, so that ending in like a tie and you both getting a point seems optimal. Like, I don't know. Seems optimal. Right, you were stalling. Well, I knew I wasn't gonna win that game. I knew I wasn't gonna win game 2 at a certain point, unless like Sander egregiously threw. But I guess that's always technically an out, right? But I was playing in a way that if Sander did egregiously throw, I could capitalize on it. Whereas, like, if you like compare that to Tord's game, Tord was never playing in a way. Even if Pedro egregiously threw, Tord could never take advantage of it and win that game specifically. So that was definitely a difference in like the way I played it out for Sander versus the way Tord played it out against Pedro. Tord had no intention of ever trying to take advantage of Pedro misplaying or drawing a prize card. Whereas I sat there and I played the game. I knew I was almost 100% going to lose the game, or I was like 100% going to lose game 2 against Sander, unless they did egregiously throw in some really weird way. And I did play as if I could take advantage of that, but that, I guess there is a difference there, right? I was still playing to win the game, as where I guess like you could like Tord versus Pedro was like Tord was playing to not lose the game. Did I do the list already? No, I'll do it after this game. The whole idea of changing the format from the way it is now seems a little overblown. I don't know. It's been a discussion that's been coming up for a little bit while. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's around any. I think it could be a little bit overblown if it was around one specific incident. But I think there's enough incidents where having the discussion of it is fine, or enough of the way the format kind of feels currently. With the way the format feels currently, I think it's not unreasonable to look at it and be like, this doesn't feel great. I don't think if it was just based around like one incident that had come up, or like around one deck that had just appeared in the format, like if a deck had come up and become popular literally just from Paldea Evolved, and the deck like either 1-0'd or tied every single round, I don't think that would be a warrant enough to change the format. But I think this has been like a kind of a build up for a while since Lost Box has been a deck. I think it's, some people bring up Inteleon, but dude, I don't remember like Palkia Inteleon 1-0ing most games. I felt like it played 3 games pretty often. I don't know. I didn't play that much of Palkia Inteleon, but I think this is more so become a thing since Lost Box has been a deck, even, to be honest. Because like prior to Lost Box, like back in the Lost Origins format, when ArcTina was the main Lost Zone deck, I feel like it's, even then Lost Zone wasn't like a problem for like games taking way too long, or game 1 taking a really long time. Not taking way too long, because that's like a bad way to put it. Because it's not that the game was like taking longer than it should. It's just like the games took a long time. So I feel like that wasn't really you know what I'm saying? Are we up against Mew here? They got the sleeves. Nope. Oh, we're going first? I don't know how I feel about that, actually, to be honest. Well, if they are playing Dragonite, I think I'm gonna do this. Maybe I have to get second Arceus here to be safe. Prize an Arc, both Tinas, both Bidoof. 4-2 prize a Tina V-Star. Prize a Judge. Hold on. Did not prize the boss. Prize a Nest Ball. Prize an Ultra Ball. Why is my escape rope? I'm gonna click go back. Or prize of psychic energy. Okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to just like hang lone Arceus and then have it just get. Although if they do pull off a turn 1 Dragonite, it probably would involve an escape rope. But I'm fine with this. What was I? Well, I had something else I was saying there. Last year's NAIC Arc Intel list with double Rod, double Palpad, double Chance Care to always 1-0. No, but I feel like it only 1-0'd certain matchups. Like if you're playing Palkia, you're still going to 3 games in that deck, against that deck. Like the Arceus deck is still drawing prize cards. Like in the mirror match, yes, that Arceus list against other Arc Intel decks would end up going 1-0. But that's like a specific matchup where a single game goes a really long time. If you go to a best of 1 format, that deck would just like tie. No, even then, like I feel like you could. It probably would it probably like if you have a 30-minute best of 1, you'd probably take the full 30 minutes. But I don't think you're like I don't think that deck was like only playing 1 game against Palkia. Palkia's got no heal. Palkia's got to be swinging, and if you're just getting challenge carried out of the game, you get challenge carried out of the game pretty fast. Like the decks weren't taking that many actions. Like when you compare it to like a Lost Box or even like a Guardy. Like Guardy and Lost Box just take so many actions every single game that they naturally just take a long time for the games to. Dude, what the fuck is their board? There's 4 Comfeys and a Sableye on their board. What is happening? Dude, what? Well, this isn't dying, so I guess I can push it up. Have you ever tied game 1 of a set? Yes. At Worlds when I played Pidgey Control. I was not able to. I had a really weird game 1 against a Malamar deck that took me forever to stabilize. And once I finally stabilized, I didn't have enough time to deck them out. Or to start attacking with Articuno. So I tied. That was a funny one, actually. I think it's the only time there. Okay, they got the turn 1 ninja attack. That's not that bad. Turn 1 ninja attack's pretty solid. Respectable. But dude, they were cooking for a while there. That was funny. That was definitely funny. They're quad Comfey, like Path top deck. I mean, I think we're giving up here. Yeah, we'll just give up these 2. I think we just go Arceus, V-Star, and we get an energy because I just want to kind of guarantee that. I don't want to play I don't want to trump. They have a 3-card hand, so we can just kind of chill here. Just get a B barrel. So there's energy B barrel is probably the strat here. And I have my tool cards, right? I do have my tool cards. I have 190 HP left. So V-Guard energy wouldn't protect me from. It would protect me from Raikou, but not Dragonite. So I'm actually not sure what I want to do with that. I might want this for later on something else. Let's just go for a basic energy here. That's fine. Yeah, the Dragonite would still get me. It feels like it's what I want to play around. I don't know, though, to be honest. I wouldn't mind putting a path in play here because it would stop Greninja getting recovered and reused, but there's the path, so I guess we're going to go ahead and throw it out there. 180 for the knockout. Now, if they do attack me with Dragonite, I do kind of need Tina set up to respond to it. So I think I'm going like this. If I attack with Tina next turn, I have like no energy in play, which is also feels pretty bad. All right. Let's see how this goes. You tied Isaiah Williams game 1 at Orlando. Wait, what were you playing? Yeah, he was playing the control deck. Oh, you were playing Gudra. Yeah, I think he mentioned that to me, that you guys tied game 1. Which shouldn't happen. Either he should win or you should win. You should never tie game 1, even with the control deck. And that's also like fine too. Like control decks usually 1-0 people because like for them to set up their whatever win condition it is and actually execute it, it usually takes 30-40 minutes. And I think that's fine. Like for that to exist in a best 2 out of 3 format. I think like decks winning in that kind of fashion, or like even maybe not control decks, but maybe even some kind of like attacking deck that doesn't win games, that eventually wins games in like I said, like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. What was I saying? Damn, bro, they're kind of cooking. Yeah, that wins games in like that much. I think that's fine. Like I think if there's a couple decks in the format that exist that it takes them a 30 or 40 minutes to win a game if they win a game, it being a constant, more consistent thing, I can understand being like annoying or frustrating. I don't know. I just like I said recently, my one of my goals has been to try and play 3 games of Pokemon every single set. And I've been doing pretty good about that in my recent tournaments. But even then, when I have some sets that do tie, or I just always recognize that I could have done more or better in my scenarios. Dude, this... I need to get another Tina down. I guess we're doing that. Yeah, I just always recognize that I could have done more or better. And if I could do it, then anyone can do it. It's like not a big deal. If I can do it, yeah, you guys can do it too. I'm not like special. I don't know. Like I could have definitely played like in all my games. I guess like my tie on the winning end was pretty unavoidable, to be honest. But I got the choice bell, which is pretty good. Now I kind of just want to load up this Arceus. So I was thinking about loading up the Tina. What do I have left for energy in here, though? Oh, just a Psychic. I guess that's fine. I mean, I think I just load this up because this thing can KO the thing back. I didn't think about the choice. Well, me drawing into the choice bell, I guess, is like a little bit fortunate, but yeah, I just feel like I know I could have played faster, conceded sooner in some of my games as well. So like, I don't know, and I'm definitely playing at a higher caliber than most players. So, and I don't know. I guess maybe one of the things you can bring up with that is like, at what caliber should players have to play at to just kind of play Pokemon and get an enjoyable experience out of it, right? So I guess that's like another thing you could bring up. It's like someone like me who can play at that higher caliber, who consistently tries to play at that higher caliber. If you have to do that to make the game enjoyable enough to like play best of 2 out of 3, maybe that's a good argument to have it not be best out of 3. Because I've even said before in the past that I think some cards should just be banned because they're unfun. Like they don't have to inherently, a card doesn't have to inherently break the game for it to be unfun enough that it should probably be banned. So you can kind of apply that here as well and just be like, at a certain point, something should just not exist if it's just not fun enough. Especially even if the potential to have fun in that situation is possible, if you have to work so hard to achieve that, it's still probably reasonable to be like, all right, it still probably shouldn't exist. I actually don't know what I'm setting up here. I'm assuming they're knocking this out. I don't want them to be able to switch it up on me and knock it out with a cram and save the Sableye. So I'm going to push this. Also, oh yeah, I remember him telling me about the game where he turn 1 sitting you and hit both your belts, like removing your win condition. To be honest, when that happened, I mean, I don't know how well you knew the matchup there, Jewel, but you should have conceded. Like instantly when that happens, just be like, all right, pack it up, go to game 2. Because you can win that game pretty aggressively as Goodra. You just need to set up a Goodra, start swinging, and have a choice belt eventually, and you just win. So, but if you just don't know how the matchup plays out, then it's hard to make that prediction. Actually, setting this up was maybe not correct, because now they can put damage counters on it and then put it in a range where... now I'm just going to get KO'd. Now I'm going to get KO'd by Dragonite. I had no idea. Yeah, so that's what I assumed. I need to get a double turbo and actually retreat my Arceus now. It was actually a mistake to send this up. I should have sent up the Tina, assuming that that was the play they were going to make. Dude, do I bench the Squavette here? Well, if I do, then I should grab Bidoof and put Bidoof down as well. Saying I'm drawing so few cards with, I kind of want to. I kind of just want to get in there. I think we're just going to get in there with this. Squav on board. Yeah, because I can't afford to leave this in the active and then I just lose to Dragonite if that happens, I think, so. Oh, nice. Also, a disrupt. Okay, cool. Does this ever matter where this goes? I don't know if this would allow this thing to hit for a little bit more damage. I don't know. Where does this go? There, sure. No clue, to be honest. Yo, Squavette coming in clutch. Squavette coming in clutch. Classic. It's actually kind of disgusting how often that happens with the Squavette. It just gets you that one card you needed. Gross. Yeah, because if I had left this in the active and they go Dragonite KO, I don't think I have a win condition. I could have put the... No, I would have... I put a double turbo there just in KO it anyways. I guess I could have put double turbo though KO, search out the grass here, got the Psychic off the prize cards, and that would have worked actually, to be honest, but I don't know. You KO'd a Guardius. Actually, I think that is just a play in the Guardi matchup, is to go with the Squavette Gloves combo. Like, that's like your one prize to offset the prize trade. Like, they come at you with a Zacian, or... Yeah, they come at you with a Zacian or a... I can't afford to send that up, right? That's too risky. I send up this every time. Or I can send up this, but they have 4 prize cards, so if they punch us with Cram, that'd be a little bit worse, I guess, overall, so I think I should send up this. I just go double turbo retreat. I think it's just one of the strategies in this matchup is like to offset the prize trade against them. You go Squavet. You go Squavet with the gloves, right? You go Squavet gloves, double turbo. If you don't need it to KO a Guard EX at some point, then you do that, and then you go like Iono low, and now you have a 1 prize on your active instead of a 2 prize, and they have to work that much harder to get the knockout. After they go for their first, after they get their first knockout. I think a big thing. I think a big thing that people need to think about is like you can't think too much. I mean, it's what I said earlier. I feel like people have been kind of having a discussion since Lost Box like has become a like a tier 1, a top tier deck. But like I think you have to remove this format. Like sometimes there'll just be formats that don't feel as good in like best 3 of 5 or best 2 of 3. But if you're like accurately removing that from your thought process, then I think it's fine to be. Yeah, it's just like if the only reason is like like a couple decks in this format is the reason you don't like best out of 3, then it's just like I mean the format changes, you know, rotation happens, just like let that kind of cycle through. I think maybe I shouldn't have benched the Bidoof because now no, I shouldn't have benched Bidoof. Benching Bidoof was actually a mistake because now they can go Sableye, KO Squavet, KO Bidoof. Oh, that's actually so bad. Why did I do that? Yeah, that was actually so bad. The Squavet was fine. Ooh, they got rid of my choice belt as well. Dude, do I just lose? I'm out of grass, so I can't attack with Tina, which means I can't want to KO Dragonite. Yeah, the Squavet was fine, I think, because I needed to see more cards that turn, but benching the Bidoof was bad. I forgot they both have 60 HP. I agree with Omni Joe's comment on the matter. Oh, the bring back tag teams. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't need to be like a format shift. The format shift should not be how the game gets like fixed or solved or whatever you want to call it. Maybe they don't have another way to get into the Sableye here. They only have a 3-card hand. Then I don't get punished. But I definitely shouldn't have done that. The Jets! That kind of sucks. How do I... Yeah, I mean, I just literally have to attack with this and hope. Do I have my other V-Guard left? Would it even save me? 50... 30. The V-Guard would save me, actually. Yeah, V-Guard on this would stop the KO. Dude, why did I bench this stupid... But I have to retreat my active, so I can't even afford to do that. But I do have both my switch cards left, I think. Dude, I have so many supporters left. I have literally all my draw supporters. Oh, I top talked one. Anything left? I have Spiritomb, but if I bench Spiritomb, I could get Horn Sableye and just lose. I'll save the energy in the deck to accelerate to the Tina to make sure the Tina could retreat so I could push that up later if I wanted to. Grab this. And then Iono down to 2. I mean, that's pretty good. Put him down to 2 cards left. I would like a Path to the Peak. Because Ninja... Ninja's back in the... That threw me off. I was like, didn't I just see these cards? I thought these were just in my hand. But I just saw them off the nest ball or whatever. Alright, Path, we got the Path, okay. Alright, they could be playing the Roxanne. Let's do this correctly this time. Do that. Boom. Good. Path. In play. Nice. Retreat. Got 190 HP left. They'd be doing 120, 180 if they attacked with Raikou. Them doing 180 to this. They couldn't KO. They could go Horn plus Raikou KO. So I guess I should push this one up then. Yeah, they could go Horn plus Raikou. And then Raikou would KO this, so. So this here, so now I can like send it up off an escape rope and pivot back out of it. Maybe I should have tried to get Tina set up. I still had a decent... I still had a decent amount of energy left. Maybe I could have tried to set up the Tina. I miss Quad Mawile ADP. Now, bro, you miss Zigzagoon ADP. When you would bench you would like... On draw, you would bench Zigzagoon. Turn 1 Battle VIP pass for... Wait, was Battle VIP pass even a card? Turn 1 Battle VIP pass for Zigzagoon? Wait, when did we get Battle VIP pass? No, that came out with Lost Zone, right? Dude, wasn't there an aggressive Pokemon searching item card in that format? Or am I trolling? That was not the problem. That was definitely the problem. Bro, wasn't there like some weird... Quick Ball? Dude, I feel like there was some weird card that was really good on your first turn of the game but fell off extremely hard afterwards. Okay, so I don't think... Oh, do I don't hear what they do this turn? They didn't play a supporter. I'll go ahead and attach this here. Yeah, they didn't play a supporter, but they have 3 cards in hand. I could make it 2. Doesn't mean they couldn't have a supporter. What do they have in their loss zone? They're out of Chorus. The extra card probably makes a pretty big deal overall, right? Because that extra card, they could be like Dragonite, Mirage Gate, something, and they could just be like a card or 2 away. I think it's probably correct to do it like that. I'm actually not 100% sure. We're still hoping that they just whiff here. If they get it, they got it. We just lose. But with a 2-card hand, with a board as set up as theirs is, I think we have this one locked up here. We'll see. Quick Ball, Radar, and Tag Call, as well as Pokecom. Maybe I'm just thinking about there was like Oh, am I thinking about like Order Pad? I am thinking about Order Pad. Wait, no, is it called Order Pad? Flip a coin if heads, get a card out of your deck. All right, I think we got him with the Disruption here at the end of this one. Man, Arc plus Disruption is a lot harder for Lost. Well, I mean, they didn't do an early Dragonite though. You got to be aggressive with your Dragonite early. Now, I don't know if they could have. They did turn 1 Greninja me. I don't know if that could have been a Dragonite instead. They maybe prized their Dragonite as well. We also actually haven't seen any 2-prize Pokemon. That's 2 lost boxes in a row that we haven't seen any 2-prize Pokemon. They maybe just didn't have any. The last one presumably did because they had Sky Seal Stone, but we didn't see him, I don't think. Even at the end of the game, we didn't. No, we saw the Dragonite at the end of the game. That's when we saw the Dragonite. It was literally on the last turn of the game. They lost on a Raikou? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, we did see the Raikou then. Yeah, for anyone who wants a little bit of help with that matchup on the Lost Box side of things, just like turn 1, turn 2 Dragonite is your game plan literally every single time. Even anticipating the Alakazam Dura return KO, yeah, you just make them have it. In that situation, it's almost better to do. The earlier you do it, the less likely they are to have the return knockout. Tier list time? Yeah, let's do this tier list. Good call. I wasn't thinking about it. Is Turbo Lost Box Kyogre still good? And I don't think so. I don't think there's any reason to play Kyogre. I don't think Kyogre really does anything. Maybe if Lugia gets really popular again, it makes sense to bring back the Kyogre, but I just don't think there's any matchups right now where the Kyogre is like. I think there's other, like, if you're trying to beat Arceus decks, I think there's other better tools to beat Arceus decks, because yeah, there's other better tools to beat the Arceus decks than the Kyogre option. I might be wrong on that. Kyogre might be a little bit more powerful in those matchups than I'm giving credit. But they have so much hand disruption now. I know you can like maybe try and keep them at, and they can play like a really low bench anyways as well. Yeah, I think there's better options. Went on a Lost Box mirror. I should know my first turn a Cram or a Comfy. Quite a long. You have to rephrase your question there. I should KO on my first turn a Cram or a Comfy. Oh, when you have the choice. I mean, it depends if you think they really want their Cram next turn. If they don't, then you should try and kill something else. But usually, just for like keeping the low HP Pokemon in play for your Sableye later, you want to do that. I talk about solid choices for For a first timer in a wait, what do you mean? Solid choices for a first timer in a regional or event of some sort. I live in Pittsburgh and was thinking about going. And what do you mean solid choices for a first? Oh, for a first timer, for a first time going to a tournament. I mean, just I'm always bad at these kind of questions. I say this every time I get asked one of these questions. I don't just go and have fun. There's like nothing really. All of my advice that I would give for like preparing for a regional outside of the ordinary, you know, it's like IRL advice, to be honest, is like advice for life. Like, yeah. My locals for League Cups really only brings Lugia and some Fusion Mew. Lost on box character. My best player for an upcoming cup. No. If there's a lot of Lugia, I wouldn't play Lost on box. Yeah, Lugia is not, or Lost on is not good into Lugia. That's a bad matchup. Yeah, I mean, I would just say, I mean, there's nothing really, I don't really have any advice for that kind of question, to be honest. Like, just go and have fun. Like, don't overthink of it. Just go. And then you'll know what to make of them going forwards. Like, especially if it's your first regional, like, just go, have a good time, play some Pokemon, and then you'll know what to make of them for yourself and your own situation, like, going forward from there. I would definitely recommend going to as many regionals as you possibly can if you enjoy playing the game competitively. But if you're not sure how committed you want to be to the game, then you got to go to that first one anyways to figure out how you feel about it. So you just got to go to that first one first. All right, I'm gonna get this out of the way off the rip. Pepperoni S tier. You know what? I'm actually starting to like extra cheese is pretty good. I think that's S tier as well because extra cheese. I feel like extra cheese, and we're talking like American pizza. We're not talking like or anything like too fancy or bougie. We're not going to a place to get like a $50 pizza that's like burnt. We're talking American pizza. Get the extra cheese. Pepperoni is always S tier. You can't go wrong with the pepperoni. I'm not a big fan of like meat lover. To be honest, at this point, if I am ordering a pizza and picking out the toppings, and there's not some kind of if there's not some kind of wacky pizza on the menu, nor is there some kind of like, or if you go to like a place where you get like recently I went to a place, I forget where it was. I want to say it was Fort Wayne. They had a crab rangoon pizza. Bro, that shit actually tasted like crab rangoons. It was actually crazy. It kind of blew my mind how much it tasted like crab rangoons. So if I go to a pizza place and they have a crab rangoon pizza, I'm gonna try the crab rangoon pizza. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm ordering a pizza and picking the toppings, we're going pepperoni, extra cheese, pineapple, jalapenos, bacon. That's it. Those. Wait, actually, you know what? I actually wouldn't even put pepperoni on that, but pepperoni is still S tier. And so my S tier is extra cheese, pineapple, jalapenos, bacon, because that's the pizza I would get out of these selections every single time. If I'm ordering a pizza and picking the toppings and there's not some crazy pizza on their menu that's like, I gotta try that, or I'm not like rolling up to a pizza place and they got like some crazy slices to try and I gotta try that, and I'm picking the toppings and ordering pizza, we're going extra cheese, pineapple, jalapenos, bacon. Lock it in. That's it. And pepperoni's S tier as well because pepperoni is S tier because like pepperonis are so good. Tomatoes, F. Meatball, F. Ham, pretty good. That's like a B. Garlic, that's like an A. We got bell peppers, that's an F. We got anchovies, that's an F. We got basil, it's pretty good. That's like a B. Chicken, it's pretty good. That's like a B. Mushrooms, C. Olives, black olives are really good on pizza. A. I would almost put it in here, but it doesn't go with the rest of those toppings there, so we're going A. Onions, all right. Are they mushroom tier? Or are they better than mushroom tier? They're better than mushroom tier. That's a B. They're not as good as olives or garlic. Plain, why is this? This is not a topping. It's a choice, I guess. Sausage, it's okay. Sausage might be better than ham, though. If I had to pick between sausage and ham on a pizza, definitely sausage over chicken. Actually, chicken probably drops a tier. I think it's like a buffalo chicken pizza, barbecue chicken pizza. Those things slap, but chicken as a topping, like neutrally, like just like to add it somewhere. I'm not like ordering a pizza and being like, oh, and add chicken. But if it's like a buffalo chicken pizza or a barbecue chicken pizza, I'm like, okay, that's pretty good. Steak, I'm never adding steak to my pizza either. Yeah, it goes with chicken and C. Spinach is pretty good on pizza. I dig the spinach on pizza. Plain pizza, plain isn't that bad. I don't know why this is in the, it's not a topping though. I guess it's like void of toppings. If you're void of toppings, then steak is so random. Yeah, it doesn't, it's usually just not coming up, right? That's like a pizza topping. Steak needs to be D. I would I think I keep like if I order a pizza and it has steak on it, then I would get it. Same thing with chicken. If I order like a pizza, like all right, buffalo chicken pizza, then I'm like, okay, then I have chicken. But I'm not gonna be like, yo, can I get a pizza with this, and chicken? Like I'm not gonna add chicken to like my topping list if I'm ordering a pizza with the specific toppings I want. Have you had a cheesesteak style steak pizza? It's a strong showing. No. Dude, where is this video, bro? Oh, I found it. Dude, this is it, bro. This is it. And I'm about to quote you this. This is I love this. Okay. Do I put I win or I won? What makes more sense? I win or I won? It'd be I won. Show class? Yeah, I'm gonna head on. I'll break up this video in just a second. But everyone should go check out my tweet. You can go check out my tweet if you want to see it ahead of time. If not, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here in just 1 second. I gotta finish. I gotta put something in D tier. We have to delete D tier. Mushrooms honestly are worse than chicken, steak, or plain pizza. Boom, lock it in. Mushrooms are not that good on pizza. Mushrooms are like terrible actually. They throw off the texture so hard. Show the video? Yeah, hang on. Give me 1 second. Video goes hard, bro. Shuffling Techniques 101. This is a Pokemon, the trading card game Shuffling Techniques 101. It's an official Pokemon video. Watch this. Mash shuffling. Respectable. Divide your deck in halves and mash them together. Don't forget to shuffle the top card, too. Riffle shuffling. Reasonable. Part your deck into halves and bridge them together. Respectable. Respectable. Let's combine riffle and mash. Reasonable. All right. Makes sense. If you want to switch it up, you don't have to switch it up. It does nothing to randomize your deck further. I see people bringing this up all the time, that mashing and riffling your deck increases the potential randomization of the deck. You should mash a little bit more than you would riffle to theoretically randomize your deck, but it doesn't do anything. And up next, my favorite of the 3 popular shuffling methods. Pile. First off, pile in quotation marks. Shuffling. Pile shuffling. Pile shuffling. Shuffling is a good for counting your cards before a game begins, but is not considered a true shuffle. We've done it. Even Pokemon admits that pile shuffling is not shuffling, and shuffling means to randomize the stack of cards. We've done it. They have nothing now. They're done. They're cooked. Who posted this video? It's on the official Pokemon. It's literally it's so funny. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold up. I'll make it so you guys can see it. Because it sounds fake. It sounds fake, but it says the official Pokemon YouTube channel said it. It sounds like, it's like, yo, who said that? Where are you getting this from? I got it from the official Pokemon YouTube channel, which is also the official, or which is also the name of the YouTube channel, the official Pokemon YouTube channel. That's where I got it from. The official Pokemon YouTube channel. Why is it unlisted? I don't know. I think this video is like for people, like for I think the video is like for people to show, like people who like run leagues and stuff, to show people these videos. I actually don't know what this is for, to be honest, but it was on Twitter. I didn't like hack my way into this. I just followed a link on Twitter. So they're preparing for league. Oh, preparing for league. Where was I gonna go from here? Let's see what else it says. Dude, that it's so satisfying, bro. Remember to mash or riffle shuffle after pile shuffling to properly randomize your deck. And they put it in quotation marks again. Pile counting, bro. Now I just got to change the name. Practice makes perfect. Shuffle might be hard at first, but repetition the key to success. Good to know. Good to know. Now we just need to start calling it pile counting. We need to change the name of it, just across, like universally, from the Pokemon TCG to the Magic to Yu-Gi-Oh, like universally, not just in Pokemon, but we need to start a trend of calling it pile counting and have that trend reach across the whole world. Get someone who can bridge the riffles. That probably would have been good to show bridging, but I want to see the origami bends. How shuffling is to shuffling as cheesecake is to cake. But I like cheesecake. But because I like cheesecake, do I disagree with Irish's opinion? I think the video is better with a bad shuffle to not discouraging players. Good take, Locke. I actually like that take. It's a good take from Locke. Just show someone, you know, just getting by with their shuffling. Don't intimidate. Cheesecake ain't cake. I mean, but it's cheesecake is what is it then? Cheese casserole? Cheese dish? Like cheese dessert dish? Why can't we call it cheesecake? Sometimes there's like cake with your cheesecake too. Sometimes it's like there's like the cheesecake batter stuff, but then there's also like actual cake with it. Like it's like a layer of cake under it. It's a dessert for sure. It's more like a pie. But cheesecake sounds so much more dessert. Are you gonna call it cheese pie? That doesn't sound very appetizing. I don't really want to eat a cheese. Well, actually, a cheese pie as like a regular entree doesn't sound terrible. I feel like cheesecake is not offensive enough to being called a cake that we should keep it as cheesecake. I feel like it's kind of neutral. Like it's just not like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not hurting anyone. It's not it's not being a cheesecake's not hurting anyone. People thinking that pile shuffling is hurting. That actually has an effect around what it actually is not what people think it is. But someone thinking a cheesecake is a cake, I don't think that's hurting anyone. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think there's anything wrong there. You know what I'm saying? I've been hurt by cheesecake. Well, we can let one person be hurt by cheesecake. My wife thinking cheesecake is cake and presenting it to me on my birthday. Yeah, it hurts. Wanted real cake. Ooh, that was a good top deck. So we're up against some kind of lost box deck. Okay, I do want to get the... But putting Spiritium in the discard pile is really bad. I could get horned. Maybe I don't want anything. Maybe I just go like this. Let's attach my Arceus and pass. I think, well... No, that is fine. I think it's fine. I don't need to go any further than this. Okay, I could see that, Irish. I could see that. That's fair. I could... That's a little bit more reasonable. I almost had to file. I wouldn't be as disappointed though. If someone got me a cake for my birthday and it was a cheesecake, I'd be like, you know what, that kind of... Sometimes, dude, sometimes I'm craving cheesecake. I can't explain it. It's not often, but sometimes cheesecake just hits. Lost Tina, bro. If I don't win this game, I should retire, to be honest. Yeah, if I can't get the dub here, that's it. I think we pack it up. It was a good run though. It was a good run for sure. Okay, so we're looking for a Comfy KO. To be honest, I kind of want to... I'm not afraid of Echoing Horn anymore. That's for sure. Dude, if they actually Abyss... how do I want to tackle this, actually? Definitely want to judge them. Oh, they just hit me with the path. Bro, that is so incredibly rude. Actually, how do I tackle this now? Well, I definitely want to judge because they have a literal 8-card hand. The Inos get more powerful as the game goes on, so I think we keep that around. I mean, to be honest, I almost want to grab Bidoof. I almost value Bidoof as the Pokemon to take here. And I'm playing for a Trinity charge anyways at this point, so... I don't want to get ran over by them, though, so I think Judge is fine. So just like an attach to the active chill is like fine with me. And I whiff the attachment. Let's go! Alright. How much do I care? I mean, I think we're getting in there. We're getting stashy with it. Yeah, I can evolve this. I can attach these cleansing gloves to... And then Nestash right into the double turbo, bro. Let's do it. I am so down. No, because if I get a double turbo, dude, that kind of sucks. This is like Tina's best matchup, to be honest. I actually don't even think that this matchup is that good for Lost Tina, because we have our own Tinas as well, and we can be the... I think we can be the better aggressor at... We put on more pressure early through the Arceus to force them into their Tinas, so they're more likely to have to Tina first, and then we can just trade out Tinas from there, and we kind of win. I also think we're more likely to be the deck that can boss KO with Tina first, with our Tina into their Tina first. Did they just mess that up? Oh no, maybe they're just going in. Dude, we're getting... We're getting cooked. Maybe I am retiring. Maybe I am getting cooked. Or are they getting shreddy with it? If they get shreddy with it, I'm okay with getting shredded. I actually shouldn't have put this here, though, because I want to be able to... This should have gone, like, on a Bidoof for a Squabette, to be honest. Oh, my. All right. Well, I think I lose. I think this... Dude, I mean, the path was too strong. They pathed me out of this one. That's unfortunate. All right. I mean, I gotta punch this. I should have put this somewhere else so this thing could actually get a choice belt, but it's not that big of a deal in the current situation. The young stash. Oh, let me cook. Do double turb. Okay, hold up, chill out. We're alive. I don't think we're in a great spot, but we're alive. I'm gonna go double psychic here probably, or psychic grass. Well, they could play Iono, right? Maybe double psychic. I'm gonna do it like this. Yeah, so like psychic, grass. We got some options out of the hand. My hand is just all energy though. We need to get like an Iono or a boss top deck, to be honest. Oh, I have Nestash. We're chilling, bro. We're chilling. Believe in the stash. You gotta believe in the stash. The stash will lead us to victory for sure every time. Not even worried. They do still have their V-Star power, and they have 12 in the loss zone. It's about to be an epic comeback, though. You know what this is gonna be? This is gonna be an epic comeback. That's what this is gonna be. We're winning this game for sure. I'm not even worried about it, to be honest. Okay. We're gonna KO this with Arceus, get a bunch of energy in play. We need to find that Iono here. We need to change some Ionos. That's fine. Throw this down. I'll evolve it if I have to. I'm not worried about it. Young Stashington. Even a Judge would be nice, but I prefer the Iono here is definitely big. Be able to do 210 with this. 310 with this. I could attach it here, so this could actually do... I guess I'll just throw it there. All right, 5. Give me... How many Iono have I burned? I've only used 1. No Iono? Dude, we didn't even get the... Oh, all right, chill. We don't got anything here. All right, Judge. I need to get the Arceus at least. I need to be able to Trinity Nova to thin out the deck. Okay. Nova's on board. And they did V-Star power, so the V-Guard is actually of value here, so I don't want to Ultra Ball it away. Okay. Grass, Psychic. I'm going to go Grass, Psychic. Okay. Knockout. If they KO me here, I just lose. So we need him to whiff the knockout, get into ArcTina. And then we're cooking from there. A double Ultra Ball here, which is good. See a lot of cards. They push Sableye immediately, so this makes you think that they do have a Psychic energy in hand. Because otherwise it'd be really weird to push the Sableye off the rip here. They can kind of start to focus down my bench Pokemon a little bit. Let's see what they go for here, though. They're just taking away my draw power. That is annoying, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. That is annoying. I don't like that. All right. Well, they only have 2 prize cards left. They win by KO and Squavette. That's not good. I don't like that. I don't like that. So I have to KO the active then. I was going to not KO the active here, to be honest. Okay. So we're gonna go Nest Ball, Bidoof, Ultra Ball, these two. For the Tina, evolve to Tina, attach V-Guard active so this doesn't KO me. Quavet for 1 into Iono. Every time. All right, Trinity Nova. I'm not pleased with that. I'm not gonna lie. Sure. Well, okay. I'm not gonna lie. It's not looking good. Did I have like a better? I don't think I was at a very. I don't think I had a better play there. I appreciate the 70-month resub there, gamer. Do they have a Sableye in the Lost Zone? Okay, they have a Sableye in the Lost Zone, so that's good. So that means they'd have to super out it back. Cram Boss also works here, though. I think they got... Dude, we need the Iono there. Dude, the Squavet didn't help. All right, well... It's an interesting game. They had a really aggressive start. It's hard to combat that, to be honest. And then also... Man, I don't know. Everything you hope they don't have, they have it. Yeah. Damn. Man, they cooked us, man. They cooked us. They had a really good start. It was really the path. If we were just weren't able, we had like a not lie. Lostina seems like Lostina is not a good deck. So there's no way Lostina is still a good deck. It just can't be possible. It can't be true. I would be shocked if Lostina was a good deck. I think it is really. I think it is close to being a good deck. I think last format it was close to being a good deck too. I don't think Lostina was that far from being a like tier 2, tier 3 deck. But it never made any sense. The only good deck this format is Arceus Regidrago, probably. Let's get into the Arcdura meta. But it's not an Arcdura meta. Arcdura is just a deck. If you're still unfavorable against Guardian Lost Box, how does that make you a good deck? Like Arcdura isn't all of a sudden the most popular deck in the format. Guardian Lost Box are still the two most popular decks, and you're unfavored against those two decks. Lostina won both late nights. That doesn't mean anything though. Winning a late night doesn't mean anything. Also, I'm pretty sure it was one of them was Lostina, one of them was Lost Box. I'm gonna confirm that right now because like I don't know if I could handle. Yeah, I think one of them was Lost. Like Lostina has one. Oh no, it did win both. You're right. My bad. I thought one of the ones that won was Lost Box was one of it. But it's like not the first time that like Lostina won some late nights last format too. As well, it won some last format. Who knows? Maybe the deck is better than I give it credit for. I still think the deck is terrible, but I could be wrong. Definitely be wrong. I gave it another shot recently. Like I tried it out pre-NAIC. I played some more games with it. It's not like I didn't play any games with it either. I'm just hating on the deck. It still did not feel good. But yeah, I mean, it winning 2 late nights, I'm not gonna give it like a ton of credit. If it was the same person who won 2 late nights with it, then I think I would give it a little bit more credit. But then it'll be a little bit more interesting. I'm like, But if it's just like 2 different people winning with Lost Tina, what's the benefit in negative Tina? I mean, that's such a weird question because every deck has literally the exact same determining factor as to how good it is in the meta, and that's just win percentage. Now the meta can change, which can make some decks better than worse. Like Lost Tina has probably gotten better because there is more other Arceus decks in the meta. Maybe it is fair to just say. Let's just say Lost Tina is favored against Arceus decks. Lost Tina has gotten better if there's more Arceus decks in the meta, and there's more Arceus decks in the meta as of late. So let's just go ahead and say it's favored against Arceus decks. So that it will increase its win rate, But is increased its win rate enough to where the point if you're still unfavored against Guardy and Lost Box that you should play the deck? I don't know. Although I haven't seen some people say that the Lost Box matchup isn't that bad. I don't know if I believe that, but Jet is kind of gross in the deck. Yeah, no, Jet is good in the deck, but is good enough. I was Lost Tina unfavored against Arc. No, I'm saying it's favored against Arc. I'm sorry. I don't know if I missaid that or not. Azul just brainwashing everyone ahead of World so nobody expects when he brings it. True. What else was I saying though? Yeah, I mean every deck, like you asked what were the benefits and negatives of playing Tina? The negative is you're playing a stage 2 deck or stage 1 deck and a Lost Zone deck. The positives of playing Tina, but that's like saying what is the comparison? Are you just comparing, would you just be comparing Lost Tina to how's Lost Tina unfavored against Guardy? Because you don't like chain stabilize, you're not as aggressive with like the potential of like a turn 1 Greninja or something like that. And then your main way to get through their Pokemon eventually is 2 prize Pokemon and you just win the trade. It's just like the Lost Box matchup against Guardy is like pretty close to 50-50, maybe slightly favored for Lost Box. So if you just all of a sudden have a 2 prizer in there that has to be one of your main attackers, then like you just lose. You can usually use Lost Abyss without getting punished. What does that even? Well, why does that matter if you use Lost Abyss? What does Lost Abyss have to do with anything? Oh, you mean the first attack? I thought you were talking about the V-Star powers. Like, what does that have to do with anything? I mean, they get to punch you for free with Guardy EX. I don't know. That sounds kind of annoying. Has Roxanne Path Guardy and Star Requiem the Guardy EX? If Guardy lost to Roxanne Path or Iono Path, Guardy wouldn't be a good deck. But Guardy doesn't lose to that. That's not like a win condition. Yeah, if Guardy lost to Path Roxanne or Path Iono, Guardy wouldn't be the best deck in the format. But it's not that simple to beat Guardy. Like Guardy does not care about that. Sables are worth a shout or just play regular Lost Box in this meta? Probably just play regular Lost Box. I don't know. I know Pedro played Sables Art at NAIC, I think, with like the Articunos and Cram can 1 KO things. Maybe it's okay, but it doesn't seem like it's good enough. Well, Path Roxanne and Lost Mine Sableye. I mean, at that point, there's nothing for Sableye to Lost Mine. And if you're Lost Mining with Sableye, then your Path Roxanne is that much less effective because you need that much less to take the knockout on the Sableye. So it's like you're going Path Roxanne, and they're like, okay, well, I still have something set up on board to KO you. So you need to go like Roxanne Path. Well, I guess like you don't have to. You don't. Maybe you don't mean in combination, but you just have that as like another tool, I guess, which is fair. I don't know. Maybe that is enough to put the pressure on. Sableye early. You know, pick out their board, get rid of their Curlias. No draw power in play. Then you hit them with the Roxanne Path. Maybe that does just win the game. They do have less draw power in play theoretically if you Sableye first. Maybe the Guardy players that play against mess up. I mean, everyone always messes up. It depends where you're getting your testing from as well. I mean, that's why it's really important to be critical of your testing outside of just, oh, I beat up on this one deck 10 times on ladder. It's like, well, I don't know, ladder's not a great indication of how a matchup actually gets played out or how a deck actually should be played most of the time. Most of the time, a lot of players just like throwing their game constantly, so I want to be like a little bit more critical than that and be like, okay. And the biggest thing you can try and do so you can actually get more value out of your testing in like PTCG ladder is to like look at a game or as like a game is playing out, kind of play it for your opponent as they're playing and be like, okay, they messed this up. If they'd done this instead, don't just be like, oh, like in the moment, maybe you realize it too. It's like, oh, your opponent, let's just, for an example, if you're up against Guardy, it's like, oh, they attack with Zacian when they should have attacked with Guardy EX. Don't just be like, oh, I realize they should have done this differently. But then when you, like, after the game is over, if you win, you want to be like, well, if they just played differently, I'd probably just lose. If they just attack with the Guardy EX, yeah, I'd literally just lose the game. That's what they should have done. So if you can recognize the misplay, you should also factor that into the end result. Don't just take the end result for what it is and be like, even though they misplayed, a win is a win and I won the game. It's like, that's how the matchup goes, 100-0. Like, you want to be like, okay, they messed up. I recognize the mess up. And if they had played better, they actually just win that matchup. So, you know, that's how you want to play it towards it. Because if your goal is to try and actually find the actual matchup percentage for the matchup so you can actually make an informed decision on how good you think a deck actually is, then you want to, like, account for your misplays and turn some wins into losses, or when you make a mistake and realize it afterwards, you can turn some losses into wins for your perspective of a matchup. You see what I'm saying? So you could, at the end of a game, you could be like, okay, I messed this thing up. If I didn't mess this up, I actually just win this match. So you can count a loss as a win in your when you're trying to analyze a matchup. You can be like, okay, I lost this game, but if I just didn't make this mistake that I realized I had made, but you have to make sure it's not something like, well, I did A, but B would have been better depending on how the game played out. You have to be like, okay, I did A, but I always should have done B for these reasons, not just how the game ended up playing out. Because maybe you still should have done A in theory in the situation you were in. It's just B would have been better because of how the game actually ended up playing out, if you know what I mean. Any tips for taking prize cards? Just make sure you take them before your opponent. Any tips for I got a today I got a minor for you have to rephrase that. So a judge gave you a warning, Bella? Is that what you're saying? Because that second part of your question is a whole bunch of words. What did you do, and what did they think you were doing? Yeah, what did you do, and what did they think you did? Or yeah, what did you do that made them think that? That's what I should ask. All critical analysis, I'm gonna start believing copers on Twitter. I was taking top left and bottom right. Yeah, I see. This is what I've talked about many times. Technically, in the rules, there's nothing against drawing your prize cards out of logical order. And when I say logical order, because a lot of people, so one person asking, how can you determine what is logical order? There's no such thing as logical order to taking your prize cards. If you, let's say you had your deck in your hands, and let's say you dropped your deck on the floor. When you go down to reach down and pick up your deck, are you going to start by picking up the cards closest to you, or are you going to pick up the cards off the floor furthest away from you? Well, logically, you pick up the stuff closest to you. Why would you reach over the stuff that's closest to you when you're picking up the stuff? So same thing with your prize cards. There's an amount of objects in an area that you're going to try and pick up, right? You're going to pick those things up. Logically, same thing. You would pick up the thing that is closest to you. Now, the only argument you can make is if you have your prize cards laid out 3-3, is do you take bottom right, let's say the 3-3 up and down, like on PTCG Live. Now, there's the only thing that there's an argument for is like, do you take bottom right and then middle right and then top right, or do you take bottom right and then bottom left and then middle right and then middle left? And both of those you could like theoretically argue that they're logical. So that'd be fine. If you draw your prize cards in either of those manners, it's logical, so it makes sense. So best just pick the prize card closest to you, because if your prize cards are random, which they should be, and you have no knowledge of what your prize cards are when they are random, which you shouldn't, then there's no reason to draw your prize cards out of order, because logically, when you go to pick something up, you pick up the thing closest to you. So whatever feels most comfortable for you to take immediately out of the ones that are closest to you is what you should just constantly do. So if it's 2-2-2, I'm just going to switch over to my other camera because I'm going to do the dice thing anyways here. Let's just switch over to my other camera real fast. What I just click there? What scene do I want to go to? Here we go. I'm gonna bring this over too, because when I roll the die, I'm gonna do it on a mat. All right, so let me get some cards. Okay, so logically, if I drop these here, I'm not going to go like this and pick them up backwards. That doesn't make any sense. When I drop these prize cards, when I drop cards like this, and I'm going to pick them up, I'm going to go front to back, right? Because it's closest to me versus furthest away from me. There's two ways you can lay out your prize cards that, like, most people do that kind of makes sense. There's the 3-3-3. There's the way I do it, too. I do the 2-2-2, right? It doesn't matter which way you do it, so I'll do the example of the 2-2-2 first. So these are my prize cards off, or I'll just, like, move over a little bit. So they're over to my left, right? They're over to the left of me. Right? So logically, because of just how humans work, you would go to, when you're going to pick something up, you pick up the thing that's closest to you, which is always this prize card. So this is the prize card you would always start with logically, right? Boom. So we take that prize card. The next logical one, you could make an argument for either of these prize cards, to be honest. Now I do this, right? So I do it like this. But you could, like, logically, like, if you have it like this and you haven't spread out, like, now the reason it makes sense for me to do it the way I do it is because if I go like this prize card is under this prize card. So once again, it makes no sense to go for this prize card and have to work harder to get the same thing to acquire the exact same thing, right? Because theoretically, all these prize cards are equal because there are 6 random prize cards that I have no knowledge of. So they're all equal. So why would I work harder to get something of equal value? It doesn't make any sense. That's why it's illogical for me to take this prize card over this one. So when I lay out my prize cards how I do it, it makes sense to do it like this because that's what logically makes sense. So it is, the argument that I've had with a couple people is that there's no such thing as a logical way to take prize cards, but there is, because just based on how humans work and function, it would be illogical, because this is what I have to work harder for. Why would I work harder when I don't have to work as hard? It's illogical. And all the prize cards are equal, right? So now we can do it this way as well with the 3s. Now, if you do it with the 3s, it always makes sense to go like this. Now, the only argument you could, or discussion you could have, or like where you could do it differently, is if you lay them out like this, where none of the cards are laying on top of each other, and this is always the first one, right? So you take that. These two are about equal, I would say, though. Like, if you go like this or you go like this, that's about equal, right? I think the majority of people draw them like this instead of up like this. But if you took this one and then this one and then this one and then this one and this one, that's like fine as well, right? Now, the other argument that people come up with and they say is like, oh, well, why do you care how people draw their prize cards? It doesn't make a difference. If I draw my prize cards like and I look like a moron and I draw this one first, like, it doesn't mean I'm cheating. It's like, yeah, it doesn't mean you're cheating. But if all cards are of equal value, drawing your prize cards illogically out of order would only make sense to do if you were trying to gain some type of advantage. But because all the prize cards should be equal, there's no advantage to be gained by taking this prize card over taking the logical prize card first, which is this one, because this one is easier to acquire than this one. So as long as they are of equal value and you haven't played like Peonia or something and have access to knowledge of your prize cards, you should never take this prize card over this prize card because it's illogical. And if you do it, and if you do this, the only thing that could come of it is either you're just doing it to do it, or you're cheating. Now, if I draw my prize card like this, I am doing it to do it, but I also am never cheating by drawing it in the logical order, if that makes sense. When you draw them out of order, it could either be because you're doing to do it, or it could be because you're cheating. Now, I could be cheating and draw the first prize card out of order, but because I'm drawing them in order, it's so much less likely that I would ever that my prize cards would end up in the order where I could just draw them in order. And I could still be cheating, right? It's still possible. But that's why it never makes sense to draw your prize cards out of order, because the only thing that could be happening, the only other thing that could be happening besides you just doing it to do it, is that you could be cheating. So why would you want to, if you're not cheating, why would you want to make it look like you're cheating, right? You could draw it like this and not be cheating. You could draw it like this and not be cheating. But drawing it like this makes it look like you're cheating. So why would you ever draw your prize cards in a way that could make it look like you're cheating? If all else is equal, just do it in the logical order, which means you would pick up the card that has least resistance to acquiring, which is this card. And then for the way I lay out my prize cards like this, it'd be this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. Yeah. I'm going to argue the point in reverse. If there is no advantage, then why does it matter? I just told you, yeah, now I just explained why it matters. Because the only reason to ever make yourself work, the only reason to work harder would be if you had some information that you shouldn't have over the prize cards when they are all else equal. What about die rolling for prizes? I mean, it could look a little weird, but as long as you like make it known to your opponent before you like go to draw your first prize card, I think it'd be fine. But it's just a little bit weird and kind of just eats up time for no reason. But it's not like the end of the world. Sounds like you're choosing my prize cards if we ever play against one another. I mean, you can do whatever you want. Dude, people like apologize for me when they pile shuffle against me. I'm like, bro, I don't care if you people do it. Yo, what's up, chill? My thing is people understanding what pile shuffling do. My gripe with pile shuffling is people think it randomizes their deck. That's my gripe with pile shuffling. I don't care if you actually pile shuffle. Not gonna lie, that is an invalid argument. No one ever said anyone was stacking though. So actually, you're just wrong, Beats. You're adding another layer to it that could happen. Someone could stack their deck ahead of time. Why would you not just stack in order to most easily pick up? Your reasoning is based on the community culture to pick up the cards in a certain manner. That's just not true at all, Beats. No one ever said anyone was stacking. You're the one who said someone was stacking. You're adding stacking to the equation. No one ever said anyone was stacking. We're just saying that so we're just saying if someone had their deck, sufficiently randomized beforehand, which means they're not stacking, and then they lay out their prize cards, but they have some important cards marked in their prize cards, they could then know where the cards in the prize cards are and then pick them out of order, or pick that prize card specifically. Now, it could be that I marked this card, and that is my first prize card, so it's not going to look suspicious if I take the marked card. But this could be the marked card, and I might want it right now, so I go ahead and take it. Isn't stacking the only way you could be cheating? No, it's for marked cards. Let's say I put a... There. That's marked, right? Right here. Let's do this. Let's make it even more marked. There. My card is marked, right? You guys can't even see that. Dude. Mark, bro. My card is marked, right? I lay out my prize cards. Oh, okay. I'm gonna take my marked card. Right? That's what we're talking about. No one said anything about stacking. You included stacking in the equation. So now I just know where it is. So now I take it out of order. Why would I ever take my prize out of order? Well, it's maybe because I know where a certain card is. That's why the only reason to take them out of order. So why would you put that on yourself as a player to create suspicion around yourself when you are not playing with any marked cards and you're not cheating and you're not trying to gain an advantage out of your random prize cards? Why would you ever do this? Doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense to do that. Why would you ever do that? That's stupid. Just draw your prize cards in order. Now, you could make an argument, or you could say something like, well, I mean, that would be an insane stack, to be honest. If someone was able to stack their deck, that would be crazy. If someone shuffled it away and you weren't able to tell that they didn't sufficiently randomize their deck, and they were like, okay, and they stacked their deck to the point where these 7 cards were their hand, and they knew they got a basic in there, and then they also knew exactly what these 6 cards were as they went to lay out their prize cards and knew where what these were through shuffling their deck, that would be crazy. That'd be wild if they were able to do that. But that's basically what your argument would be then, is that someone was able to do that, which would just be absolutely insane. If someone is suspicious of you cheating, they would become suspicious of you cheating because you drawing your prize cards out of order. And if you're just drawing your prize cards out of order just because you want to draw your prize cards out of order, then you're bringing suspicious to you cheating for no reason. But the suspicion of cheating comes from you drawing out your prize cards out of order to begin with. But if you never draw your prize cards out of order to begin with, then no one is suspicious of you cheating. They could then look, if you draw your prize cards out of order, then someone could then try and look at the card to see if they could see or how it's marked or where it's marked. But they could have just marked their cards in a way that's natural wear and tear. Like if someone's thing has a bend like this is natural wear and tear. This corner bend on this corner or this corner right here happen all the time. And you're not gonna get if you get deck checked, you're not getting a penalty for that. But theoretically, someone could go like through their deck at the beginning of every round, remove all the marked cornered cards, and then just like mark the corner on one of the cards that they want to make sure when they know is prize, right? And then they would know where it is. And it's like a natural wear and tear. So if you look at that, you're like, well, it's natural wear and tear. You think you should make a rule that you got to take them in order? They just shouldn't need to. People should just be smart enough to just know that it's correct to draw your prize cards in order. Like, it shouldn't ever get bad enough to the point where where that would like should be a necessity. You see what, you know what I'm saying? Like I think the community should just be good enough to put out the correct message on why it's incorrect to draw your prize cards out of order, and then everyone should just do it, because you should be smart enough that once you understand why you shouldn't do it, that you shouldn't do it, that you wouldn't do it at that point. But it's very common among high-level stackers in Yu-Gi-Oh! To be able to plan out your hand in a similar way as a player who owns the deck has a final cut. I mean, thankfully in Pokemon, the player who owns the deck does not have the final cut. That's what I was saying about Yu-Gi-Oh! Earlier, bro. It's just a mess over there, bro. I was saying you won't get a penalty for bent corners. I wouldn't agree with that, generally speaking. I've never seen anyone get a penalty for natural wear and tear on bent corners, because corners getting bent just happens. It happens to I've never seen anyone get a penalty for it. I mean, I'm not gonna be careful about saying that. I've never seen anyone. It doesn't mean you shouldn't maybe replace your sleeves as you've noticed they've gotten the corner bends, but I've never seen anyone get a penalty for corner bends, because corner bends happen all the time. In the top left and right corners. Do they happen in the bottom right and bottom left corners? NAIC moment? Well, that wasn't a corner bend. What happened to NAIC was not a corner bend. The corner bends that I'm talking about is not what happened to NAIC. The corner bend is when it's just like just the tip of the corner is bent. What happened to NAIC was a bend like this on the top part of the sleeve. This is what happened to NAIC. The corner bends that happen like this happen literally all the time. Like this little corner bend right here, where the corner just has like a little crease across it. Happens literally all the time. I'm saying I wouldn't instantly assume that they're intending to be malicious. I never said you should assume they are intending to be malicious either. That's not what I said, Beach. You're literally just not listening to what I said. I'm saying you just look suspicious. That's it. All it does is look suspicious if you draw your prize cards out of order. And why would you want to bring suspicion onto yourself for no reason? It makes no sense. Logically, the only reason to draw your prize cards out of order is if you're cheating. So therefore, it is illogical. It is illogical to draw your prize cards out of order. I would be suspicious of anyone who drew their prize cards out of order. I'm not saying that they're cheating, but if someone sits across from me and they have no intel on their prize cards and they draw their prize cards out of order, yeah, I'm gonna be suspicious of them. It's so illogical that there's no reason not to be suspicious of them at that point. Now, it doesn't mean they're cheating, and I wouldn't just like assume they're cheating, but I would definitely pay a little bit more attention to them. What is your normal order? Is top down rather than bottom up? It's always bottom up. Top down never makes any sense. Like I said, if I drop this stack of cards, let's say I drop a stack of cards like this, how do you pick up the stack of? Do I pick it up like this? If I have to pick up the cards one at a time and they fall like this, am I picking them up like this? No, I'm picking them up from down here, one at a time. That's logical. So when my prize cards are laid out, like most people lay them out like this, how does it ever make sense for me to reach across the table to reach for my top prize card? It isn't. It's illogical. Why would I make it harder for me to gain something of equal value? Theoretically, these all have the same value. So because they all have the same value, I go with this one first. Because they're all the same value. And then this one, and then this one, and then this one, and this one. Should the way prize cards are grabbed be a written rule? I mean, like, theoretically, it should, I guess, unless, like, you've had some interaction with your prize cards through something where you could actually distinguish one out of the other. Like, if you play heavy ball, you still have no knowledge of your prize cards. Like, theoretically, I don't think it's, like, that big of a deal where it needs to. I think as long as people are, like, because some people just draw the prize cards out of order just because. I think once people, like, learn why you shouldn't, most people will be like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's how you should draw your prize cards. So I think once you tell most people learn why it's incorrect to draw your prize cards out of order or why it's illogical, I think most people will get it and just be like, oh, okay, I'm not gonna draw my prize cards out of order anymore. Should they have a rule about it? Yeah, I don't know. But the judge told me, please do it this way so it doesn't look suspicious. If you follow the unwritten rule, everything continue normally. Yeah, I think it's a good thing for the judge to put out there. Like, I think it's good information for the judges to spread. Is to be like, I think it's good information for the judges to spread to be like, look, listen. Like, if you really want to draw your prize cards out of order, you can. But all it does is going to breed suspicion around you, and that's going to make it. You know, we're going to take note of it as tournament staff. Other players might take note of it as well. And that's what it does, right? So, like, I mean, I think the judge did the right thing, telling you that it is just sus to draw your prize cards out of order. And then what you do with that information is up to you. But once again, it's illogical to be given that information and be like, all right, fuck the system, man. I'm going to draw my prize cards out of order still. Fuck the man, bro. I hate Big Pikachu. I'm drawing my prize cards out of order from here on out. They can't stop me. There's no written rule. Like, if you want to go to that extreme, I guess go for it. Big P can't hold me down, bro. All right, I'll do this. I'll do the optimal way to roll die tomorrow. I was gonna say next week, but I'll show you guys how to optimally roll a die. And there is a way that you shouldn't roll a die because there's the cheater roll. It's called me and the people I talk to refer to it as the cheater roll because there's like a few ways to manipulate a die roll, and one of them people do, and I think a lot of people do it without knowing. But I'll talk about that tomorrow. I'm gonna go ahead and raid the Real Sunny Games here, and I'm gonna head off. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. We'll talk about rolling dice tomorrow. Have a good one, chat. Catch you tomorrow. Also tomorrow, we're gonna be doing the Dude stream. Gonna be doing the dude stream tomorrow. Dex Edit Discord is back starting tomorrow, and I'm gonna be giving away some TC Evolutions, V-Star markers, stuff like that tomorrow. So I don't know quite what I have to give away, but I'm doing some kind of TC Evolutions giveaway tomorrow as well. So with that said, chat, have a good one. See you tomorrow. Dex Edit Discord and talking dice tomorrow. So you don't, once again, don't end up looking like looking sus. If you don't cheat, you definitely don't want to look like a cheater, even if you're not cheating. Why would you want to bring that suspicion upon yourself? Have a good one, chat. Also, we won over the pile shufflers today with that official video from Pokemon, so that's pretty dope as well. See you tomorrow. Peace.